Awesome, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to an awesome bonus day 8. We're gonna play a video that shows the mission statement of what we're doing and putting into context Leadership Week, and we'll be right back with opening statements from my colleagues here on the stage. Let's go listen to that mission statement.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
And just to kick it off, we want to acknowledge some of the folks in the virtual auditorium that have already brought up Rex's name. Of course, Rex was not here to open up yesterday with us because he was in a hospital. But today, he's here with us. He's doing well. And we just want to start off by acknowledging that and giving you some opening statements to make, Mr. Rex Sykes.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I am here and I am doing well. I'm still under observation, but I'm doing well. Just know this was not a lifestyle thing. It's not because I eat too much fat or anything else. But when I got up in the morning and I realized at some point during that time that my day was going to go differently, I'm like, okay, it's going to go differently. So I had to give up or relinquish my hosting duties here at the Los Angeles Tribune. But I had to get to an emergency hospital and be put under observation and let them treat me while continuing my producer duties for the Tribune and also my own business and other things. So it was not as if I was out for the count, but it was really interesting trying to say, look, this is what the universe gave us. I'm not going to be on camera today. My guests, everything is different. So how do we go with the flow and how do we make it happen best? And sometimes that's the hardest thing to communicate is that I'm fine, it'll be good, and just let's go with it. But there's all other parties that have to be coordinated. So oddly enough, the previous 2 days before yesterday, I have written my blog because I'm busy with this. And the first blog that came today is what do you do in a crisis? And the other one is tomorrow is what do you do when things go wrong? They're not post what happened. They were pre what happened. So the universe is always just guiding us in some way or form, or even if it's not, that notion of what happens to us doesn't actually happen to us. It happens for us. If you believe that, mindset really does matter. So surprises happen all the time. And speaking of surprises, here's day 8. And so I'm back and I'm happy to be surrounded by these incredible people and the guest that I had yesterday. Russell Brunson is coming up soon, in a little while, and my other guests. And we're going to kick it off with a beautiful, beautiful Michael Silver's doing his thing with some amazing people. And Alicia Nava and Mo are here. So I'm well. I'm fine.
I just want to ask the virtual auditorium, wherever you're watching this right now, please write a comment, sending some healing vibrations, sending some love to Rex Sykes. Of course, yesterday when we opened up and he was not with us because he was sitting in a hospital bed, it just did not feel right. It did not feel the same without him here. So please leave some comments, leave a couple comments, sending him some love in the virtual auditorium. Opening statements, Michael Silvers.
It's great to have you, Rex. And this is where, we really talked about leadership. And again, part of what you did is you were producing from afar, is what we used to say. But we have a team. that slipped right in and does what it takes, because the team is about making it well for the audience, right? We were making you well where you were, and we're making it well for the audience. We're really giving them something that has not been done before, has not been seen before. And at the same time, the audience, what a bunch of love and the pouring out. If you look at the comments, we didn't even start, and the comments have been going on for almost 45 minutes already. Rex is here. Can't wait to see Rex. This is great. We're so excited to be part of this. And that's because we're making an impact with them, not at them, but we're making it with them. So it's, Mo and Rex and Alicia and Ava, it's great to be here again. It's great. We should just do this every day, right? This is just awesome. So just put it on the board, Mo. We're just not going to stop.
Can I interrupt and just say something? Because you made such a beautiful point, and that is, I don't consider myself a leader or anything. If it hadn't been for the people around me, none of this would have taken place. I'd have been gone and nothing would have happened. So it's the people who could stay and remain that served everyone, including me. And because we're a team, we can also help serve you. So thank you, everyone, for all that you're doing. But these are the heroes who are making things happen. But that's why I say it's not leadership, it's doership, and these people do. And so do you who are watching. Thanks, Michael.
Some of the greatest secrets of the universe are not secrets. Some of the greatest mysteries of the universe that some people spend their whole lives trying to discover are not mysteries. And some of the moments of nirvana that some people spend decades trying to achieve require no decades to achieve. And one of those secrets of the universe that's not so much of a secret is that we, as human beings, are social creatures. And as social creatures, in order for us to have a life that is worth living, we must always recognize other human beings, whether that's in our lives, whether that's at our workplace, whether that's in our families, whether that's at society at large. And so one of the great secrets of the universe that's not so much of a secret is to not be self-centered, is to not be only focused about taking care of yourself, but taking care of others and caring about others and loving others and loving the people in your life and loving the people that are not even in your life, just loving other human beings that are strangers that you're sharing this planet with. Because if you think about it, it's a rock, right, in the universe. And we're all sharing this rock. And as far as we know, there's no other rocks around. Maybe one day we'll discover it. Maybe one day we won't. I don't know. But we're all sharing this little tiny speck, and we have to take care of each other, right? And so I'm very humbled to be able to open the program with Rex, because it's a great real-time reminder. Folks, this is not a scripted show. We didn't give, I know we had one of the actors from General Hospital on yesterday, and what an incredible segment that was. But we didn't give Rex a script and say, okay, you're going to open up and say you're in the hospital. So we can teach the community here a lesson. This is a real moment that we're all sharing together. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity from this real world example to remind everybody, first of all, the great mysteries of the universe that many of you are seeking are not mysteries, right? Most of the truths that you need to be successful in life, you can intuitively find within. And if you come across people that don't care about what I just shared, and you wonder, well, why are they successful? They're not successful. One of the reasons that I'm so passionate about the work that we do at the LA Tribune and the work that the podcasters are doing, Michael, and the work that we're doing with all of the different ventures we have, is to redefine certain ideas and concepts in society. Firstly, starting with redefining what is wealth. What is success? Just because you have a couple of bucks does not make you successful. Does not make you a successful human being. Let's nip that BS way of thinking outside of our outside of our culture right now. It's a part of life, maybe 20% of life. But we got 5 categories in life. You have to be healthy. You have to be vibrant. You have to be successful in life financially, mentally, relationally, spiritually and physically. And so this obsession that we have with 1 out of 5 it causes a great demise in our society and causes a great demise for people's lives. And also, I'm going to share something that I've never shared before for a lot of people watching, because a lot of people are obsessed with that one pillar, the financial pillar, and they want to know how to make more money. I'll share with everyone right now how to make more money. I'll give you guys the secret, but I'm going to warn you ahead of time. Many of you are not even going to listen, and many of you are not going to believe me. And I've never shared it before, and I'm only going to share this one time because it's futile for me to share the secret on how to make money because people don't listen. If you want to make money, forget about money. Focus on value. Focus on your purpose. Focus on how to make the world a better place. I've never met anyone obsessed with trying to make money that's ever actually achieved anything or accomplished anything worthwhile in life. And so I just shared the secret. I won't share it again. I know many of you are like, well, Mo, that's not exactly what I had in mind, but that's the truth. And with that being said, Michael is going to have a remarkable panel here. But before we segue into that segment, I want to just hear from our editor-in-chief, Alicia, our director of business solutions, our editor-in-chief, Ava, our director of business solutions, Alicia, starting with you, Ava, please.
Well, thank you so much. I am grateful that Rex is here with us. And what's beautiful about what you said, Rex, is that you have written the blog 2 days earlier because you will be busy. And that's something that you don't talk about, Rex, but you've been generously writing blogs every day without fail for the past 18 years, I think. And you don't even talk about it. But I wanted to share it to our community right now. It's gratitudeactivator.com. Rex has been writing the blog every day for 18 years without fail, no matter what the days, holidays, and hospital days. So gratitudeactivator.com, check it out. And we're very grateful for you, Michael, for all the community that you're building around Los Angeles Tribune, and for our global audience who are just, totally supportive, and all our speakers. So totally excited for day 8. Back to you, Mo.
Thank you. Alicia, opening statements and remarks, please.
We'd love to welcome you all to day 8. I love Rex's opening and know your share because we are all a community. We're a family. We are all here united to grow together. And it's so amazing seeing all of the support in the chat, individuals that have been tuning in every day, but sharing their gems. And love what you shared, Mo. If you want to focus on money, don't focus on money. Focus on value. Focus on contribution. Focus on pouring into your community. Focus on connections. Focus on cooperating and growing together. That's truly what it is about. And so we're just grateful that you all are a part of our community. Those of you that are tuning in, as you hear from the leaders that are joining us today, ask your questions, share your thoughts, share your reflections. And we just want to say thank you for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. And we are here for you. We're all here for each other. That's truly what it's about. Back to you, Mo.
Thank you for that, Alicia. And we're ready to segue. We're going to take a quick break, and Michael Silvers is going to take the lead along with one of the partners here at the LA Tribune, an integrity-driven leader named Karen Hall, who this community is going to get more and more familiar with in the coming months and years to come. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and Michael Silvers is going to take the lead. Thank you all.
Oh, there we go. That's it. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hey, great. So good to be
Great.
with you.
It's a great day, and it's amazing that we are continuing the education and learning every single day. The other thing that I think is really funny is that we're having so much excitement and so much going on that we're tipping. We're sort of, as they say, we're tipping the algorithms, right? We're blowing them open, and some of you have got like, hey, way too much, posting and too much excitement. And what's really interesting is how can you have too much excitement? How can you have,
Exactly.
right, when you're bringing information out and when you're bringing people to really that, you know this is that learning and education piece. So what I want everybody to do right now is we're going to play a little bit of game. This game is called, let's see, this is Tip the Scales. This is a new game I just invented. And we have basically a whole group of authors that are so excited they're tipping the scales. So what I'd like everybody to do who's watching this right now is think of, I want to take this out to somebody I don't know. I want to take this out to a new group. So that means that you share it with one other person who then will share it with one other person, right? Who you don't know. So what I'd love to do right now is everybody get on your social media, right? And what I'd like you to do is take the links and share it to 10 people that you sort of know, right? We always go to our comfort. Oh, I shouldn't share it here. Oh, what if I send it to this person? But remember, it's about education and information. It's about giving them, because who they're going to hear from is not only us and this amazing panel, but Russell Brunson. They're going to hear this amazing story and what this man has created. And then Ken Hondo. It doesn't get any better. And Dame Couture. There's so many people going to be on today that are so brilliant. We're going to have the brilliant Rex, of course, who that's not AI somebody. That's actually Rex. And that's the beauty of what we're creating from this international feed. There you go. So when you share, just type, do what Debbie just did. Put shared in there. 10 people that you sort of know. I just hit a whole bunch of people, and let's tip all this. Watch, the numbers have gone up already just since we started that. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
And it's keeping that excitement going. So Karen, you've been on every single day. You've almost been in every single session. Tell me some of your excitement, maybe a couple of the things you've learned. But first, tell us a little bit about you.
Well, thank you, Michael, for asking. I am known as the Queen of Empathy. It's my favorite thing to talk about is about relationships and how we can remove blocks to love. But it's interesting. We often think about that in our personal relationships, but what happens in our personal life affects us in our professional life as well. And when we're doing business with someone, who do we do business with? Someone that we know, like, and trust. And if we can have more love for our clients as well, Mo talks all about serving. You talk about all about serving. It's like, who can I serve today? And just like Mo said, the secret to making money is to not think about money. It's to think about serving. It's to think about who can we help and to think about our purpose. And I just love those gems. There's been so many gems. I'm just, typing as fast as I can. I was one of those that got restricted by Facebook, drove me nuts because I was like, my husband always says that hell for me would be not being able to express myself. And that's how I felt. I was like, I can't send them love,
That's right. What did they do to me? What have I done? And the great thing about that is really moving this forward is we're about to, we're coming soon to have 2 panels. And the great thing about that is, and by the way, guys out there, you got Russell Brunson, you got all these, but these 2 panels are coming off the backs of not only there was authors and speakers and trainers and entrepreneurs and business owners that were so excited that we said, get on another panel with us, because look what you've done. You've tipped the scales. At the same time, they're from around the world. We have like Jackie coming in from Italy. We have all this different group that is really saying, who can we help? I just took words right from that post right there. And that's what makes a difference every single day. So a little bit of education and information as you're out there building your businesses, being an entrepreneur, getting done what you need to do. Yep, Jackie's this here from Italy again. Part of what you want to do is you always want to create your business funnel. And I'm not going to train on that today. We'll do special post calls on that. But you always want to make sure that something enters from the top, gets down through the funnel, and that it all makes sense along the way. So I'll do a post event training on that in a couple weeks. We'll figure all that out whenever we do it. And I'll make sure that we really dive into that part. I'll make sure that we take, whether you're beginning a business, starting a business, a podcaster, a speaker, an author, a trainer, an entrepreneur, a football player, a boxer, whoever you are, um, it all is the same and it all fits the same. And part of that is to know your vision, right? To be really strong on what that vision is so you never walk from that path. And because having a vision is really important. Karen, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I think that is so interesting to have a vision. And, as Mo was talking about, nirvana and about, finding your purpose, I think we all come to earth with a purpose within us. And many times I've noticed that my purpose is connected to my desires and that those desires are divine. I always wanted to be a public speaker, but I was scared to death to speak in front of people. And so what an irony, right? But that desire just kept growing and growing within me. And I had that vision of myself on stage speaking, sharing the things that I was learning because I love to learn. I love to share the things that I learn. I love to hear what other people are learning. And so that vision kept propelling me forward, even when all outward evidence defied that vision. That vision was just so strong within me. And I think going back and revisiting that and not only thinking about it like with our imagination and visualizing it, but feeling it in our soul, feeling what it feels like to be on that stage, to be delivering that message, to be connecting with the audience. And then when it did happen, oh my goodness, it was just so glorious. It just filled me with joy.
Yeah, and the great thing it does for you too is it fulfills your mission, right? If you look at today and you look at who's coming on, we have, this is like billionaire day. We have people have created businesses because they had that vision and they stayed on it, right? And they took the strategies, the mission, and everything behind it. And so for all of you out there, this is an amazing day. You're going to want to definitely sit down wherever you are. You're going to want to make sure that you have, so I've got fluids here, right? You can sort of, there you go. I got fluids here and there's food and at the same time, it's about education and learning and moving that step by step, moving it forward. And sometimes we want to just jump to the next step, and it's okay at times. There are the times that we do that, right, Karen? So because I was taught a long time ago, my wife and I, as we were building our business, just say yes. If you keep saying yes, then the universe says, all right, we can open a little more, a little more. Make sure it's ecological, no harm to yourself or others. When you say no to something and you really haven't thought about it, you close off.
Mhm.
And then it takes a while to open back up. So no, within business, that's the successful part. And we used to do this with speakers. We've trained 10,000 speakers, right? Again, one of my business partners was Tony Robbins' VP for 18 years, right? I was with T. Harv Eker, and there's so many else, and we did so many trainings and put so many international speakers, and we did all these big events. And it came back to, watching who has that vision.
Mhm.
Who's locked in, who's really doing it to be of service and to make a difference every single day. And speakers are like, oh, I just want to get on now. And we used to say, first of all, until you've done 100 presentations, and that your family's fine, but 100 presentations in front of other people, you're you're still beginning. And then when you're at 500, you're starting to get there a little bit. 1,000, start when when you hit that 5,000, and we know what 10,000 means, um, right? But it is that it's the practice. It's not about practice making perfect. It's about practice so you're comfortable within your own skin. you
Mhm.
know so, and really on your journey, you did not start as a speaker trainer and all of that fun stuff. You have part of your background similar to mine, right? We
Right.
helped people. We did dialysis. So talk a little bit about how you got here and where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Yeah, so Michael and I both, it was fascinating to find out that we both worked in dialysis. I have a degree, I'm a medical dietitian. And the reason I went into that was one, I love food but mostly I love people. And I wanted to find a way to serve. I almost became a nurse, Michael, but the food part went out. But I love being able to help people. And so I knew I was going to be in a caring profession. And that was the profession that I chose. And I also did coaching. And that was the other thing that I loved, was helping people. And whenever I talked to them about food, we always ended up talking about relationships, because food is so connected to emotions and to relationships. And so that was how I got started. And then I continued coaching in health and wellness for many years. I volunteered while I was raising my family. And then my husband said to me one day, you know what lights you up the most is talking about relationships. Why don't you just focus on that in your coaching? And so I did. And then I also was speaking during that time. I spoke professionally as a dietitian. I also spoke about relationships. And then I focused on the relationship aspect. And then I found you. And so I started my podcast. It's called The Hero Within, where we focus on inspiring true stories of people that have gone through adversity and how they have found hope and removed blocks to love, so that they could then feel healing in their life and share those lessons with other people.
There we go. And that, that's a great part as we do this and as we really share and make a difference. Talk about just, and really it is that 10-year mark, but talk about the journey of journals and writing and what that looks like. And I'm going to give the floor to you for about 5 minutes and just take them down a path of that vision, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So about journals. So I have been a writer ever since I've been a little girl. I loved Laura Ingalls Wilder. And, I of course, Little House on the Prairie, I started reading those books. And then I loved the Waltons and John Boy and how he was writing. And I even wrote a letter to him when I was a girl, telling him about how I wanted to be an author. And so I started writing books, and I was always writing in my journal. And I was writing about my visions for the future, and I often would write my prayers in my journal, and I would ask for divine help to be able to accomplish things and to be able to overcome my fears. I would write things that I was learning and insights. And I often thought about my journal as a thank you note to God, because so many times I would forget these wonderful inspirational messages that I would feel in my heart, or insights that would come to me that would enlighten my mind. And I would feel so excited. But then life would happen and I would forget. But when I recorded them, I felt like I was making it a priority, and I was making it important enough, and that I valued it enough to make a record. And so I would go back and read my journal. And when I did, I would relive the experience. It was like I felt it again, and I would see the vision again. And so when I had forgotten, or when I had, when I had difficult days, those moments of reliving helped me and propelled me forward, so that I could basically, get back in the flow again. And it brought joy to my heart. So it wasn't like tedious. It was joyful for me to write those things down. And then it was joyful for me to relive those things. And now I continue to share, and I use those lessons that I've learned. Also I'm writing a book, and I just submitted my first manuscript for publication, which is so exciting for me, because I've dreamed of that, my whole life. And I've always loved interviewing people. Someone asked me one time, what was your favorite toy as a child? And I said, it was a tape recorder. Back in the day, we didn't have, digital. We actually recorded it on a cassette tape, and I had batteries, and I would carry that thing around and interview people. And I loved hearing people's stories. It's one of my all-time favorite things to do. I would sit at the feet of my grandma and have her tell me stories of her life, and my parents. I loved hearing their stories. And my husband says that when we go to Walmart, we can't get out in less than an hour, because I have this sign on my forehead that says, tell me your life story, because I just love people, and I love hearing their stories, and I love recording their stories so that other people can learn from them and gain that same joy that I have gained. So I think there's power in writing. There's power in recording it. There's power because not only does it show that it's important, it shows your brain that it's important. Your brain remembers things more when you write it down. And now I have a record so that my children and my grandchildren can learn from me. And now I have my voice recorded, even on my podcast. And now my grandchildren listen to my podcast. And that just brings me so much joy to know that something that I've learned is now influencing my posterity and other people in the world, that I hope that the things that I have learned will help other people to not suffer as I have. That, we talked about unnecessary suffering, and I think it was one of the boxers that talked about it, but helping people to not suffer. And that is one of my missions in this life. And so as I record those things and share those messages and those lessons, my goal is that I hope that other people will say, oh, there's a pothole over there. Let me try and avoid that. Or, oh, there's a tip that I could apply in my life. Or there's somebody that knows what it feels like to go through this experience. Even if you and I have different experiences, we can relate on a feeling level. I may feel lonely for a different reason that you do, but I know loneliness and I have felt that. And if I can hear your story and I can relate to you, I don't feel so alone. And that was my why for why I started my podcast, was I wanted people to not feel so alone. And that's why I'm writing my book. It's because I want people to be able to read and to have that sink in and know that they aren't alone, that someone else can relate. I've heard that all we need is one person to be able to understand us, to give us strength to keep going. And if I can do that for you, I will feel so blessed. I will feel like I have accomplished my purpose because other people have done that for me. And I know what it feels like to have a lifeline in my life. And that has helped me in my professional life, in my personal life. It has brought me joy. It has helped me to heal. And I am so grateful for those people who have been mentors and who have been such a blessing in my life. And so Leadership Week is like connecting with friends all week long. I reach out, even though I don't know these people that speak, and I hear their story. I reach out. I'm so excited to hear their story. I feel bonded with them when I hear their story. And there's power in sharing our stories. That's how we learn, is through stories. And when a story conveys an emotion in it, we engage with the speaker, we engage with the author, and we internalize that within ourselves. And so there's great power. And if you can share your story, you can make a difference for other people as well, both in writing, verbally, in any way that you can. And it takes courage to share your story, but you bless yourself and you bless other people. And so I am so grateful for the people that share their stories with me. And now on the podcast, I feel like I make a new friend. Every time I interview a new person, I'm like, oh, I just love you. I just want to give you a hug I want to wrap my arms around you and get through the screen and hug you. And so it's so inspiring to meet so many people that are making a difference in the world. And that brings me joy, and it helps me to be a better person. So it's thank you. That's just, thank you for asking the question. Thank you for wanting to hear my answer. And I can't hear you. Let's see. I think, are you muted, Michael?
And anyways, yes, I am. Wow, I've done this a little too much. But it's beautiful that the comments that you're getting, that the people are there, that they're saying, they understand, and it is about telling your story. You made a great comment. Then we will go to the panel. So panelists, be ready in the green room. Have your cameras on. But it's the blessings of this is because we heard that from patients with their families when they passed away. I wish I had a recording. I wish I had something. I wish I had something tangible. And there's so much that they're going to be listening, and hopefully it's not just because they miss us at that time, but it's about what they can learn and take forward. And look what my mom or grandma, it's never the kids, it's always the grandkids, right? But look at what they brought forward, and I'll continue that mission and continue it down. And it makes it huge, really, as we're stepping into our power and as we step into that. So I'm going to turn the panel over to you, this first group of panelists. If you want to introduce each one, and I'll bring them up as you do that. If you've got a list, if not, I'll just pop them on, and that just makes it easy.
Just pop them on and we'll do it.
Okay, so anybody who's down here, if you're on panel 1, you should be on right now. If you're on panel 2, you come back in about 15 minutes. So here we go. It is about It's about education, information, entertainment, and it's really moving it forward. This panel is powerful. They're going to be with us for about 25 minutes. And let me tell you why you stay on. Not only are you going to learn from this segment and really use it today, but we're building to another panel, same thing. It's all about that. How do I become better at what I do? And can I take one note? Is there one thing I can learn from this panel? And then we're going to turn around and it's going to go Russell Brunson and continue on from there. So it's an amazing day. We're so excited to have everybody on. Karen, have a great time. I'm going to drop myself off and you're going to see them all popping on.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Oh my goodness. We have such an amazing group of women. This is so fun to have you all here. I am so excited. So we have women who are authors in the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, which will be launching soon. We have podcasters and we have a financial expert. And so we have so many talents here represented. And so I'm so excited that you all joined. And so I can't wait. Let's start with Barbie. If you could tell us, how would you describe yourself?
Karen, I think I would describe myself a lot like you. You and I are similar creatures. My whole life is facilitating, helping other people bring out the best in themselves and bring out the best in the people around them. And if you look at all we've learned in Leadership Week, that's really what it's all about, is leaders helping other people. So if you can bring out the best in yourself, you can become a leader. If you bring out the best of the people around you and they become leaders, what more in life could you ever ask for?
Oh my goodness, mic drop. So bring out the best in ourselves and bring out the best in others. I think that just encapsulates what a leader is. So thank you, Barbie.
Thank you.
And Jackie, how about you? How would you describe yourself?
Hi, Karen. I just wanted to say what a beautiful little report that you did. I'm absolutely blown away by your empathy, queen of empathy. I've listened to your podcast. You're beautiful inside and out, and I love you to bits. I just wanted to say that. Who am I? So I'm a leader in the British Royal Air Force. So I've been an officer for 21 years where I've led, coached and mentored people. I'm also a wife. And I'm also a mother to 2 little children. And my leadership style is being authentic, being your true self, never hiding your true colors, because I did that once in uniform because I felt like I had to. But now I've realized that actually my purpose is to lead with that authenticity so that other people can actually follow that. And when we are courageous, it's contagious and it allows other people to step into their power. So that's who I am now.
Wow, Jackie, when you are courageous, it's contagious. Oh my goodness. I hope you all are taking notes. There is a gem right there. And, it does take courage to be authentic. And sometimes, we don't know how it's going to be received. And in the military, no less, to be authentic and vulnerable in the military. But what greater way to endear yourself to someone and to help someone know that you understand them. And we want to follow people that understand us, that inspire us. So thank you for sharing that. Jamie, how about you? How would you describe yourself?
Let's see. I guess I would describe myself as very authentic, open book. Most of my clients become my friends. I just love helping, connecting people, helping people get what they want, find what they need. If I can't help them, I'm always connecting them to somebody that can help them. I just love finding the hidden secrets of the world, things that we don't normally learn about, and sharing those strategies with other people. So that's what my purpose is. And it's so fulfilling. And just like Mo said, you don't chase the money. When I originally discovered that my career path, it wasn't even about oh, how much money can I make doing this? I didn't even know. I'm I'm just going to do it. And now the floodgates of opportunity have opened for me, just staying on my path and my mission and my purpose.
Yes, I love that, how you're finding hidden gems for people and how your clients become your friends. That's how I feel about my clients and my guests on my podcast. I feel like they're a new friend and it's so fun. Fantastic. How about you, Lauren? How would you describe yourself?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would describe myself as being very introspective and as someone who's fanatical about personal development. So I've chosen to use, speaking, coaching, podcasting as a way to elevate the collective well-being and to highlight the myriad of ways there are for us to lead a more fulfilling life. And so I'm so honored to be part of this Leadership Week, because that's what this is devoted to, right? Showing our listeners and community how many ways there are to improve your life and to focus in and go inward and really do that inner work to become the best version of yourself.
Yes. Oh, I love that, how you're introspective, because how else can we learn about ourselves? How can we know ourselves if we aren't introspective? And so that is awesome. And I love how you're a fanatic for personal development. Me too. I think that every one of you are fanatics, right? Yes. And in fact, for all of you who are listening, I know you're here because you want to learn more. You want to be better. You might be a fanatic about personal development too. And so thank you for all of our audience for joining in, because that's what we're all about here for LA Leadership Week, is personal development. And so I have another question. I would like to know, how are you serving in the world? And let's start with Jamie. How do you serve?
How do I serve? Well, like I mentioned before, I just love connecting people and finding where somebody needs that help and who might be the best fit for them. So that's what I just really find that purpose and that passion, and just connecting people and building those relationships with people.
So besides your clients, what are other ways that you show up to serve in the world?
Oh yeah, let's see. Well, I have 4 boys, 17, 13, 10, and 5. So I just try to stay very active, in the community with their sports and schools, and, just participating a lot in like the community events. And also one of my friend and I started a local networking group in Southern California. So we love just bringing business owners together to collaborate and work together and strategize together and help support each other.
Awesome. You are serving every day with those 4 boys. And that's the most important service that you can do. I would never guess that you have a 17-year-old. You must have started when you were 5. Wow. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, the service that we do within our own home is the most important service. And okay, so Barbie, how about you? How do you serve in this world?
Well, like Jamie, I serve as a parent. And again, it's amazing how much time that takes, but it's of course all for the greater good, because we're raising the next generation to be a part of the world. So, and I think one of my biggest services is caregivers. I'm in health and wellness. I'm an advocate for health, wellness, and caregivers. And I've been on both sides. I was, unfortunately, I had suffered from paralysis for a very long time. And so when I couldn't move, I needed a caregiver all the time. So I've been there. And then on the reverse, I've been a caregiver for my child, for cancer family members, for couple of people in my family who had some vicious surgeries and surgical procedures. So when you start talking to caregivers, you start realizing just there's so many of the same things, that there's, they have a tendency to feel like they're not being heard or loved because it's overwhelming. And most of the time when you're a caregiver, it's blindsiding. It usually comes out of the blue, where suddenly now you're caregiving. So I think my biggest service right now that I can say that's away from my business is really working with caregivers and helping them giving them tools and techniques and feel supported and loved.
Oh, that's so true. You feel so alone oftentimes as a caregiver. And and I have been a caregiver too. And for you to have been on the receiving end gives you so much wisdom and so much more empathy that you can then offer to caregivers as well, as in your opportunities to serve. And so, wow, you've done a lot of service in caregiving. That's awesome. How about you, Jackie? How do you serve in this world?
I just wanted to say that what Barbie and Jamie said about being a parent, I think it's the number one important role that you can do to serve and lead your children, teaching them, learning by osmosis and modeling how you want them to show up in the world to help the next generation. I think that is absolutely beautiful. I've got 2 children myself, and they're only little, so it's really, really important. But also for me, serving my country, I've served for 21 years. I'm a wing commander in the Royal Air Force, and I've given myself and my service to that because I'm there as an officer looking to lead people and inspire people. And an important source of a leader is their influence, showing their struggle stories, etc. And I've always done this. I've always tried to listen with empathy and listen with kindness, and actually not judge, and know that there's always a story, a backstory behind someone's struggles if they're having difficulties, etc. And actually understanding their true value will help lift them up to their true potential. And this is absolutely fundamental. And the other aspect, that I'm also a fitness coach. So I led the athletics ladies team for 5 years as a team manager, and leading that group of females to compete on the athletics track, every single year where we showed up. I served by showing them their worth. When they knew their worth and they knew that they were good enough to be on that team, they showed up, and we were a dominating force in the stadium, and we won like year after year. It was incredible. So I served them by showing that they are worthy, they are good enough. And when we all show up as a collective, we are a strong, undeniable force. So I've served in many different ways, and those are the key aspects that I wanted to share.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you. A big round of applause for your service to your country. Thank you. And to all our listeners who are serving in the military or who have served, thank you for your service. And that is a great service that you have done for your fellow members of the military, and also in the athletic team, to show them that they are worthy, and to not judge. What an amazing gift of service. And now to teach your little children that. What a blessing for your children. Thank you, Jackie. And Lauren, how do you serve in the world?
Sure. With this question, we have the tendency to jump straight to our immediate career profession, right? But I think how you do anything is how you do everything. So whether it's as a coach, as a daughter, as a friend, to ensure that I'm showing up as the best version of myself with integrity is so important. And to take the word hope to mean help one person every day is what I focus on. So whether I'm at the gas station, at the coffee shop, if there's someone I need to connect to someone else, what's one thing that I can do every day to be of service and help others?
Oh, I just love that. Just that mindset to be conscious. Hope is helping one person every day. I hope everybody wrote that down. That's fantastic. I love that acronym. And we had Barry Shores, the ambassador of hope, talking all about the ambassador of joy, talking all about joy. And I think that we receive so much joy as we serve. And so providing hope to someone else, what a wonderful service. Thank you, Lauren. That's awesome. All right. So I want to talk about thinking back in your earlier years. Who is someone who has been a mentor in your life that helped you to develop resilience? And so I'm going to start with Jackie. Who is someone in your life, thinking back, that has helped you develop resilience?
So this is a really interesting question because there's lots of different challenges that you face with the military, but interestingly, the resilience that I grew was outside of the military. So I returned from Afghanistan in 2010, and I listened to Brené Brown's The Power of Vulnerability TED Talk, and it shaped my core because what she change was a fundamental belief that I shouldn't show weakness in my uniform. I should always be strong, always have that mask on, and my professionalism, and actually sometimes we are vulnerable. Sometimes we do have a backstory, and there are things going on, or something happens on an idle Tuesday afternoon and we're blindsided, and life happens. But actually what she showed me that was when I started to share my struggle stories. I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse from my father. My mother was a depressed alcoholic. I had a very dysfunctional upbringing, and I carried that shame for a very long time. And what she taught me, Brené Brown, was building shame resilience. And when you build shame resilience, that is so empowering, and you're able to share your story. And actually, when you share your story, people share back. And actually, that's how you get connection. And that's how you build trust. And that's how your teams will absolutely work so much better and connected. So that is the resilience that I learned from someone outside. And I brought it into the military as one of my key values, that this is how we lead.
That is so awesome. I love that example of Brene Brown and how it changed the way that you interacted, because it is so true that when we share, others often share back. And that is how we connect. And so that's a beautiful thing, and how you have given hope to people, by sharing your story of overcoming, the traumatic events in your past. And I remember when Dr. Robert D. McDonald talked about trauma and overcoming trauma, and that, that connection is so important in that healing process. So thank you. Jamie, how about you? Who has been someone in the past, a mentor maybe, that has taught you about resilience?
Wow. So I just really have grown up so blessed with such a great family around me, between my parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Like, I have just had such great role models in my life. Going back even when I was like 19, I just used to love listening to Wayne Dyer, and just really put into practice, for the last 2 decades, just, changing your thoughts, changing your life, just the right mindset, keeping those right energy levels, attracting what you want in your life based on, the energy you put out. So I've just had so many great mentors and people around me, my whole life. I've just been so blessed.
Oh, so it's just hard sometimes to pick.
Yeah,
it is hard to pick one. I understand that dilemma. Barbie, how about you? Who has been a mentor in your past that has taught you about resilience?
Well, just like Jamie, I have had a wonderful host of family members that have been resilient. But I think if I had to pick one right now, I would talk about my grandmother, who after a wonderful, amazing life of fame, settled down, had 2 children, and about 10 years later developed tuberculosis. Her lung collapsed. She was put in hospice. Her children were put in an orphanage. And she laid languishing. And then one day she just decided, I'm finished. I'm going to go take care of my children. I'm going to put my life back together. She got up, gathered her things, got up. And when her doctor said, "What are you doing?" she said, "I'm going to outlive you, and I'm leaving." And she did. So, sometimes resilience and the power of thought is far more important than the diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
boom, took it to the next level, and she outlived that doctor. So he was such an amazing force of resilience, and I never forgot that. And it has served me well with my life and the challenges I've had.
wow, I love that. I just love that. What an amazing example. And we talked during this week about how you are not your diagnosis. Nope. And so, boy, she was a great example of that. I'm going to outlive you. And she did. Oh, my goodness. Lauren, how about you? Who has been a mentor in your life that has taught you about resilience?
Sure. So there are many different mentors and thought leaders currently that I'd love to highlight who have helped me refine and improve my resilience. But I want to go back to when I feel like I first developed resilience. And this is when I started riding horses when I was 6 years old. And I had a trainer, and she was really tough on me. And I'd be afraid to make a mistake. But then I learned that that's how you learn, is by making a mistake, and that we will fall. But that's the falling isn't the failing. The failing is not getting back up. And so when, life's going to knock us down, but when we continue to choose to learn from our mistakes and our failures, that's where the growth happens. And so I think being an equestrian and devoting myself to this sport at a young age, I rode competitively for over a decade. It really taught me about resilience. So I'm going to credit it to my horseback riding trainer for teaching me how to be tough and how to keep getting up and trying again.
Oh my goodness, I love that. That it's not about the falling, and that's not failing to fall. It's I often say it's not a failure unless you don't learn anything from it. And I think that's what you're saying. And we always talk about, when we have difficulties getting back in the saddle again, and you did it, you got back in the saddle again. And that took a lot of courage to get back in the saddle again after having, a brain injury from a fall. And so, wow, that's a great example. And kudos to your equestrian coach for helping you to get back in the saddle and to have that courage. So that's awesome. All right. So for takeaways, I want to know, what is one takeaway that you learned on this panel that you would like to emphasize for the listeners? And Lauren, we're going to start with you first this time.
I would say a takeaway would be to believe in yourself. You can be anything you believe that you are. And so be the brave individual who takes a chance, because at the end of this road, when you look back, you're going to want to have taken a chance at whatever it is that you wanted to do or go after, and not instead look back at others who have done that, but to be the one who's in the arena doing whatever it is you feel called to do.
Yes. Oh, doing what we are called to do. That is just so important. And figuring out what we are called to do.
Having a vision.
Yeah,
as you
having a
said.
vision. I think Mark Twain was the one that said the most important day was the day you were born, and the second most important day is when you figured out why. And so figuring out why we're here and what is our purpose. Thank you, Lauren. That is awesome. And that takes introspection, just like you were saying, to figure that out. All right, Jackie, how about you? What is one takeaway that you
I
found
love
helpful?
Sorry, what was that? I said I love what Lauren said about stepping into the arena. I love that. It's so powerful. And it's like when you learn to step into the arena and just take it with that courage, you will find a future that you couldn't even dream about. So I think that's really powerful. For me, I think what we do as leaders is what defines us. It's not who we are. And actually, it's that taking action. And I've always found that if you can turn your hardest struggles into your most powerful weapon to change the world and find that purpose. And I've heard so many people on this leadership week just doing that. It is so empowering. You know that you can do that as well. And actually, when you're authentic, when you lead with that vulnerability, that is what is key for leadership, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yes. And like you, there's such a theme that I keep hearing about overcoming and really difficult things that people have gone through, in their childhood, in their family life, and yet persevering and overcoming and that authenticity. They have been so authentic as they have shared. And thank you for your authenticity to share your story, because you empower me. You give me hope. I think if Jackie could do that, then I could do that. And I hope our listeners, wherever you are, whatever hard thing you're going through, I hope that you will take courage as you hear these stories as well. And Barbie, how about you? What is a takeaway for you?
Well, first, I want to say to Jackie and Lauren, I agree with you 100%. Authenticity and taking action. And I think this panel and this whole leadership event that we've been on has, to me, said no matter who's listening, somebody has been through a tough story. If you can relate to anything that you've heard from any speaker, take that meaning, find your purpose, take action, take your dream. And if you act on it, you can be a leader, you can find your purpose and change the world. And nobody should ever feel, and I think sometimes we all have those moments, and some people stay in them, that they don't feel they can make a difference in the world. But we can. And if nothing else, this whole Los Angeles Tribune event has said, find someone that shares your story, makes you feel like you can do it, take action, because if you don't take action, it can't happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, a lot of times when we think about changing the world, that can seem really overwhelming, but we can change one person. And if you sharing your story helps one person to be empowered, and you've done that for me, you've empowered me. And when we can empower someone else and provide hope, to someone else, then we help make this world a better place. And the other fascinating thing is we never know the ripple effect you showing love to someone else, then that could change their day and they could show love to the people in their world. And the ripple effect just keeps going. And so, like Lauren said, help one person every day and spread hope and spread love. And we, like Mo Rock says, we can lift the world. We can change the world. And I love that mission of the Los Angeles Tribune. That was what attracted me. And you ladies are embodying that. So thank you so much. And Michael is an excellent example of lifting and serving and how can I be of service. So thank you, Michael, for being such a great mentor to all of us.
You know, I wanted to thank you all. That was just, it's amazing of the information that we really are getting across, right? And the change and the difference. And in a minute, I'm going to play a commercial, and who knows, maybe I'll hit the wrong one because it's set up differently. But, you know, we might have a commercial from an event we did with Lisa Nichols. Who knows? But it is empowering ourselves, but it is empowering others. And it's always being a service. And I wanted to thank you all for being on. What a brilliant panel. Everybody out there, we're going to move to another panel. So in a couple minutes, and then we're going to start down the Russell Brunson road, I say, which is just amazing. So everybody be ready for that. It's going to be just an amazing day. We have so many more speakers today. We have so much more activity. We have Ken Hondo, who spoke all around the world on big stages, has multiple businesses, and many more to come as this day unfolds. So I want to just thank you all. I'm going to just hit the commercial here in a second. And what a great day as we continue on and continue having fun. And thank you for all of your comments. It's been incredible as we move forward. And oh, it's been such an amazing event. If you look at, and by the way, hello, everybody. It's always great when they don't know, oh, I'm on camera. Someone's down looking, doing, the commercial ends, you come back. So I wanted to thank you all for being on. Karen's going to run the panel. She's just been amazing. But we're going to take a share moment again. For those of you out here that are listening and really listening to these panels, really hit your social media right now and share it with everybody you know. Really take a look at getting that information out there and making a difference every single day. And for those of you who are part of this amazing authors group too, and writers and speakers and trainers, and those are part of our WhatsApp group, I'm going to hit that right now with something just really quickly, because you guys have just taken it over the top with everything you've done with your comments. So thank you so much from the team. I actually just got off the phone with Mo. He can't believe what's going on and just thrilled by just everything happening. So thank you all so much. I'm going to turn this amazing panel over to Karen. Karen, you've been doing great. Karen, you need a break. You need we used to always call this, right? So break the other person. You need the restroom, anything. We're open here. We're family. We don't care live broadcast or not. Just don't take the camera with you, I always say. Don't take. Oh, no, we used to have big events where one of the mic runners would take the mic to the restroom and forgot to turn the mic off. So, AV would cut them off right away, but sometimes that little first sound you just can't get to right away. So you do whatever it takes. You have a lot of fun, especially some of these events. We'd have, 500 crew, right? So you never know what was going to happen, and you just had a great time. So I want to thank everybody. This is an amazing section. Then everybody hold on, get the message out. We're moving to Russell Brunson next. It's going to be an amazing day. For myself, the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, Ava, Alicia, and the team. Karen, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Oh, this is so awesome. And wasn't that last panel just incredible? Oh, it's so wonderful to be surrounded by such amazing ladies. And so I'm so excited to have you all with us and to hear your stories. This is just so fun. So I want to start off by having you tell us about you. And so if we could start with Anne, if you could tell us about you and how you show up in the world.
Well, hi everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. I much appreciate it. I've been watching for the last few days, and such amazing leadership people and mentors on here. I'm originally from Sweden. I came here, well, I'm not going to say how many years ago, because then I'm really going to age myself. But I'm a photographer. I'm also in the marketing and AI industry. I do a lot of branding and boudoir, and I have a studio named Studio Ageless in Carlsbad. And I'm also building a brand called Branding CEO, where we help small business owners with AI and getting to the next level in their business.
Wow, photography and AI. I mean, those are two of the major tools that we use for marketing ourselves. And so thank you.
Yeah.
And I have an affinity for Scandinavia. My grandpa was born in Norway. My maiden name is Olsen. And so I just feel like Scandinavia is such a special place. So
Yes, it is.
yes. All right. Debbie, how about you? How do you show up in the world?
Well, thank you for the introduction. I was one of the people that had my head down when you opened up the camera, and it was because I was sharing out to the world.
Yay!
How I show up. All people say Debbie is a super connector. Debbie leads with her heart. Debbie serves first, and then gives back, and then asks. And so I think that that's how I show up in the world. I am an empowerment coach. I teach online classes, workshops, how to have visibility online, how to run retreats, how to build masterminds. But it really is about who are you and who do you want to serve? And then let's connect the dots so that you can do that.
Oh, I love that. I love that you're a connector, and you definitely are servant oriented. I mean, just all your comments and Nicole, your comments have just blown up. And as Michael said, it's just awesome to see the power of a team and the power of encouragement. That just means so much to have encouragement. And so thank you for what you are doing in the world, Debbie. Nicole, how about you? How do you show up in the world?
Well, thank you. And Debbie is a connector. I was so lucky to even be welcomed in here through Debbie. And so I definitely agree 100%. And how I show up in the world, I love helping women find their power, their strength, their confidence again, especially when they're maybe in a transitional moment in their life and they've lost a lot of that and lost a lot of their power and their strength. And I love to do that. I'm also, like Jackie before, I'm a fitness instructor too. So that's part of my background. I help people feel really strong in their body and in their mind. So I use both modalities so that I can really help people rise. I used to teach dancing to a lot of teens. And that was also something that was really near and dear to me. And I also help a lot of seniors also find their strength and their power again. So these are things that I just love to do, but probably my most important job is being a mom. And I am more like so grateful to be a mom to my two beautiful children. And that's huge to me.
Oh, that is huge. We talked in the last panel about how we are, affecting the future generations, whether you have children or you just, interact with youth in some way. And the service that we do in our home is the most important service, I believe. So thank you, Nicole. Thank you. That's wonderful. Okay, so I want to know what motivates you. What is your why? And Debbie, what is your why?
Well, this is super easy for me, and forgive me if I get teary-eyed because it matters so much to me. So first and foremost, I want the world to be a better place for my grandchildren and all of those that I love dearly. And then I never want anyone to feel alone. I want people to know that they have somebody in their corner and that we want the best for them, and their story, their life's experience isn't that thing that's like, squash you down, hide it. It's that thing that you got through. And because of that, you can help others. So I really encourage people to tell their story, share their message, figure out what is that message, what really matters to you. And then let's get it out into the world so that you're not the best kept secret. The ripple effect is real and I love it.
Oh, I love that. We don't want you to be the best kept secret anymore. We want to get it out there. That is awesome. And that just goes right along with your connecting and sharing those stories and helping people to not feel alone. That's my why too. And I love that because we have an epidemic of loneliness that is going on now. And I don't know if any of our listeners are feeling alone, but you are not alone. And thank you, Debbie, for helping people to not feel alone. That's one of the things that I feel as I listen to the speakers is I recognize I'm not alone. They went through that hard thing, and if they went through it and they got through it, I can take a step forward too, and that gives me hope. And so, thank you for that empowerment. How about you, Nicole?
Thank you, Debbie. Yes, that's so beautiful. And I can say she definitely really does do that in this world and helps you not feel alone. And I very much feel along those lines too. My why, I've done the exercise where you go through all the reasons of your why. And I remember getting down to the point where tears were just flowing down my face. And one of the things was I wanted through me for my children to always see that everything was possible. And I never wanted to ever have a conversation with them showing them why it wasn't. And so that has been a really deep one for me. And along with that is helping every single person that for many years, I said, I guess this just isn't for me. And I really want everybody that I'm ever engaged with or, get to work with to know that it is for you, that you do have these dreams and that we need your gifts. We need your light because there's no one like you.
Oh, that is so good. We need your gifts. We need your light. If there's somebody that you're thinking that needs some inspiration, if you could put the little @ sign or the little ampersand sign and their name in the comment, and it will highlight them, and then click on it, and that will tag them so that they can listen or share. There's a little share arrow. Share this on your social media so that people can be inspired and know that they're not alone, and that they can know that it's possible for them to. How amazing to be that role model to show your children what's possible. That's just so fantastic, Nicole. Thank you. How about you, Anne? What is your why?
Well, my why is very strong, and I do it every day in my business, and that's showing people themselves, something maybe that they can't see themselves. And how many people today feel unseen? I think particularly women over 40. All of a sudden, nobody's looking when you walk in the room. Nobody's whistling on the street. We've gone through all of these things in life, and we are becoming invisible. And that's been my mission. And my why is to bring making women feel seen again, no matter what age. And I even renamed my business to Studio Ageless, because I feel like we are, and why is there a number that's going to define who we are and if we are important or not? So for me, my why is definitely to make people feel seen and heard.
Oh, I love that. Write that down. What an amazing mission to help people to feel seen and heard, and to do that through photography. I love pictures. Oh my goodness. I love pictures because I capture the memory and then I go back and relive that memory when I look at that picture. And so what a gift you are giving to people to help women to feel seen and heard. It's so interesting because one of the things that has motivated Mo Rock to shine light on women through the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal and through podcasting is that women aren't seen. If you look on the stages, it's mostly men. I'm shocked at the statistics of how few women are even podcasters. And so, Anne, thank you for shining light and helping women to be seen and heard, because you're fulfilling Mo Rock's mission to do that through the Los Angeles Tribune. And so all of you being here are helping to fulfill that mission. So thank you for sharing your stories.
Thank you.
Oh, and Michael, I think you're muted.
Those days. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I wanted to say, the great thing about that is it is fulfilling that mission, because part of, my business partner, again, Mary Glorfield, Tony Robbins vice president for 18 years, and her mission for the rest of her time is women on stage. And so what you're saying is like speaking, that's all I've heard for the last, 7 years. And for her, even before that, because, we were both at Peak Potentials and with Harv Eker for 12 years, and she was there a long time. And it's women on stage to heal the world, make a difference, change the planet, put everything together with what you've done. And no barriers. There's no barriers, and we keep rolling. So I just wanted to say that, because the minute I heard that, I'm like,
Mary's on another call, but if Mary had heard that, she would have been like, just go. Let's do this. So we've
That's
got
right.
a lot coming up with the Tribune for all of you. So let me tell you, just stay buckled in, get ready to roll. We're going into Hyper, and it's going to be amazing. What an amazing panel. You guys are tipping the numbers. The numbers have just flown on Facebook. So keep doing it, and I'll talk to you soon. Here we go. Back to you, Karen.
Yay! That is so awesome. Boy, you struck a chord, Anne. So thank you so much. And I really appreciate that. And how awesome that is the mission of the Los Angeles Tribune. And you're all fulfilling that mission. So that's fantastic. All right. Another thing that I want to know is, as leaders, we often experience setbacks in life. And so I want to know about a setback that you have gone through, and we talked about getting back in the saddle again, in our last panel. How have you, dealt with the setback in your life and gotten back in the saddle figuratively again? And Nicole, we will start with you. Oh, except you're muted.
There, good?
Yes,
Good.
yes, we can
All
see
right,
you.
good. Well, 9 years ago, my life really took a turn. I was a stay-at-home mom to 2 beautiful children, enjoyed my life at home with them. And, from the outside, it looked like everything was perfect, but from the inside, our walls were crumbling. And my husband of 10 years had decided he no longer wanted to be married. And my dad, who had been my mentor most of my life, was dying at the same time. And I remember, being a stay-at-home mom, I was like, how do I start over again? I had let go of all my finances to my ex-husband. This was my choice. I know I did what I did. I take full responsibility, but it was a moment in my life that I just looked at my 2 little children looking at me saying, how are we going to do this? Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't know how. I'm not sure how. But I would, at night, I would sit as tears would stream down my face. And I remember hearing a message that in my mind that this just isn't it. And I know for sure it was my dad. From the time I was little, he used to always tell me I could do anything I put my mind to. And I was so grateful for his messages, because without that, I don't know. But what really, really happened in my world soon after that was women. Women came in from everywhere for me. They bought me my very first iPad. Our neighbors bought my first iPad. They came to my door and said, let's get you going again. And I remember this being a pivotal moment in my life of like, I'm surrounded by people, I'm not alone. And from there, I started to rise. And, every single time you take one step forward, somebody else comes in and helps you again and helps you again. And your confidence starts to rise. And together we do this together. I don't believe anybody is meant to do this alone.
Oh, Nicole, that is so beautiful how women stepped in to support you when you felt like your world was crumbling, your husband left you. I mean, so many of us go through these feelings of abandonment and loss in our life, losing your father. And yet those women stepped in to help you and to show you love and support and empowerment and physical help getting you in your first iPad. That's so amazing. Thank you for that example. The comments are just blowing up about, how that is impacting people. Even in Zambia, Chelsea Moses was talking about how she's learning so much. And so you women are blessing people to hear these messages. So, Anne, how about you? What is a setback or adversity that you have gone through? And how have you gone through it?
Well, my setback became my why. My mess became my message, so to speak. And for me, it was a similar story to Nicole, a little different. Same thing, went through a really bad divorce, ended up homeless with my youngest child at the time. And was more or less not myself for 6 months until I realized by listening to a lot of self-help books, actually, Lisa Nichols became one of my huge mentors that I followed. And then eventually I attracted her into my studio and got to photograph her. I mean, that's just the power of the law of attraction and believing. But to go back, I had to pick myself up because, like Lisa Nichols says, there's nobody there to rescue you. You got to rescue yourself. And that was like my pivot point that, okay, I got to pick myself up. I got to move forward. And even if it was one baby step at the time, right? Sometimes you have setbacks and you just have to pick yourself up again. So for me, it was just believing. And I know Mo Rock, if you're watching, you're going to get we've talked about this before. I had a pretend worry shelf. So I would put whatever I couldn't handle on my worry shelf. Or if it was financial, like I didn't have money to pay for certain things, I would put it on the worry shelf. And somehow money will come, or that worry will go away because I put it out there in the universe, my worry shelf, and here we are today. And that's kind of I've been investing back in myself by hiring mentors and coaches, because I didn't know, I was not a business person. I was an artist, and I had to change that story.
Right. That's so amazing how you recognized that no one was coming to rescue you. If I don't know about all of you, but wouldn't it be nice if someone did?
Yeah, there is no magic wand. Everybody thinks there's like
Yes.
this magic wand that somebody's going to come and sprinkle over you, but you are the wand,
Yes, you are the one. and even if it's just a baby step, if any of you have had adversity in your life, put a 1 in the chat. We are just having so many comments in the chat, but put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had, a difficulty in your life. I don't think a single one of us that is listening has gone through life without a difficulty. And so we are the ones that have to take proactive steps, even if it's a baby step. How about you, Debbie?
Oh, I can relate so much to both of your answers, and I'd love to have a deeper conversation. But for right now, I just have to say that one of the hardest times in my life was I was a nurse, and my body started to shut down. And I believed 100% in the medical field, and it failed me.
Ooh.
So I knew how the body should work. None of the doctors, none of the specialists could figure out what was going on. And eventually told me it's all in your head. And they made it sound like that meant there was something broken in me that couldn't be fixed. And I refused to be on pills for the rest of my life. And I started to figure out for myself and take my power back of what could this be? And there was a lot of identity shift. There was a lot of just getting to know myself more. But the path through that, I'll never forget a time when I said, my dream is for the health and wellness business to be about health and wellness, that it isn't just keeping you in a cycle of pills and something's wrong and let's fix it, but let's get to the root cause. And so that's where my journey started with empowering women, is let's get to the root cause of really what's wrong here. And then let's see the gap between what you want and what's happening. And is it a mindset, not a mind breakdown? And that we can shift that, and we can do it from an empowering point of view of what else is possible versus you're broken, there's nothing we can do, take this pill and go lay in bed forever. And so really that was my setback that changed everything in my life from that point forward.
Wow. I hope you guys were taking notes. That's really amazing, because so many of us have setbacks where we internalize it and think, I'm broken, and we feel broken, and then we make it mean that that's our identity, that we are broken. And so to claim your power and take your power back, oh, that is just such goodness. Oh my goodness. And that is challenging to do. And to have somebody like you in my life when I was going through a hard time, I would feel so grateful. I wish we could have a longer conversation, and hopefully we will. Debbie's going to have her article in the Women's Journal, so you're going to have to go read it, because she has got some really amazing gems. And so thank you for sharing that, because you taking back your power gives me permission to take back my power, and you show me how to do it. And so that is amazing. Thank you so much. That's awesome. All right. Last question. I want to know what lights you up? What is something that you have done this week that just lights you up? And Anne, we're going to start with you.
I love what I do. I'm so passionate about it. So people ask me, what do you do when you're not working? And I go, I'm working. Because I love it so much. I mean, it's my passion. So yeah, I'm right now working a lot because I'm building something. I'm in the creator mode, and I'm a creator. So yeah, that's what I love to do.
That's interesting, because I really believe that when we are creating, that is divine. We think about the creator that created us. And so when you're in the process of creating, that's divine. That lights me up too. And so when you're not working, you're working because you're having so much fun.
Yes, I love it.
That's awesome. How about you, Debbie? What is something this week that just has, that lights you up?
There has been so many things this week, and I actually have a gratitude list where I track things that are like just those magic miracle moments. And there's been so many this week. But I think the biggest thing that lit me up this week and brought me hope is that we came in as a women's empowerment journal or women's journal. And so I get that. I hang around powerful women all the time, and I know their hearts. I did not know there was as many men, and even in the sports industry, that believe the same thing we believe. And so for what brings me joy is connecting and then celebrating these moments, these aha moments and these takeaways, so that it actually anchors in our body and it becomes part of who we are.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you for celebrating these men. When I heard these boxers and these fighters, and their heart and how they love each other and they want to give back and help empower youth, McGuire and Mercer and, Sugar Shane Mosley. I mean, just so much goodness. I can't remember all of them, but it was just so empowering. And I happen to have one of my dearest friends is a UFC champion, and he has a heart of gold. And so, I tagged him during that time. His name is Ricky Landell, and I just thought, oh, you've got to hear this because he works with fighters and he has that kind of a heart. And how wonderful that we can celebrate that heart in each other. That's awesome. How about you, Nicole? What lights you up?
Well, this week has lit me up so much. I can't even express by coming in and listening to the speakers. My whole heart has just grown so big because it's really shown me in the world how many people are here trying to help others. And I took away so much. What I love is to learn. I love to learn. And then I love to be able to give what I've learned to others. And so this week I've just taken it so much. And I've been sharing it with my kids. I've been sharing it with my mom. I've been sharing it with people that will listen to me. But what I really love is learning about possibility, learning about what there is out there for us, and also supporting each other. This to me is one of the most beautiful things, is to find the people that you can just continue to cheer on and watch them fly, because the more that we fly, the more that each person flies, the better this world's going to be. And so this has lit me up huge this week. So I'm just so grateful. So thank you.
Oh my goodness. That just makes me so happy, to how you are flying. And then, and just like we talked about with Debbie and Ann, then I'm excited seeing you fly, and that gives me permission to fly too. And so you are giving all of our audience members permission to fly. And thank you, Michael, for giving us the opportunity to share our stories, because this week has lit me up too.
It's been, what a great experience, because learning to fly, we got so many comments have come. And if you look at the comments every day, I mean, we had one on Friday, 1,700 comments. Give that a round of applause. That means people are engaged and they're listening and they're learning, and it's time to really fly and move out there. This is Carla was one of our panelists, right? Who runs part of a multi-billion-dollar network, and they're spending time with us because they're learning and they're getting it, and they're thinking because there's always a way to learn. We're learning every single day. We're making a difference every single day, and as we change, that drives us to sort of the future of where things are going, our future, and it only gets better from there. So I want to give these panelists a thunderous round of applause, everybody. If you want to do a round of applause, we always put ones. Put a 5 in there. Let's do something different, right? Let's put a 5 in there and just give these panelists a thunderous round of applause for the last 2 panels. It's been a great day, and there you go. Golden nuggets look at this. The comments are coming. Here come the 5. Here comes the 5. Watch this one. That's a bunch of 5s. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Here we go. And it's really making a difference as we do this, as we make a difference in other people's lives. And I want to thank you panelists so much. And Karen, you'll stay on with me for just a minute, but you guys are amazing. I'll talk to you soon. I made lots of comments too. Oh, we got more. Awesome. What a great group. Karen, you did a brilliant job. That was just brilliant. What 2 great panels. You tipped our numbers at over 900 viewers and more. And that's just on one channel, right? So let alone, on days we're running, in the hundreds of thousands. It's just amazing what we see happening because we are bringing that education and information and really being there. And it makes a difference every day. So Karen, for myself and Mo and Ava and Alicia, but myself and Mo, your brilliance that you've brought forward and you just stepping up and saying, I'll do it. Running this amazing group of women really is what's happening. And your leadership has just blown us away. And thank you so much. Thank you. We're so excited to be launching the Spanish Journal and the Women's Journal and the Vietnam Journal and so much more to come. And you're such a big part in everything we're doing. So hats off to you, Karen. Big round of applause from all of us at the Tribune.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for
You're
the
welcome.
honor to be able to have this opportunity.
You're welcome. Now go have a good day, even though I know you'll be making notes all day long.
Yes,
But,
I will.
yeah, just have a great time. You're amazing. Bye, Karen.
Bye.
Everybody, it is the education and learning and really us getting to know each other. And my co-hosts are coming back on because I see like screens popping right and left. Here we go. Mo, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Michael, and what an amazing job that Karen Hall just did facilitating that incredible conversation with some more thought leaders. And when, the 7 days were up, we collectively as a team asked ourselves a question: do we want the leadership week to be over? And the answer that I got from everyone was no. So we're still kicking it off with one bonus day here, bonus day 8. And, the cliche saying, we saved some of the best for last, and some of the most impactful leaders that we've ever had on this platform will be joining us today. I'm very thrilled. I'm very excited. And I know we have a lot in store here coming up here in a couple minutes. I know we're going to I believe our producer is whispering in my ear here that we're going to be watching an interview with Mark Victor Hansen here in a couple minutes. And then I believe my producer is also whispering in my ear that we have a very incredible special guest right after we watch this replay. Now, this conversation we had with Mark and Crystal Hansen was such a beautiful conversation because it was all about philanthropy. It was all about giving back. It was all about being of service. And, we all know how much the Chicken Soup for the Soul series has impacted the world and how much the work that Mark Victor Hansen is doing today is continuing to impact the world. And so in a couple minutes, we'll be playing that clip. And then after that, after you take some notes, listening to Mark, listening to Crystal, writing down notes about being a leader that focuses on service, then we're going to have a lovely segment, and of course our very own Rex Sykes, who leave a comment in the chat. Send Rex Sykes some more love. I'm just going to keep doing this, Rex. Every time you go on the screen, send some comments of love and healing for Mr. Rex Sykes. Yesterday at this time, Rex Sykes was laying in a hospital bed, and today here he is live on the air, ready to go. And we're just grateful for you, Rex. So send some comments, shower Rex with love, let him know how much he's appreciated to all the folks here in the community. Mr. Rex Sykes, please.
Thank you for that. And you know what? That would be a good practice for everyone to do always, not just for me, but to each other and all the people in their lives. So, make it a point every day to spread the love and share the love around. I want to kind of pre-introduce my guest coming up because I suspect a lot of people know who he is and the numbers continue to grow. So let me just say that over the past 19 years, Russell Brunson has built a following of over 1 million entrepreneurs and become a New York Times best-selling author by selling hundreds of thousands of copies of his books. And he's popularized the concept of sales funnels and co-founded a software company called ClickFunnels that's helped tens of thousands of entrepreneurs quickly get their message out to the marketplace. And he's also founded a company called Secrets of Success, which embraces his philosophy on personal development, that success is achieved through constant learning and growth. And he encourages others to embrace a mindset of abundance, to focus on providing value to others, and to never give up their dreams. And with his boundless energy and enthusiasm, Russell is a powerful motivator and mentor to countless entrepreneurs around the world. And we're going to have him coming up in just a little while to share some new exciting news, some events that are going on, but some other things as well. And then we have a special surprise during that time too. So make sure that you're paying attention, and please do go ahead right now and invite others so that they can come and join us. You can put all of your yeses and I love this, or I love Russell in the chat. Send us lots of love and enthusiasm. But now's the time to also watch the video, but also invite your friends and family.
Absolutely. Please share. Let the folks know that there will be a very special live program here with Russell Brunson coming up shortly. And with that, executive producer Ava Manuel, are we going to be airing a video? Okay. With that, I believe we're going to be airing a video. Executive producer Ava, please take it away. Thank you so much. And continue to leave comments in the chat room while our producer goes ahead and plays that video. Play it whenever the video is ready, Ava. Leave comments. Send some love to Rex. Today, we're going to just continue to shower Rex Sykes with love and healing vibrations. So whenever that video is ready, please play it. But in the meantime, please play it. Go ahead. But in the meantime, send comments. Okay, well, until Ava plays the video, I'm just going to keep letting the audience know to send Rex love. Send Rex love. Play the video off.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back to a very, very special edition of the Mo Rock Show. Today, we're honored to have some living legends amongst us. And I say that with no hyperbole when it comes to impact in the world, impact for human civilization. I'm very excited because we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking to the definition of what I call a power couple. You see, a lot of people use the term power couple so loosely. But today we're actually going to examine what does a true power couple in today's world look like. And what I'm excited about, Ava, Alicia, and Rex, is not only are we going to be able to spend the next 30 minutes celebrating leadership, because this is a special program that's also part of the LA Leadership Week, we're also going to celebrate service. And as many people here in our community know, recently we were awarded with the privilege and the fiduciary responsibility here at the Los Angeles Tribune, working directly with AmeriCorps as well as the Office of the President to recognize individuals that have committed their lives to acts of service. And in fact, yesterday we had a wonderful ceremony in Temecula, California, where we were able to honor 7 individuals that have given back to the community, that have worked hard to make the world a better place. And today we're excited because Mark and Crystal Hansen are also amongst some of our recipients that we were able to nominate and present this honor to. And it's not, as I've always said, Ava, Alicia, and Rex, it's not about any of the single individuals. It's about what it represents, service. And with that, Ava, Alicia, Rex, some quick opening statements before we bring up Mark and Crystal Hansen. Ava, please.
Thank you. Well, Mo, that was such a beautiful introduction. We are really thrilled to have Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Dwyer Hansen with us today on National Volunteer Week. Could not be any better. We're celebrating both leadership and volunteerism, and really diving into the many ways, if we can even count the many ways that they give back and make our world a better place. I'm excited. And Mo, back to you.
Alicia, please.
Yes, it is such an honor and a delight to be able to recognize individuals that in the community that are serving individuals near and far through their philanthropic endeavors, through getting them to think a different way, act a different way, providing food, shelter needs. There are so many societal issues that community service works on and touches. And Mark and Crystal have done so much for the community and shifting mindsets and being able to support and provide for other individuals. So we are just delighted and honor Mark and Crystal to have you with us here today.
Thank you, Alicia. Rex Sykes.
When it comes to Crystal and Mark Hansen, there may be some or a few people in the world who don't know them by their name, but I would venture to a huge guess that most people know them by the legacy work that they've left behind, and they're still doing it. They contributed to so many millions of people. They've reached heights of being able to make certain accomplishments that other people are hoping someday to be able to do just a little bit as much as what Mark and Crystal have done. So it's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be able to nominate them for all of the work, philanthropic and otherwise, that they have done over the years.
And with that, we want to welcome them to our virtual stage. Mark and Crystal Hansen, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Of course, this is a special part of our LA Leadership Week, where we have assembled some of the top thought leaders from around the world to discuss leadership. And let's start here. Let's start with what's the importance, and this question is for the two of you, of service-centered leadership. Leadership that is about giving back to our fellow man, giving back to the fellow living organisms here on planet Earth. What is the importance of service-centered leadership? And we'll kick it off with Crystal Hansen, please.
Service-centered leadership. I just think that, none of us can do this life alone, you guys. We all need each other. And when you've been blessed, you need to bless other people back. There are other people, and it's not because they're lazy or they're not desirous of having better things. There are a lot of people out there who need a little extra help. None of us understands what circumstances life's going to deliver to us. We don't know. And I think, one of the first things that I got involved in, one of the biggest projects, the first big project I did, I decided to send my kids to Catholic school. And because I love the idea that they would all be dressed in the same uniforms, that, what they would stand out on their heart and their intelligence and their own academic achievements. It wasn't about whether or not your parents could buy you the fanciest jeans. And so when it came time to do the fall festival, which was their big fundraiser of the year, no one stepped up to do it. So I just thought, if I don't do it, no one's going to. So I stepped in there, and it was the most amazing experience. It was one of the most amazing projects I've ever worked on. We raised a record amount of money that year for the school. And the thing that was so beautiful about that school is kids would come on scholarship. So no one knew how much money your parents made. And it meant so much to me that I just sort of became addicted to giving back and understanding how much you really can make a difference. Your leadership and your serviceship really does matter.
Thank you for that, Crystal and Mark.
So we philosophically believe you got to serve for the sake of serving, give for the sake of giving, and love for the sake of loving. And we obviously know that leadership starts inside out. So you got to study it, think about it, and say, what are your high values? What is it that you're the penultimate of values? And the penultimate of values, one of the master teachers said, is the greatest amongst you is servant of all. And so every book we've ever written, we tithe on every book. And yes, I wrote a book on tithing, and you can go to my website and get it free, called The Miracle of Tithing. And businessmen look and say, what's the miracle of tithing? And I said, you haven't been tithed enough lately. Anyhow, we teach the 5 T's. And the first one is thankfulness, because you got to be thankful for everything. I mean, thankful for I get to keep breathing, thankful that I'm upright at 76. I'm going to live to be 127 with options for renewal. I have a quality of life. But thankful. Then the next thing you give is you got to give your thinking. Then you got to give your time. Then you got to give your talent. And all of us have more talent than we've ever tried to maximize. And when you start maximizing, like Crystal said, a blessing's only a blessing when you give it away. When you give it away, it comes back multiplied, magnetized, and magnified. So you tithe your thankfulness first, thinking, time, talent, and then your treasure. But every philanthropic organization starts out with a treasure, although we do that on every book. And that's why, I've as a nonfiction author, according to Guinness Book of Records, I've sold the most books in human history, because we tithe on every book. And I'm getting royalties on books I did 50 years ago. So this is like a really good, what in our book business called a long tail. It is a really good deal.
That's incredible, Mark and Crystal, and I want to congratulate the two of you on being nominated for the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Let's talk a little bit before we kick it off to Rex, who I know has a question. Talk a little bit, if the two of you would, about the work that you two have done in your lives that some people may not be aware of, because we know in this community that the two of you have lived a life of service. We know that the two of you have done a lot of things behind closed doors, not in front of the cameras. And so we just want to give an opportunity for the two of you to share a little bit about some of the things that maybe publicly you haven't really shared, because we know the two of you don't brag about yourselves. But take a minute, please, and just share, not from a place of hubris, but from a place of inspiration, because we want to give the community here ideas and plant the seeds of what service may look like. Please, Mark and Crystal.
So one of the organizations that Mark and I really have a heart for and became very involved in is childhelp.org. So these two beautiful women who are now 89 years old started this organization. They were actually beautiful young actresses. And back in the time when they were doing the USO tours, they got called on a USO tour to go entertain the troops overseas. Well, it just turns out they were walking out in a typhoon one night. They got a little restless. They were supposed to stay in the hotel. They walk out and they stumble onto this is during World War II. They stumble onto these children huddled on the sidewalk, freezing with no shoes. And they said, where's your papa-san, mama-san? Why are you out here by yourself? It's dangerous. And they said, no papa-san, no mama-san. So they gathered these kids up in their coats, took them back to the hotel, bathed them, fed them. They had the maids help sneak them in. And then they looked at each other and said, what are we going to do with these kids? And the general found out they were hiding these kids in the room. And he said, you have to get rid of them. And they said, no, we found out that orphanages are putting, half-breed children that were mixed race, probably the children of a lot of our, men in uniform, because they were letting the purebred Japanese kids stay in the orphanages. Those kids were considered not as important, not as valuable. So they just said, we won't give them up. They spent the next day they had off, they cruised the entire city. He gave them a car to help them go around, and they went to every single orphanage, and none of them would take these kids until at the end of the day, they found a woman named Mama Kin, who was basically in a little hovel. There were no windows or doors on this place. The kids were warming themselves around a hibachi stove. And they said, please, will you take these kids? And she said, I will take them, but you can see I have nothing. I don't have any more food for them. If you can help me get some food. And they said right then, we promise you, we will provide the food forever for the rest of your days if you will take these kids. And they started from that effort, Orphanages International, They got the military men. Later that evening, when they were entertaining the troops, they passed around the hat and said, guess what? You're going to put up your money because these might be your kids. And we want a bunch of volunteers to come over and help us rebuild this building. So they started that organization. They sent home, asked their friends and family, friends in Hollywood for money. They funded that organization. When the Vietnam War came along, they'd gotten so much notoriety for their heartfelt work that they were asked by the generals to come in and help these other kids in Vietnam who were being thrown away, basically. They conducted the biggest operation called Operation Baby Lift. They got several thousand babies that they were getting ready to kill, the Viet Cong. And so they arranged for all those children to come over to here and to Canada and be adopted. And they had the parents waiting, and they matched them up with the little bracelet with the number of the baby. And the photos of this are just so heartwarming, you guys, these little boxes of babies. So that started, eventually Nancy Reagan came to them and said, you need to help the crisis here in the United States, which is, they said, what crisis? You know, kids are pretty good here. And they said, no, child abuse. Children are being abused horribly every day. And sometimes it's at the hands of their own caretakers. So they said, we need to do a study on it. We don't know anything about it. Nancy Reagan had a check to them the next week for $25,000. They did a study. They found out, sure enough, kids desperately needed this help. They started childhelp.org. And when Mark wrote Chicken Soup for the Child Soul, there was an organization they tied to on every book. And I think that's why these books were successful, because the 10%, the first 10% was given back to God's work. And so that was the organization that received that 10% from Chicken Soup for the Child Soul. And since then, Mark and I have just stayed involved. They asked us one year to run this campaign for their 60th anniversary. And I'm telling you, we don't have any time to run a campaign, but we couldn't say no. So we did it. And we were able to get a lot of new people involved, raise a lot of money. And, you know, we've just always trusted God that, you know, this, you know, every act of, what is it? I'm saying Emerson's, every act is its own reward, right? That's what Emerson says, right? So when you're giving of yourself, you don't have to think about, oh gosh, I'm giving my valuable time away. Is this ever going to come back to me? I promise you that every good act you do is its own reward. And I really feel that is why Mark and I have been so blessed, is because we're not afraid to give. And the giving often has to come first before you really see the greatest blessings.
So, can I add to that, Mo?
We would love for you to add to that, Mark, please.
So first of all, Child Help, which we're still on the board of directors of, so we're regulars, and they're headquartered here. These two ladies who are turning 90 in just scant days have more energy than most 20-year-olds. So they're just beyond amazing. But we've helped 12.5 million kids in neglect and abuse predominantly. And it just is wonderful. But I want to jump topics and say, when Liddy Dole came to me and said, look, Mark, you've written more books than anybody. Now it's the number's 3. We're just about ready to publish 322nd book under my name. Anyhow, that's 50 years of, and they're still selling, thank God. Anyhow, Liddy Dole said, hey, look, we're out of blood. And as great as American doctors are, we have no such thing as pseudo blood, false, fake blood. You've got to have human blood go to human that's compatible. And so I said, well, let's go to medical doctors. She said, we tried that. They said, no, thanks, even though they see blood and guts all the time. So, well, wait, I work for a market, but the biggest market that could do it quick would be the chiropractors. I have trained them how to have high volume practices and got 3 honorary of my 10 honorary doctorates in chiropractic and humanitarian awards and all that. And I said, I wrote out all the chiropractors. I said, you're going to call 800 Give Life. People watching can still do that. And, you know, find out where to give a pint of blood. But they all did it at their offices. We gave a little 3-pot chicken soup book with 3 parts. Everybody who gave blood, they reactivated all their old patients. 25 million patients came in. We got enough blood cryogenically frozen for the next 3 years in advance and saved a lot of lives. Now, let's do it today. If you've never given blood, you ought to do it because it'll make you feel better. You live longer, you're more flexible. And the other little thing you can do, assuming you're going to die someday, is write on your driver's license that you want all your blood when they suck it out and put all that other stuff in, if you're going to be buried or cremated, give it back, because every pint of blood saves 9 lives. And I'm still spokesperson for the Red Cross. We totally are believers, and I believe a lot of people watching this, because they're into the volunteerism, if you're a 10-gallon giver, you've saved 10,000 lives. It just is such amazing thing. And people say, well, I don't have anything to give. You can give a smile, you can give a pat on the back, you can give an encouraging word, and additionally plus yourself by giving a pint of blood.
Incredible. And Rex, I know you have a question very briefly, please.
Well, they pretty much answered my question before I get the chance to ask it, but I want to say that I really appreciated the opening, Crystal, that you made, where you said people need help and they're not necessarily lazy. They just need a helping hand. You know, and throughout history, there have been those people who think, well, the people who don't have as much as the other people are lazy, or they're freeloaders, or they want something. Leadership in our country, in the United States, typically is a military model. We think in terms of leaders in that way, but what you describe is servant leadership, the ability to serve, to give first, and not be concerned so much about the reward. Now, yes, you are exemplars in terms of your ability to give, your ability to manifest, and the money that you have. So for those people that don't, and that don't understand that they can give, as you just said, of anything, how can other people take that kind of servant leadership role, as, say, a Mother Teresa did? You know, Mother Teresa had no nickels to rub together, but she's one of the most influential and powerful women in the world.
Yeah, you know, Rex, I think it really starts with just looking at the world around you, looking at the world closest to you, because that's really how I fell in love with giving and serving. When, you know, my children, I had this kind of argument with my husband. He wanted to send them to this really exclusive school that was super expensive. And I said, no, I don't want that to be their badge of honor, that what we can pay for them. I want them to stand out on their own service. You know, I want them to pray with other children. I don't want them to be judged by the clothes we can buy them. I want them to be judged by their own academics, by their own kindness, by the things they can do. So when we got to that school, you know, there's always a lot of need, because a lot of these children are coming on scholarship. And so I just saw the need. And what was interesting, you know, when there was another mother, her name was Susie May. And so I was asked to be the chair of this, you know, fall festival. And the most they'd ever raised was like $35,000. They said, there's a big trailer out back, and that's where we keep all the stuff. You can find all the games and stuff, and you can read out. Not a model. There was no model for really much what to do. And I lost my co-chair. She changed schools right a couple of weeks after we got, you know, assigned to this. So I was the only chair. But fortunately, there was one other mom, and we went into this old trailer where they kept like an old, you know, like a train car kind of thing. And we started digging through this, and we realized that everybody who had run that event before, when they were done with their thing, they just threw everything in there and left. And it was the biggest mess. And she and I, nobody else wanted to help us with this. So we just said, we're going to do this. This isn't how we run our own homes. We spent many days sorting through junk, and rats had gotten into this trailer, and it was such a mess. But we unwound everything. We had some helpers, you know, with the janitor and stuff at the school. But we reorganized this trailer, and in doing that, and really putting our own hearts and souls into it, and doing it, treating it like we would our own, you know, home, our own project. We're out there sweeping it out ourselves, cleaning all this mess up. We found so many cool things that we could use for this festival that people had forgotten about through the years, because everybody was just too busy to take the time to see how we could do this best. So we not only left the place much more organized so the next team could take over the following year, but we raised a record $67,000, which is a lot for, you know, a little school fall festival. Just because we treated it with care, like we'd want, you know, something of our own to be treated. I think if people look around their lives and say, how can I help? Even what, you know, your kids' schools might need help, your neighborhood, your community, what community centers could you just step down to? We've taken the kids down and served at the homeless shelter. We want them to see that there are people who wake up every day and they don't have a meal. They don't have a fridge to go open, and whip up some good dish, to eat. So it's just important for all of us, I think, to be aware that we all get, we're all narcissistic. We get wrapped up in our own lives and we start thinking it's so hard for me. But the best gift you can give yourself is go get involved with someone else who probably has it a little harder than you. It will change your life more than anything you do.
Rex, I'd like to also add about Mother Teresa, with your permission, and two quick stories about Mother Teresa. She's 57 years young. I don't ever call people old because that'd be a misnomer for anyone, but she's 57, living in Calcutta, which I lived in India for a year, so I'm real clear what this place is like. And the caste goes from Brahmin down to untouchable, and she sees an untouchable on the street, but she sees Christ in his eyes, so she picks him up like a little fork loader, takes him home, goes to the head of the archdiocese and said, I want to start Sisters of Charity to take care of these people. The guy said, the head bishop said, well, how much money you got? She said, 3 cents. I said, 3 cents, you can't start that. She answered like you just asked, 3 cents in God, I can do anything. And obviously she did. And my younger brother, Brian, said he was with her with 90,000 people one time. And he said, I thought you were good at asking money at churches, Mark, but nothing compared to her. She tipped every one of us upside down 3 times and poured out our pockets. And I gave, and I said, well, you can give, and it'll come back multiplied. Second story is, I was on the board of the world's biggest airline for 15 years, Evergreen. All the all the UPS planes, we painted them brown, we wore brown outfits, our people did. And it was just an amazing deal. And top sleep doctor, still alive, and one of my close friends for 50 years, Dr. Lou Tartaglia, who goes by Dr. T, out at Cleveland University in medical school. Brilliant guy. Called me up and said, hey, look, I know you're on the board of that airline and you guys fly to India. Is there anything you can do to get me there? I got to go see Mother Teresa. So I said, yeah, let me call the head of the company, the guy who owns it. One guy owns it, Del Smith. I called Del. He said, just one condition, Mark. I said, anything. What is it? He said, I get to go meet Mother Teresa with Dr. T. I said, I think that's okay with T. He just wants to go. They get there and the gatekeeper says, look, we wrote you a letter. You didn't get it, Dr. Tartaglia? He said, no. Said, no, she's not going to see you today. She's not feeling well. I said, well, the letter didn't arrive. He hears her voice because he'd watched all the videos and he needed to get with her. And she is arguing in Italian with one of the brothers who's saying, hey, look, we need people that do the AA program and all the GA program and all that. And Lou walks through the gatekeeper, gets up to Mother Teresa, who's saying to Brother Angelo, God will provide, God will provide. And Dr. T said, Mother Teresa, I am Dr. T, and I want you to know I not only an American trained medical doctor, but I have trained in Italy, postgraduate work, and I speak fluent Italian, got 5 kids, can't miss it, and I can really help him. She looks at him and says, see, God will provide.
Amazing. What a great story, Mark and Crystal, and I want to thank my colleagues, Ava, Alicia, and Rex, who'll be doing a wrap-up program here. And I know we only have a couple minutes left, so I want to switch gears. And first of all, just congratulate the two of you again on being official recipients of the President's Lifetime Achievement Award, number one. And number two, I want to talk a little bit about publishing in closing, Mark and Crystal. And I know we have a couple minutes left with the two of you. Readers of our latest Special Thought Leader edition noticed that one of the best-selling books is, of course, Ask, by Mark and Crystal Hansen. And it's an official Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. You can see alongside the likes of Oprah Winfrey, etc., and Jay Shetty, who've also made the list of our latest best-selling recommended bestsellers. And I want to ask you, Mark, and no pun intended, exactly. I want to ask you, no pun intended, look at that beautiful book, for aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author for individuals that are seeking that type of recognition, please?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time, and Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, boy, you're hogging lists. I said, no, we just sell more books than anybody alive. So they're gone. And then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times. And I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world, because you're playing literally a world game. And what you and I have talked about is that we want not just Americans to read, not just people that speak English to read, but literally, and we're thankful. We think everybody needs to have Ask, and Crystal did the best cover in the world on it. But the fact of the matter is, everyone knows the line, ask and you'll receive, but they don't know how to do it. And we teach how to ask yourself, ask others, ask God, and it'll change your life. That's number 1. Number 2 is that we own a publishing company now because we want to make sure, like your newspaper that goes out everywhere, and I used to deliver papers like the Chicago Tribune, so I'm really clear what this is like. And now you're doing it to the whole world. We want to get everybody published, and we own Mark Victor Hansen Library, where we ghost write books for fiction, nonfiction, and biography. And we want to help everybody get published because, like you, everyone's got a story, and we want to bring your impact story to life, because when you do, your life gets bigger, it gets brighter, it gets better, it gets more wholesome, and you are honoring those who have the ability to write. And we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing. And the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. And so I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, New York Times and you. I mean, it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world. And Mark and I have, lived our lives through books in so many ways in terms of reading. We were both avid readers when we were young. Books shaped us, helped form us, helped teach us. And that's what we do with our writing. And so it's just a very important thing to the world.
If I may add, we believe everybody's got to read 10 minutes a day, whether you do it first thing in the morning when you wake up. And we're saying, hey, read something positive, uplifting, that is soul, mind, and body, and result nourishing. And that's the kind of stuff we write. But there's a lot of our colleagues, and we admire every one of them. And you've been very kind to host us with Ava and Rex and Alicia. It's just been extraordinary experience to befriend you all.
Mark and Crystal Hansen, thank you for the stand that the two of you make and the example that the two of you set for what's truly possible when it comes to power couples. And we hope that all the couples watching learn from this example to be service-centric. Thank you to the two of you. And until next time, this has been a special edition of the Mo Rock Show, where we're honoring Mark and Crystal Hansen, as well as celebrating leaders all week right here on the LA Leadership Week. Mark and Crystal, I appreciate the two of you. Thank you both. We'll be in touch very soon. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
Wow. Well, thank you, Mo. That's so very cool. A great moment there. And I want to tell everyone how thrilled I am by my next guest, our next guest, because it is Mr. Russell Brunson. Now, I introduced him earlier, but I'm going to introduce him again because over the past 19 years, Russell has built a following of over 1 million entrepreneurs and has become a best-selling New York Times best-selling author by selling hundreds of thousands of copies of his books. He's popularized the concept of sale funnels and co-founded a software company called ClickFunnels that helps tens of thousands of entrepreneurs quickly get their message out to the marketplace. Now, he's also founded a company called Secrets of Success, which is absolutely another company you want to know about, and it embraces his philosophy on the personal development, on personal development, and that success is achieved through constant learning and growth. Russell encourages others to embrace a mindset of abundance, to focus on providing value to others, and to never give up on your dreams. So with his boundless enthusiasm and his energy, Russell is a powerful motivator and mentor to countless entrepreneurs around the world, and it pleases me to be able to bring him to us today. And here's Mr. Russell Brunson.
Hey, everybody. How you doing, Rex?
I'm great, Russell. How about you?
I'm doing so good today. So excited to be here with you guys.
I am thrilled that you're here and you're making a difference for so many lives in the world right now. You've got a 3-day Napoleon Hill Challenge going on, and we're going to tell everybody about that. In fact, why don't you tell us a little bit about that if you want?
Yeah, we just finished day number 1, which was really fun, but we're doing this 3-day challenge because I love Napoleon Hill. I love all his teachings. And we actually found some, Don Green from the foundation sent me over some old video archival footage of Napoleon Hill. And so we're doing this challenge. It's not just me teaching it. Basically I'll set up a principle and then watch a video of Napoleon Hill actually teaching it, which is like the coolest thing. I feel like I'm at a Napoleon Hill seminar with him teaching to me. So that's what we were doing today for the last couple hours, and we're doing the next 2 days, and just sharing these principles from Napoleon Hill that have changed my life, and I know changed your life and so many people's lives. And so, it's been so much fun to kind of share his message with, a whole new generation of entrepreneurs and business people.
Well, that's so beautiful. We're going to run the link that people can join in the scroll there. It'll also be in the chat. And if you're in the chat and you're watching Russell and I and the rest of our guests here on the Tribune, be sure to say hey in the chat and how much you like it, or if you're a fan and friend of Russell's for years, let us know, because we want to hear from you. That's fantastic. Russell, let me ask you this, because as a fan of Napoleon Hill and somebody who has embodied his principles, how did you apply the principles of Napoleon Hill to create the business to become the iconic leader that you are? Because you are truly an iconic leader.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. As you know, we could talk about this for days on end, but there were 2 that had, I think, the biggest, most profound impact on me. When I first read his book 20 years ago, I was trying to start a business, but I was just kind of, I was showing up. I was like reading books and listening to podcasts and kind of but I wasn't doing much. I was kind of like in this, Napoleon Hill calls it hypnotic rhythm, where I'm just kind of like, I'm there, but nothing, I wasn't like pursuing anything other than just, I was trying to make some money, right? And I remember the first time I read Think and Grow Rich, the first principle that like really struck me hard, he talked about the fact that if you want to be successful, like you have to have a definite purpose. And it wasn't just like a purpose or like, oh, I'm going to try to make money or be wealthy or whatever. It was like a definite purpose. Like, this is exactly what I want and when I want it and what I'm willing to do for that. And I remember like he started saying that and I started thinking like, well, what do I actually want? And like, do I even know what I want? You know, most people wander through life because they're not specific enough in what they actually want. And Napoleon Hill describes it not as like, just as picking a purpose, but he calls it a definite purpose. Like, what's your definite purpose that you were pursuing, that you were trying to do? And I remember at the time I was thinking about parts of my life. Like when I was growing up, I was a wrestler. And I remember when I first started wrestling, same thing. I was kind of wrestling. I was trying to practice. I was in this like hypnotic rhythm, but I wasn't going anywhere until one day, it was the end of the season. I remember going with my dad to the state tournament and there was a kid on my team who won the state title. I remember watching him wrestle in the finals and he won and he got his hand raised. And all I remember is like, I saw that moment. I was like, that is the thing I want more than anything in this world. I want that feeling. I want to be a state champion. And it was a definite purpose. And it was like, I want to be a state champion by next year. And I'm going to do everything to figure that out. And then instead of me just being in this hypnotic rhythm, I was like pursuing something with all of my heart, my mind, everything I had to go pursue it. And within 2 years, I became a state champion. And then the same thing was true in business. Like when I read Napoleon's whole book, I was like trying to figure out like, what's my purpose? Like, what do I even want to do? And I remember seeing, there was this guy at the time, his name was John Reese, and he had launched his course. It was a $1,000 course. I remember he sold in 18 hours, he sold 1,000 copies of a $1,000 course, which you do the math on, that's $1 million in sales in one day. And I was like, okay, that's what I want. I want to figure out how to do that. And so I started I had a definite purpose. Like, I'm going to go create a course. I'm going to put it together. I'm going to figure out how to sell 1,000 copies because that would be $1 million. And like, now I had a definite purpose for me to start pursuing. So for me, that was the first thing I really learned from Napoleon Hill, was just like figuring out a definite purpose and then running towards it. And then the second principle, again, there's so many good principles, but the second one that was really big for me, excuse me, when he talked about the power of a mastermind group. And in the book, the book Think and Grow Rich, he tells this really cool story about Henry Ford, how like some newspaper article said that he wasn't very intelligent, and he got so mad he sued the newspaper and then going to court over it. And so then the attorney was trying to prove to everybody else in the court that Henry Ford was not intelligent. So he was asking him all these questions about history and about law and about all these things. And Henry Ford gets frustrated, and finally he stops everyone and says, do you realize, I don't fill my head with all this nonsense, but he's like, I have a thing on my desk with a bunch of buttons. He's like, I can push a button on my desk and within minutes I can get the answer to any question you want. And he goes on to talk about the power of a mastermind, where you don't have to know everything, but you create this mastermind group of people who can help you to achieve anything you want. And when I read that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so big for me, because I was starting my business. I had this goal. I want to sell 1 million copies of a course in a year. I'm like, I don't know how to make a course, how to edit videos, how to set up a website, how to design graphics, how to write copy, how to do advert. I don't know how to do any of those things. And if I had to go learn every single one of those things, it never would have happened. So instead, I did what Napoleon Hill said. I said, okay, I'm going to create a mastermind group of people. So I found somebody who's really good at designing stuff, someone who's really good at running ads. And I started assembling this dream team together of a mastermind group. And then I said, this is the vision. This is the definite purpose I'm trying to achieve. And we all worked together. And within a very short period of time, we hit that. So for me, like, those were the two, the two principles from Napoleon Hill that like helped me to be successful in business, was like understanding a definite purpose. I knew where I was going. And number two is like, who's the mastermind group? I always think about it like, I don't know if you guys are Marvel fans or DC fans. In Marvel universe, there's the Avengers, right? Like the Avengers, they assemble all the Avengers to go pursue the goal. In DC, it's like the Justice League, right? And they get all the people, but it was the same thing. Like I had a definite purpose. Now I'm gonna make my team, my mastermind group, my Avengers team to go and conquer that goal. And by doing that, I shortcutted my success, because I didn't have to go learn how to do everything. I just found the right who's, the people who knew how to do that. We built a team and then we went together. And so those are two, again, so many good principles, but those two had the biggest, most profound impact on me for sure.
Wow. Well, we should tell everybody that the 3-day challenge started today, and everybody got to benefit from some of the things that you just said, but it was about those two principles. So if they want to get more, they should go back and get more. But you had Tom Bilyeu and Sharon Lecter talking about these very concepts, definite, and also Dean Graciosi, and was it Karen? I forgot. So you know what? We'll keep it as a surprise. They can go sign up right now and find out who the fourth person talking today was besides you.
And the replays will be up till like midnight tonight. So if you guys go there, you can go and watch the replays from everything that just happened today, so you won't have to miss it.
So on top of all the value that you've just added, what principles, I mean, I almost hesitate to ask the question because I think you've answered the question, but the global audience of the Los Angeles Tribune right now, they hear what you say, but they don't maybe know or understand yet how to apply it. Now they can get that from the challenge. They'll get more tips and suggestions from you and others in the challenge. But right now, with where we're at, if there's something that they can do right today that they could walk away with, something they could apply right now.
Yeah, I think for me, it goes back to what we talked about, but it's actually stopping and sitting down. Like for years, I heard people talk about these principles, but once I sat down and said, okay, what is my definite purpose? Like, what is that thing I really want? And being in the spot where you could actually write it down. In fact, I found if you Google Bruce Lee definite purpose, Bruce Lee, who was a huge Napoleon Hill fan, I found a picture of his old daytimer, and he had like blocked out like studying Napoleon Hill every morning. Like he was a huge Napoleon Hill fan, but he wrote out like it says my definite chief aim, and then he wrote it exactly down. And I remember I found that and I printed it out. And I was like Bruce Lee, who became one of the most iconic figures of our generation. Like he had this written out and printed out and like on his wall. So the first thing is like, don't just think like, oh, I want to be successful. Like actually write it down, print it out, put it on a wall where you see it every single day, like right next to your desk. So it's just like every time you come in, it's like, oh, that's my purpose. Because you have to, like the world is always distracting us, right? We're always distracted by a million things. And so having a spot where like every time you get distracted, you really look up and you see it right there, like, oh yeah, that's my purpose. Get back to work, focus again. Like that's one of the biggest things I think people are missing. And then number two is with building the mastermind, the key, like the problem I see what people do with masterminds is they build a mastermind of people who are just like them because they're like hanging out with people who are similar to them. The key is not that. The key is figuring out, okay, what are your strengths? Like I know for me, I've got 2 or 3 strengths and like 500 weaknesses. So if I'm building a mastermind, I'm like, hey, here's my 2 strengths. Who are people to have that my weaknesses are their strengths? Like that's what I'm trying to find and trying to assemble. And if you do that correctly, again, then you make something that's whole, that's complete, that you can actually go and have success. And so I like have this thing where I sit down and I have to be very like vulnerable. Like I'm really good at this and this, and I'm really bad at all of these. And just like being okay with that and then say, okay, now that I know what things I'm bad at, instead of me trying to get better at those things, instead let me double down on what I'm good at and then find people who the things I'm bad at, they're good at. And now we like combine superpowers. And then that's how we have success. So actually writing those things down, knowing like I'm looking for somebody who's organized. I'm looking for someone who's good at art. I'm looking for someone who's good at advertising, like, finding those pieces to go from, all of us are broken. All of us are good at 1 or 2 things, but collectively you build a mastermind where now you can be whole. And so it's just actually sitting down and spending the time to figure those things out, being vulnerable with yourself. And then from there, now you have the tools you need to be able to go and actually assemble your mastermind team.
Wow, very cool. Very cool. So everybody who's getting great value from this, go ahead and say it in the chat. You can put a number 1 in the chat. You can say yes. You can put down something that you're applying that you learned from Russell today or at another time that you've heard from Russell. That would be awesome. And for Russell, how about this? You've got a new documentary, and we're going to debut in just a few moments. But can you tell me a little bit about it before we show the documentary?
Yes, for sure. So a couple of years ago, I started collecting old books, and I think people thought I was crazy. I know people thought I was crazy, but my wife's like, you're crazy, Russell. And then my friends and you'll see some pictures in the documentary, but I was getting to the point where I had to get 50, 60 books a day being delivered to our office. And there's these old books, and you'll see old books smell so cool. And everyone's like, what happened to Russell? Is he losing his mind? And I was like, no, I'm not losing mine. There's actually a vision. And no one really knew what the vision was. And then it kind of peaked where I actually went out and I bought a book for $1.5 million for a single set of books. And people were like, you're crazy, Russell. And so we captured this whole journey and made it into a little mini documentary. It's about, I think, 19 minutes long or so. But it shows that journey of like why I went and bought this, what I'm trying to do. And kind of the goal is to like help people see like, oh, Russell's not crazy. There's a vision behind this, to help people understand the vision of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Why am I spending all this money to collect old Napoleon Hill books and manuscripts and things like that? And this is part of actually, we're working on a series of these little mini documentaries to tell the whole story. But the first one's done. The second one is almost finished. I know we've got a trailer I think we're going to show today for episode 2 that's coming out soon. But this first one's called Bibliomania. And it'll show you, my weird addiction with books, but why I'm so passionate about it and why I think it's something that you guys should actually care about. So that's kind of a setup for what we'll see in the documentary.
Well, what I care about is what you care about, because you exemplify the notion that leaders are readers. Mm-hmm. And that passion that you have, not only to read, but to collect and to then share all these numerous works, not just Napoleon Hill, but all sorts of other works that you've collected to share, that you have going for yourself, that you're putting out there for people. is really a remarkable thing, because some people collect things to hoard them, and you collect them to share them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I just
okay.
love it. It's so much fun to like, I love giving people this experience, because like a lot of times I found people I met who buy these cool things and they'd hide them in a safe or something. I was like, oh, like this isn't just for me. This is for everyone. I want everyone to experience this, because like, yeah, like for me, it's like when I spent $1.5 million to buy this book, it changed me. Like I had to go and like, if I'm investing this much, like I got to read it, understand it, like, and hopefully for you guys, even if you're not, obviously most people can't go and do that, but if you see the value I'm putting on this thing, it's like, okay, if it's worth that much to him, maybe I should go and spend some energy and effort going and learning and studying these things as well. So hopefully that's inspires you guys to dive deep into some of these books for sure.
Oh God, so much so. And they're going to see the documentary in just a minute. But you know, when you invest that much, others can invest some of themselves too in their time, energy, effort, or money to do the very best that they can. So we're going to start the video right now. You and I are going to drop backstage. We'll come back afterwards, and then we'll talk a little bit about this, and then we'll watch the trailer that you've got coming up too. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right, awesome. See you. Everybody, keep
really
going.
Be worth $1.5 million?
If you can find the secret in the book, you can have anything you want.
The greatest book on success that's ever been written.
Without question, this single book has had a greater influence than any other work of its kind.
Whatever the human mind can conceive, the human mind can achieve.
It is the power to take possession of your own mind and direct it to whatever ends you may desire.
I would visualize things coming to me that I want.
Just decide, and then from that point, the universe is going to get out your way.
So you see him turn into a lot of books like The Secret, books from Tony Robbins. The origin of that material is nearly 100 years old, which was written in 1925 by Napoleon Hill.
I knew that I had drawn that into my life, and it changed the way I thought about my life forever.
You are creating that law of attraction, and it will become reality.
All success begins with a clear picture in your mind of precisely what you want from life.
My fascination with Napoleon Hill actually began at the very beginning of my marketing journey. I went to my very first marketing seminar. Multiple speakers talked about like mindset, like that part of it. I think once or twice people asked like, who here's Read, Think, and Grow Rich? And everyone's hands go up in the audience except for me. I'm looking around, I'm like, oh, like I'm the only one who hasn't read this book yet. These people are all more successful than me. And I was like, I have to go read this book.
When the last page of Think and Grow Rich was read, the man who then stood and walked out into the world was a changed man.
So that night I went on eBay and actually found somebody who had created an audio CD set of them reading Think and Grow Rich.
The reason Think and Grow Rich has withstood the test of time is because it rests on the broad, clean foundation that everything begins with an idea.
And so then over the next 2 or 3 weeks as I was driving to my office and back, I had the CDs in my car and I started listening to Think and Grow Rich. And that was the first time I ever heard it, and the first time I felt impressed by Napoleon Hill. And I learned all sorts of important lessons from that, like definiteness of purpose. Like how do you like pick something and move forward with purpose? And what's the plan you move forward with? You know, in my mind, I was like, this is what everyone's doing who's successful, therefore it's gospel to me. I'm gonna just do what he said. And so I started implementing the things from the book Think and Grow Rich. And fast forward, 20 years later, I built a good empire, but it came off of the personal development foundations for Napoleon Hill. But a couple of years ago, we were thinking about selling ClickFunnels. And I remember asking Tony Robbins, like, should I sell it? Should we not sell it?
You love what you do. You light up when I love being around you. When you all get immense ClickFunnels, like, wow. it's like Jesus has come to earth and is coming through his body. It's a beautiful thing, So for you to sell that is really exciting right now. I don't know if it'll be exciting 5 years from now, unless you found the next most exciting thing that you're going to go build and make happen and go do.
That's where I started thinking, like, I don't know the next step. Like, what is it? Like, this is what I've been obsessed with, is marketing and business and funnels. And I didn't really have a next step, and it got me thinking about other things I'm passionate about.
Again, this is made out of sheepskin, cotton paper.
About that time is when I met a rare book collector, someone who specialized in one genre of books, and they were LDS Mormon books.
This is the earliest known image of Joseph Smith. This is as close as you can get to seeing Joseph Smith.
I was on eBay and I found something really, really cool that I wanted to buy. And these were old books from the early 1800s, books that are super rare and expensive, but they're so magical and they smell so cool. And I became obsessed with like these old books. And that kind of started this fascination. And I was like, well, there's other books, other things I'm excited about. Like there are rare books in other genres and things. I started searching around just for other things I'm passionate about, like marketing and business and personal development. And one day I typed in Napoleon Hill, and there's tons of different things. I was looking through it, and I don't know what's good or what's not good. And I remember there's a button where you can sort, and I decided to sort it from highest price to lowest. And when I did that, the #1 Napoleon Hill was the first edition Laws of Success, and it was for sale for $1.5 million. And I was just like, that is a lot of money. There's no more expensive, there's no better, there's no more unique piece on this planet for Napoleon Hill than the first edition Laws of Success. It was published 3 years before the actual Laws of Success books came out, and there's only one on this planet. I was like, I want it so bad, but like $1.5 million, like $1.5 million. It's like, is that worth it for some old books?
Mind if I have someone look at them?
The first thing we need to see is whether or not it's a first edition.
First edition, that's what you want, the first book printed.
It's also about taking part of a larger legacy.
The blueprint for success that was given to Napoleon Hill is literally the foundation of the whole success, motivation, positive mental attitude world.
Oh, Psychology magazine from what year? Come on now, 1929. This is when. So I started buying things here and there, just dabbling as I would look at obviously the biggest one, the one I wanted the most, and try to like ease the pain of like the desire of the one that made no logical sense. Oh yeah, dude. 1806, Morals and Abstracts. Morals by way of abstracts. And so that kind of started the journey. I started buying things here and there. I did find a first edition Think and Grow Rich. It was a couple $1,000s. I remember buying that. I found an original copy of the Master Key System. I bought that. Yes, the word success on 3 times and the word secrets, therefore.
Write a book called Success, some secret. Just a little buy it.
Walt Disney had a book called The Secrets of the World. I love eBay. I've been told I have an eBay addiction. People tell me that they want to delete the app from my phone, they want to ban me from the site, they want to block all IPs, ability in our office to get to eBay. Dude, this one's awesome. It smells so good. So Jenny, what are your thoughts about this
This hoard?
I wouldn't so much call myself a hoarder as much as a collector. They're different, right? And we're almost 30,000 books now. Before we even started like ordering for real, this is all like just me dabbling. I bought an issue of Napoleon Hill magazine. It was the first edition from 1919. I think I spent $5,000 or $6,000, and it was just one issue of a magazine, but they're really rare. And I was like, I got an issue of 1919 original Napoleon Hill magazine, which was really cool. And I'm looking at everything, and then there's this card in the box that basically, the card said, hey, if you're interested, I have a whole bunch of other Napoleon Hill stuff. We should, let me know if you want more things. And normally I see those things and I just kind of throw them away, but for some reason I felt this tug of like, okay. So I took a picture of the card, and I texted that number with that picture so he knew who he was talking to. He said, hope you enjoy the Hill material and that it was received in perfect condition. Are you a big Napoleon fan or collector? And they sent a picture of Napoleon Hill with a whole bunch of other pictures around it. And he said, here's a quick shot of some of my favorites. I was like, I've never seen these pictures before. I wrote back and said, yeah, he's one of my heroes, and also I'm a collector of old books. I said, this is one of your listings too, right? I think that might have been his. And so just jokingly, I wrote back, I said, well, I don't want to ruin the surprise, but I'm planning on buying all that stuff from you soon. So don't sell it to anyone else. Which probably was the wrong thing to say, because very short afterwards, he came back and said, just heads up, Kevin Trudeau's also been reaching out about the collection as well. Wait, what? Someone else is, there's no one else as stupid. I remember thinking, there's no one else as insane as me that would actually spend $1.5 million on some books, and they dropped Kevin Trudeau's name.
Now, Napoleon Hill, at the turn of the century, was hired by the richest man in the world, Andrew Carnegie. And Andrew Carnegie said to Napoleon Hill, I want you to study the richest people on planet Earth for the next 20 years. So Napoleon Hill first wrote about it in a book called The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. Henry Ford got crazy that Carnegie allowed these secrets to be revealed. He got the book squashed and all the real secret information edited out. And then even that book was crunched down to Think and Grow Rich, and that was edited.
Of all the crazy people in the world, the only other person who I think is crazy enough to do this would be Kevin Trudeau. And I was like, oh crap, now there's a timeline. Now it's not just, I'm gonna buy it in 10 years from now when I can afford it. Now it's like, if I don't buy it now, it could be gone forever. All right, I wanna do this, but like, how much stuff is there? He said it's conservatively over $5 million worth of books and magazines and collectibles. I was like, oh, if we're gonna do this, like, I was like, how about this? I'll fly out to you and I'll pick it up. And he said, well, if you fly to me, it's not gonna fit in a plane. You don't understand. I said, no, like, I'm gonna rent a plane and then fly it to you. That way we can fill the entire plane up with everything that you've got. So we are about to take off from Boise, and so I'm really excited and also nervous because I've only seen pictures of them. I assume they're real. I'm pretty sure they're real. Hoping that they're real. I ended up buying the entire state, so I don't even know all the stuff I'm getting, and I don't even know. This is like going treasure hunting, only way better. He rented this church out, and we just drove past it. It's this huge Pentecostal church. We're gonna go see all this stuff. How's it going, man?
Good meeting you for the first time,
Yeah.
boss. What's going on?
Not much. Great meeting you. We walked into the room, we had everything set up, and it was one of those feelings like, this is history. This is people who have passed on. People who, at one point in life, were like me. They were excited, they were passionate. They had this thing they wanted to share with the world, and they were writing books and publishing magazines. Back when that was not easy, they didn't have Google Docs and things like that. Like, they were creating these things on typewriters to get their message and their mission out. And I felt like walking in, it was like, here is the generation, the people I've been modeling and studying their finest work in one spot, collected and curated by someone who was obsessed with this era and these people as much as I was.
It started out just like my own library, just for myself. You know, it's kind of like a snowball. Once you get going, people come to you after a while. And they're like, hey, you want to buy this? Or, you know, I know somebody that's got this. Or that's how a lot of this came to me, is folks just bringing it to me. This was the last book he wrote. So it could be, possibly, the last book he ever signed.
Oh, wow.
The Thomases is some of the family. But that's after his stroke. So that would be days before his death, 1970.
We were able to see who were the authors, what did they create, how did they all fit together, and what were the stories behind them all.
You guys want to go look at the big stuff here in a little bit?
Oh, there's more?
Like the big stuff. Yeah.
So this is the main piece. This is when I saw on eBay that was like the crazy expensive one I've been dreaming about for.
This is the original work. And that's what every book on success ever written since takes from.
This is the laws of success.
This is like, right now, and nobody has disputed it, the only known set in the world. And for many, many years, it was always stated that 1928 was the original first edition. So whenever I released that I own this, it like shocked the whole Napoleon Hill world. They're like, no way. It's been a big deal. They like this because it's more streamlined and it's exactly what Napoleon Hill wanted to do, how he wanted to say it before big publishers got a hold of it.
I remember I'd seen the pictures on eBay 100 times. Like, to see the actual things, I was scared to touch them. I was scared, I'm like, oh, I don't want to ruin them. And he opened one up and showed us, like, here it is, and here's when Napoleon Hill signed it, and kind of told the story behind it, how he found it, and like, that was like just such a cool moment. And then he pulled out all the hand-typed papers that, 250 pages, and Napoleon Hill had hand-typed on the typewriter.
So these come from different years, from a span of about, from what I can find, about 1932 to about 53, 54 in there.
And he told the stories behind those and how he found them, what they were, and why they're important.
Pulling $200,000 worth of hand-typed pages right now. You can see the hand type, it's also got like his notes and all those kind of things. Crazy.
And then he pulled off probably the ultimate upsell. At this point, I was just like, man, I have all this stuff we're taking home with us, we get it all. And earlier in the tour, he showed me this one book called Mental Dynamite. He said this is part of a book series that he had written. The story told us that this book was written during World War II, and then when Napoleon Hill got done, he wanted to print it, there was a paper and ink shortage, so he never had a chance to print the full set.
This came from his estate, and there's 4 out of 16. But
interesting.
The cool thing is, I know somebody has Hill's personal complete set.
Of this?
Yeah, he actually did hand edit notes in it and stuff.
Is he gonna do anything with it ever?
Oh, the guy?
Yeah.
He might. He wants like a fortune for it though.
So in my head, I'm like, oh, I have to have that for the collection. There's a spot we can put it in the light. Like all the thoughts, but unfortunately, you know, it wasn't here. And as we sat down at the table at the very end, he brought back up Mental Dynamite. You remember that book? And yeah. And I said, do you think the person you know who has it would be willing to sell it to me? He's like, I'm pretty sure they would.
I got something right here to show you. So you might want to sit down for this one. You don't know about this one.
This is the one from right here?
This is Napoleon Hill's personal complete set of Mental Dynamite.
Oh man, that was really good. I'm impressed.
And inside was the entire Mental Dynamite course, like one of, if not the only one on the planet, the entire thing. And he said, I'm actually the one person who owns it. This is the one piece in the collection I hadn't told you about that I wasn't planning on selling to you. But we're here, and if you want it, I would be willing to sell it to you for...
I'll tell you what.
And he kind of thought through the math in his head, and he said, for an extra $285,000. And at first I was just like,
And that's everything.
But at this point, you know how funnels work. After you're in, you're in. And I said, you know what?
Let's do it.
You sure?
I can't say no now. Come on now.
And that became the collection. When all was said and done, after all the wires had cleared, it was $2,685,000 in books, the greatest Napoleon Hill collection of all time. And as fast as we came, we were gone. We jumped back in and we raced to the airport before we missed our flight. And luckily, we were able to fit the entire collection in the baggage storage of the airplane, outside of the 2 that I kept with me, the Laws of Success and Mental Dynamite. I did not want to put those on the plane just in case. Those are the 2 most important, most expensive, rarest pieces in the collection, so I kept those on the front seat with me all the way on the flight home. This is at least no, definitely 1800s. You can, 1900s are a different smell. This is the bump I needed. That felt good.
You know, where you couldn't get your counseling.
Wow.
In one book.
Well, we got some feedback. I don't know why. Let me check. Russell, that's just absolutely, you know, an outstanding process that you went through to acquire these materials, and your enthusiasm. People are commenting it in the chat room just left and right with their surprise and their delight and just thrilled. And I want to say this, and then I want to ask you about that video and then what we're going to share next. But you know, you are touching people all around the world. That has been a mission and something that you have done, and you've got a team of people who do it. You know, a collection of important people who are beside you and behind you and in front of you and all around. And we too here at the Los Angeles Tribune have a mission like yours, which is to reach as many people around the world with positive press, with positive inspiration, and to share the kinds of things that you're sharing with people everywhere. So I can't tell you how thrilled we are to have you here and to be able to support you in your vision and to have you join us in our vision in this particular fashion. It's just been an immense pleasure and a joy to know that people everywhere are trying to help other people, and you certainly are a world leader in doing that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's like the ride of a lifetime. I'm having so much fun, and it's just fun. I get to do crazy things, and then it inspires other people. And anyway, the whole thing's just it's pretty special.
So this is part one, the documentary that you did, correct?
Yeah. So what's happening long term, just so you guys know, where we're building an event center, a museum, because I don't want these things to be hidden. I want you guys to come and see them. And so, but this is the journey. Like we're building, we're actually closing right now on a 60,000 square foot movie theater that we're turning into an event center, a bunch of cool things. But this is a journey. And so the first part of the journey was this first collection that we got from this Napoleon Hill collector. But then the episode 2 now is how we became friends with Don Green, the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and that's kind of the second thing. Because anyway, you'll see from the trailer, but that's kind of where the next documentary is going, telling the rest of the story.
Well, Don is a dear friend of mine and of the LA Tribune and of yours, and it's just one of those things at the Napoleon Hill Foundation. The support that is happening by people, it's that saying, when the tide rises, everyone in the boat goes a little bit higher too.
Yep.
And that's what's happening. So this next thing we're going to show is a trailer for the second part for coming attractions for what you got coming up, right?
Yep. Bibliomania episode 2.
So we're going to watch that. It's going to take a minute or so, and then you and I will be right back. I'll have a couple other questions. Then I got a surprise for you and as well as the audience.
Cool.
I cannot believe I literally wasted $500,000.
I've never seen him so mad. Right now, it's not looking good, brother.
This part, I would prefer not to disclose it.
Okay.
I didn't know how to get past that. I was kind of stuck.
What is it that I can help you with?
Right now, we are a little over $10 million invested, 3,000 or 4,000 books.
Brother, I got you.
Justin's like, hey, do you want to go on this top secret mission?
Like, wait, what is that?
The goal was get the rights about winning the devil. How are we going to do that?
These are artifacts the world's never seen before. I feel called to get this message out.
This must be priceless.
The only person that had it is the foundation.
I've never seen this ending.
We're at the home ground of Napoleon Hill.
Russell, do you want this book? It's $15,000.
I will buy it from you for whatever cost. This is a story I will never forget.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Wow, that's exciting. That's intriguing. I'm going to ask you an important question in just a second about how people can join in, and we've been sharing the link, but I want you to know that all of the hosts of this show have been joining the 3-day challenge with you. They're here to support you as well. People in the chat and around the world are signing up too. Let's talk about that a little bit. There's this 3-day challenge. Day 1 is done. You've got the videos up until midnight tonight, and there's still day 2 and 3. And so how can they join and be a part of this really important event?
Yeah, so it's called the Think and Grow Rich Challenge, and obviously we took Napoleon Hill's, the first book that for him that went viral, that went all over the place, right? And I wanted to teach these principles to more people. And so, we have paid programs stuff we teach about. I was like, I want to make something free that anybody in the world can come and they can register, they can watch it, and we can teach this stuff. And also Don Green from the Napoleon Hill Foundation sent me these old archival videos of Napoleon Hill teaching. He had a partnership, him and W. Clement Stone, in the 60s and 70s, and they found the old footage from that of Napoleon Hill actually teaching these principles, which was like so crazy and so cool to find. I remember watching the first time. I was like, this is insane. It feels like you're sitting at Napoleon Hill's feet learning this stuff. And so the challenge is a 3-day challenge. We took 5 of the core principles from Think and Grow Rich. And basically what happens is each session, we'll talk about a principle, and then we show the video of Napoleon Hill actually teaching it. And then we come back, and I've got some of the greatest thought leaders in the world coming in, showing how that principle helped and changed their life. So for example, we talked about, episode 1 or session 1 was about definiteness of purpose. And so we watched Napoleon Hill teach the concept. And then we had Tom Bilyeu from Impact Theory come and show how he used definite purpose to build up his first company, which was Quest Nutrition, which he ended up selling for $1 billion. And it came on the back of like him sitting in an airplane, reading Napoleon Hill, changed his life, and then like built Quest Nutrition. And now he's doing impact theory. And so he told how that principle affected his life and how people could model it. And then we had the next guest speaker. And so that's what's been happening. So today we did first two principles, definiteness of purpose and mastermind. And so I think you guys are dropping a link somewhere, but if you go to that link, you can go watch today till midnight. The first two sessions are live online. You can go watch them. And then tomorrow morning we start day number 2. And same thing, day number 2 will go 2 more sessions, and day 3 will go 2 more sessions. And it's just fun to kind of share these principles with more people and get them out to the world. Because yeah, for most people, like, you know, nowadays less and less people read books, right? So it's like, okay, I'm going to take this book, I'm going to like give you the best stuff and hopefully inspire them to go and actually read the books and change their life as well. And so that's what's been happening. And yeah, there's a link right there I can see down below. So if you go to that link right there, it'll take you to the challenge to go sign up for free, and you can come hang out with us and learn more about Think and Grow Rich and Napoleon Hill.
And if they want to go deeper, you have Secrets of Success. And I know I got a box filled with unpublished books of Napoleon Hill, and you know, in my home as a result of that. And you have a Facebook group, and you have other things that people can, and a book study and different things that are going on an ongoing basis. So
yeah, it's really cool. When you sign up for the challenge for free, on the next page, there's a VIP upgrade. You can upgrade. And so like today, the VIP group had a chance to hear from Napoleon Hill's grandson, came and told stories about Napoleon Hill for like 90 minutes. It was so cool. When you upgrade the VIP, you get a copy of Think and Grow Rich in the mail, and then I don't know if I have it here, but there's 2 other unpublished Napoleon Hill books you get in the mail, plus a whole bunch of other really cool goodies. And like you said, we have a book club. So if you guys are nerds like me and you know that readers are leaders, like we do this really cool success book club. Every single month we pick a new book, we read it together. But we don't just read it, like we read it, then every Friday we meet together and we break into these little mastermind groups. So we'll get it together as a group, we'll talk about it, and then we push a button in Zoom and it breaks everyone in these little groups. And you have groups to mastermind, talk about the principles from the books. And starting next week from Friday, we're starting Think and Grow Rich. So that'll be the next book we're using for the book club. And so it's just a really fun, cool environment side of Secrets of Success, which is kind of the membership site behind it all.
So the one advantage of this, as well as what you do, is that we are online and we are forever. Now the replays may be taken down at a certain time, you know, but ultimately my guess is if they saw this 6 months from now, they can still reach out and still get to you and still benefit in some fashion. So this is a forever thing, but the time is now to get in live where you can actually interact with people in a chat room and things like that. And speaking of the chat, if you are a member of Secrets of Success in the club, or if you have joined the event this weekend right now, or have been a member for a long time, please just mention it in the chat room, and let's give Russell some more love. This is fantastic. Russell, well, we have a special surprise for you in some ways. And I want to tell you first, before I go too far, or before we get into it, is that you are very, very loved and appreciated, not only by people around the world and by us here at the Tribune, but by your own staff and the people who support you and work with you in your mission. And we here have our CEO, who we love, and I want to bring him up. It's Mr. Mo Rock. He's the CEO, the owner and publisher of the Tribune. And here's Mo. So I want to give you a moment to say hello to each other, and then we'll proceed at that.
Well, I just want to thank Russell for being here with us. Russell, it's such an honor to be able to share the stage with you here virtually, and thank you for not only being a part of the Leadership Week, but thank you really for preserving the legacies of some very important people, and the legacies of individuals that have helped entrepreneurs and leaders with autodidactic education. And we have supported the Napoleon Hill Foundation as well. In fact, last year we did a fundraiser for the Napoleon Hill Foundation in Hollywood, where 100% of the proceeds of the documentary, of our auction went straight to Don Green, the Napoleon Hill Foundation. We love the work that they do. We love the work that you do, not only to help preserve legends like Napoleon Hill, but also to preserve modern day legends like Dan Kennedy, right? I mean, you're introducing people to Napoleon Hill, you're introducing people to Dan Kennedy. And I just wanted to say, as a fan of autodidactic education, which is one of the pillars of the Los Angeles Tribune, I wanted to thank you for the work that you do, for the stand that you're making, because you and I both know you don't have to do any of this, and yet you choose to because it's your passion. And I just wanted to take a second to commend you for that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, first off, great to officially meet you. But yeah, second off, it's been so much fun. And I just love the fact that so many other people are getting excited by it too. So one of those things where it's been so much fun for me, and I share it, and I'm like, hope people like it. And then people get excited. It's just been so fulfilling, so rewarding for sure.
And that documentary film, of course, was such a great, what an honor for our community to be able to watch it. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have our film festival that's happening in a few months. And our editorial team has selected that documentary as a official critically acclaimed nominated film. And so we will find out who the winners are in a few months, but it's a official selection of the Los Angeles Tribune for our film festival that we're doing later this year. And it's an honor to be able to, for the first time publicly with you live on the air, make that announcement and congratulate you for your documentary film being an official selection.
Oh, thank you. That's amazing. That's oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, it's so cool, and we're so glad that you're here, and I'm glad that Mo is here because, as I said before, you know, you are loved by many people, and Mo and I have something I want to give you, or we want to give you, but it doesn't come just from us. It comes from Justin Benton and Danny Walsh and Kristen Browning. They are important in making what's about to
Absolutely.
happen.
Yes, absolutely. So thanks to those three nominees that Rex alluded to, as well as our editorial team, you know, we're very here at the LA Tribune, one of the pillars of our movement is to honor individuals and preserve their historical legacy. And you yourself are doing similar work. You're preserving the historical legacies of legends, both living and legends that have transitioned. So when we examine the last decade, Russell, and when our editorial team is thinking, well, who in the last decade has been the #1 marketer in the world, I think it's pretty obvious that that's Russell Brunson. So we have this award that we're going to be sending to you in the mail. You see that it's the three nominees, along with Rex and myself.
You're misspeaking, Mo. You're misspeaking. They nominated him.
Absolutely, they nominated, and so we're very excited, Russell, to be able to honor this, honor you with this award. And with that, Rex, back to you.
Yeah, they were responsible in helping us make the nomination and bring you this award because they love you and we love you and we wanted to do something special. So we included their names so that you know the people who love you are around you and care about you on that certificate.
Oh, that means the world to me. Thank you so much. I'm speechless. That doesn't happen often. I don't know what to say. Well, thank you guys. That's a huge honor. I appreciate that.
Well, it's a huge honor to have you here. It was, and again, the team that helped make that possible, and you, and for being flexible with all that happened in the last day or so. I really do appreciate it. I'm
Absolutely.
really thrilled that you're here.
And so again, Russell, we want to thank you, and we want to offer you a chance to just share any final words. This is, of course, the LA Leadership Week. We just honored Russell Brunson with the Marketer of the Decade Award, because if I think about who's been the #1 marketer on the planet in the last 10 years, I can't think of anyone else. We also officially just announced his film as an official Los Angeles Tribune selected film. And so, Russell, just in closing, if you could share something that you have in your heart with our audience about leadership. This is the LA Leadership Week. We've had so many incredible speakers, and now we're closing it out with you here on our final day. If you have a message you'd like to share with our audience about leadership, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, man, I would say, I think what's the role of a leader, right? The role of a leader is to lead people. And I think I'm a big believer. I believe that every single person who's come to this planet, we're all called to lead a group of people, right? That's our calling. That's our mission. And very few people are willing to step up into that calling. In the New Testament, Christ said, many are called, but few are chosen. And it's like, everyone's called to lead people, but very few step up to that calling and actually do it. And so I think my final words for you guys is understand, if you're in a leadership position, that's your calling. It's more than just your job or your role, but this is your actual calling. And if you will lead people and change their lives and serve them, you can change their world. People always talk about how do you change the world? And it's hard to change the world, but you can change somebody else's world by being a leader, by being willing to step up and to share your gifts and your talents, your struggles, the things you've been bad at, you've overcome. Like being willing to share those things is how you change the world for that person and that group of people you've been called to serve. And so my biggest thing is when you make, for me, when I realized that, and it was more what I'm doing isn't just this is my job and this is my when you realize this is an actual calling and this is what you're called to do and this is who you're supposed to be serving, it just makes it more fun. It makes it more real. And so hopefully all you guys look at that in that way, because it changes it from I'm leading this group to these are my people and I'm going to change their lives. And by doing that, it'll change their world and their kids' world and on through generations. It's this huge ripple effect that comes from you stepping up and showing up in your leadership role. So I hope that helps somebody to
just to feel it a little bit more and step into it a little bit more, because when you do that, that's how we literally change the world.
Russell, I love the fact you use the word calling. I always tell people, don't chase a career, chase a calling. So I'm so grateful that you also shared that message, and we want to thank you again. We're so excited for our community to participate in this challenge. Folks, if you're watching live or on replay, I 100% endorse Russell Brunson, ClickFunnels, as well as this remarkable challenge. I think that this challenge has the potential to change your life in a positive way. So please sign up for it. Post the link in the chat. I want all of my colleagues to post the link in the chat and sign up for it. And Russell, thank you again. The Los Angeles Tribune supports you. We look forward to having you again on our platform, hopefully one day in the future. Thank you, Russell.
Awesome.
And I will be seeing you. I'll be seeing you in the challenge this week. The next few days, and we appreciate you and love you. Thank you so much, Russell, for your time and for making this happen.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Mo. I appreciate you guys.
We're going to take a break, folks, and we'll be back in 1 minute with the LA Leadership Week.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Go to first.
And I'm so excited, as Rex is there screaming, I'm so excited to be back here on the LA Leadership Week. What an incredible hour that was that we had with Mr. Russell. And what a thrill to be able to watch that documentary with this community, and what a thrill to be invited to enroll in this program, which I think is an exceptional program, for a challenge for people to sign up for. With that, I just want to open up the floor for a check-in with you, Alicia, please. You're on mute, Alicia.
That was phenomenal. Thank you so much again, Russell Brunson, for joining us today. Your impact on your world, getting people excited about books. Love it. Books truly change the world. And the Think and Grow Rich Challenge, I'm so excited. I signed up. I have my Think and Grow Rich book here that I've had for the last 12 years. And it's just been an honor to see the work that Russell has done. But his energy, his humbleness, his energy, and the joy that he's bringing to the world and creating community, just absolutely amazing. Ava, how about you?
Oh my gosh. Absolutely fell in love with books all over again to a new height, with the thrill of the documentary that Russell has put together, the chase of all of the collections of Napoleon Hill, just seeing the very, very original version, that's just smaller version. So that's very, very exciting. And we're so honored here at the Los Angeles Tribune that we get to be a part of spreading that information.
Well, and one of the things that I appreciate most about Russell is he is bringing awareness to material that the world needs. And if you look at the world today, so many people are not even aware of their own potential. So many people are not even aware of the power that lies within, of the power of their own mind. We're so big here at the Tribune, and we're aligned with that mission with Russell to help individuals recognize their own potential so we can use our potential to make the world a better place. And that's I think the most important thing is for us to use all of the gifts that we have to make this world a better place. And entrepreneurship is one way for individuals to be able to make the world a better place. When you start a business, when you create opportunities for people, when your business has a positive mission, you're making the world a better place. And we know ClickFunnels helps so many entrepreneurs make the world a better place by enrolling people into different visions, into different passions, into different dreams. And so I'm excited to have been able to share the stage with Russell. I know our community is excited to have been able to have him here live and to be able to listen and watch that documentary. And we're going to take a quick break. We're going to watch a clip that explains the mission of what we're doing here at LA Leadership Week. And I believe Rachel Weaver will be taking the stage here shortly after we just watch a quick clip explaining why we're doing what we're doing with the LA Leadership Week. We'll be back in 1 minute with Rachel Weaver. Hello, and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place. And welcome to the floor, Rachel Weaver. And before I pass the mantle over to you, I just want to thank everyone again in this virtual community. We're just about wrapping up Leadership Week on our bonus day 8, where we had none other than Russell Brunson join us, and we were able to watch a documentary and spend some time with him. And I'm just so excited, Rachel, for what's next. And I want to quickly remind the folks, some people have been asking how they can get in touch with me personally. The best way to do that is via Instagram. So if you're watching this and you'd like to get in touch with me or follow the work that we're doing here at the Tribune, you can go ahead and follow me here on Instagram. I have the handle up here. If the producers stop clicking, I'd appreciate that. And you can go ahead and follow me, and I'll follow you back. And Mo Rock loves you. And with that, Rachel, go ahead, take the floor, and share with us who's next. Rachel Weaver, one of the partners here at the Tribune. Floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Mo. So honored and grateful to be here. I have some incredible leaders that are going to be joining me up here on the stage. I'm going to bring them up right now as we speak. We have a few more that'll be joining. We have quite the panel today here at Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. So please feel free to share this. Did you guys happen to hear Russell Brunson speaking in the background? Put a 1 in the chat. Let me know, what was your top takeaway from that? I know Samantha was listening in, Majid was listening in. I'm sure maybe Randy and Carly had the opportunity to hear the tail end of that. But what a profound person Russell is. He is consistently making a positive impact in the world around us. And that is why I invited you guys specifically to come on board today and talk about leadership, because you've done some incredible things in the world, each and every one of you. Najid Reese, Randy, Samantha, Carly, I'm so grateful. Some of you I'm just getting to know. Majid and I have known each other for a little longer, but I have seen the impact you're making in the world. So I want to ask each and every one of you a question, because first I'd like you to introduce yourself when you answer, and then lead with the answer of this question. What was that profound moment that gave you the driving force to keep going when you wanted to give up? Because each of you are a top leader who has seen high levels of success in your respected niche or your respected market. And so I know that that does not come easy, and each and every one of us often wants to give up. But a true born leader stands up even when they're tired and keeps going. So Majid, we'll leave with you. Go ahead and give yourself a short introduction and let us know.
Hi guys, my name is Majid and I'm a former kickboxing world champion. I'm a national junior golden boxing champion, and I can go on, but I think this is enough to say that. But on top of it, I'm a hypnotherapist at the same time. And I think what you asked the question, in order to lead, you have to first lead the way, to fall 100 times first. And when you fall so many times, there's no one except you to get up. And that's what counts the most. It is only you to make the decision at the time. Nobody around you, all the coaching, all the training goes out of the window. But when you're in the ring, there's a moment to say, are we going to get up? Or are we going to stand up? Or are we going to quit out? It's only you who makes this choice at that moment. When you make that decision that this is it, it's all in. There is no way out. And you, every one of them on this panel, I can see them in the face. They can relate to it because these are warriors. Warrior means the war within ourselves. The opponent is already one thing, but the war that goes within ourselves, that is the most valuable war we have. That is the biggest opponent we have in our lives. And once you conquer this war within yourself, definitely you are the top of the brand of the lead. You'll take over the world. And every one of us goes through all the same experience. What I go experience through, you have the same experience. What if I feel the pain, you feel the pain. So we can relate to somebody who's been through a tough time. And if you have suffered yourself the same thing, you can correlate with it. And then you can see so many people out there are looking for heroes because it gives them the hope that they have managed to stand up and do what the other people can do. So if one could lead, anybody else could follow the same way. When the first time new world record was made in making a mile in less than a few minutes, I think it was 6 minutes or 5 minutes. And after that, people start breaking the record. So when somebody leads, takes the first step, everyone can follow up. But the hardest thing for any great leader is to take the first step in the faith. Yes, the fall is going to happen. That is for sure. We're not going to be victorious right away. It's how many times you fall and how many times you get up that makes a big difference. And as I said before, like everyone knows that victory is the end product. The good product, the real product is how many times you fall. And that fall that breaks you every time you fall down is chopping you. I can't do this. I can't do this. Every time it says no, only you can say, you know what? No, I don't think so. I'll make it happen. But you already fell 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. What people are going to say? It's never about the people. It's only about you, how you measure yourself against yourself only. And when I do at night, when I look in the mirror and myself, who's this guy? I have to be honest with this guy. Would you have done this better? So make sure that, there's 7.8 billion people. And only one of us comes in this world once in a lifetime. And every one of you on the panel knows it. Everybody out there knows it. We only have once in a lifetime experience of chance. Half the time we sleep in our lives. Another half the time we're trying to make this life happen. So why wait and hesitate when we can do it right now and right here and then?
So profound. Thank you so much, Majid. Such an impact. Why wait? It's so true. Take action today. We've been talking here at Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week about pouring value into this audience. And during this event, we've had so many incredible thought leaders. And one thing that we have repeatedly said over and over again is nothing will happen if you don't implement. We're giving you hundreds of thousands of dollars in free information and really wanting to make a positive impact in the lives of everyone. But if you don't go and implement what you're learning, it goes to the wayside. So thank you for bringing that up, Majid. Randy, I'm so happy that you were able to come on and join us today. You are doing some impactful work in the world. So please introduce yourself and let us know, what was that pivotal moment for you?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. My name is Randy. I'm the founder of Go Big to Give Big, which is helping inspire more impact initiatives in businesses so that as they scale their business, so does their impact, so that we can create a way better space by just doing the business that we already love. And one of the turning points for me was when I was in business, I ended up having a non-epileptic seizure because I was just chasing money. I was chasing financial independence for myself, but for nobody else. And I heard a quote that changed my life forever. It said, if you want to make $1 million a year, build a business that does 2 million, give $1 million away, and you'll be the happiest millionaire in the world. And that was one of the most pivotal moments of my life. And that's when I realized that when we start doing business for something bigger than ourselves, that's when we can actually really start thriving and growing and making a bigger impact. Because when we just need to make money for ourselves, you can and you will survive, but it might not push you as hard when you're doing it for, say you wanted to attach your business to clean drinking water. And all of a sudden you stop selling products and you start letting down the nonprofit that you're supporting, which is using your funds to go feed people or give them clean water. You actually create a whole new inspiration for how you want to serve and how you want to show up. And I found that to be one of the most incredible, impactful things in my entire life and my entire business, is that once I attached my business to a bigger cause, child sex trafficking, clean water, feeding people, putting kids through sports. That was my charity. Is every time that we bought a property in real estate, we put a kid through organized sport. And that's what it became. If we don't close properties, we don't do deals, we're not helping the kids that need it. And when that becomes your MO, you work 10 times harder and 10 times stronger to help that. So that's the whole definition of go big to give big, and how we're taking that in the leadership stance to say, hey, when you put impact or giving ahead of yourself, you'll actually thrive and push yourself harder to serve somebody else more than yourself.
So profound. I know my phone is blowing up in the background saying, how do I get in touch with these people? We are going to definitely send out those links for sure. And when we wrap up, we'll remind everyone. I'll give each of you an opportunity to tell where to find you. But thank you so much for everything you're doing. You know, you had me in our first conversation and some of the things that you were doing. We talked for less than 3 minutes and I was like, no, this is going to be a lifelong, not just friend, but partner of mine. We are going to do some massive things together. The minute he said the fight against trafficking, you know, my heart, everyone here knows my heart there. So we all can do more and give more. And when you change your mindset, like Randy said, as to how can I make more money and so that I can give more, you'll be the happiest person alive. Because the reality of it is, how much do we really need? No, we don't. There's so much good that we can do in the world. And actually, when we start doing that good, we start making more money in return. The law of reciprocity starts to take care of us. So thank you, Randy. I really am so grateful for everything that you are doing to make a positive impact. Carly, I am so excited to have you with us today. Carly, this is the first opportunity I've had to interview you, and you are doing massive things in the Western world, being a producer of the Cowboy Channel, or the directing producer, I believe. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I find you so inspiring because you are a female leading the way in a man's world. So tell us a little about yourself and a word of inspiration that was a pivotal moment for you.
Sure. So yeah, like Rachel said, I'm executive producer at the Cowboy Channel, and that is the rodeo Cowboy Channel, not Dallas Cowboys, to clarify. So we broadcast rodeos year round from across America, and it's been really exciting to, in the short 5 years that the network has been here, we are now really reaching into new realms. Everybody else in linear broadcast is seeing their numbers drop drastically, and our number, they just continue to grow, and our streaming numbers are growing. And I think, as everybody knows, Cowboy is cool. And so we're really, luckily, we're able to really dabble into that and get some new viewers and introduce everyone into this great way of the world and way of living. And so everything from rodeo to cutting to reining and the show horse world side of it, and, you know, the Western fashion and everything that this industry has to offer. So we're the first network dedicated to putting rodeo on broadcast year round. So it's been an amazing, amazing 5 years. And so one thing, a big deal for me, and really my go-to saying that I share with everybody is no stands for new options. And so that's a big one that I use a lot for my team. I use that for anybody that I'm working with. For our team, especially in the production world, it reminds me a lot of where I grew up and how I grew up. You know, we grew up rodeoing. We grew up with horses and out in South Dakota, where, you know, it was no new day if your water tanks were frozen over. And end of the day, the horses and the animals, they all still have to drink. And so you have to figure out a way. Well, in TV, in live production, no is not an option. And so you have to figure out a way. There's always going to be a way to figure out a problem. My team is very aware that I lead in that mindset that everything is fixable. And whether that is an issue amongst people or an issue in engineering or an issue in TV, everything can be fixable. And all you have to do is look at it from that way. When you kind of change your perspective of thinking about things that way, all of a sudden your mind opens up a heck of a lot more. And so when we're able to lead by the mindset of no matter what, we're going to figure this out, and I expect it to be done in a team situation, the team handles things and handles conversations very differently. And so it's pretty exciting to see when they do get faced with a situation that is difficult and does take a few people to figure out, and then they figure it out and everyone is success on the other side. And TV is a very, very difficult, but also the most rewarding thing that you can do that I've ever been a part of. And so because of how many people it takes, you know, in one control room, you may have 8 people minimum in just the control room itself, all working towards the same goal. And so when you have that many people all working together in a very high intensity moment, a very, very intense, very crazy, controlled chaos, to say the least, situation for hours a day, and everyone's just trying to make it happen. And you just so happen to have hundreds of thousands of people watching what and how successful you're going to be on the other side of that. No is not an option. And so when they can all work together to make some things happen, it's one of the most rewarding things that I can watch as a leader.
I absolutely love that, Carly. Thank you so, so much. It really is. It stresses you, and it also brings you to see when that many people, like you said, 8 people in a control room at once, and you're all working towards the same exact outcome.
Mm-hmm.
It really shows you how profound we can be and how much we can accomplish when we work towards the same goal.
Mm-hmm.
And so
it's the beautiful thing of the power of connection. You know, we essentially are connecting people through TV.
Yes.
And yes, that is obviously used in so many wrong ways, but I do feel strongly that we are using it in a good way. And so when we're using it for a good way and people have the best intentions, and we're able to connect people to something new and maybe to some new information.
Absolutely. Absolutely love that. That's why I was so honored and grateful when you agreed to come on to this interview today, because really and truly, that is what it's all about. It is about bringing good to the world. And in television, I know firsthand, it is not always the easiest, but I love what you and the Cowboy Channel is doing. I love what your mission is. You are so aligned with everything the Los Angeles Tribune stands for, and that is bringing powerful leaders, bringing good into the world, because everything that you guys are airing is really good, whether it be a sport or it be a show, but that show is always something of good, adding value. And so we are so grateful to have you on today. I look forward to hearing more from you and working much more closely with you. So super excited. And Samantha, I'm super excited to bring this over to you. Samantha and I met just a month ago. However, we became very quick, fast friends and are already finding ways to work together. She is truly such a profound woman and mother. She is always doing good and giving. She is also part of a nonprofit organization. So, Samantha, so grateful to have you here because you have been a leader of thousands upon thousands of other leaders. So I want to pass the mic over to you and let us know who you are and also what was that pivotal moment that kept you going.
Yeah. Thanks for such an amazing introduction. I feel the same way about you. So hi, my name is Samantha Rose. And, I love to say I help people get unstuck because that's really what it comes down to in so many ways. If I could just put it into like one sentence. I help people with hacking their mind power, their body, prosperity, to become healthier, happier, more financially abundant. And I help people really dive into what it is that's holding them back from the accomplishments that they really want to achieve in life. And majority of the people that I work with, we focus on branding themselves online, on social media, utilizing their unique voice and life experiences to make an impact on the world ultimately, right? Everybody in some way, shape, or form wants to make an impact, and they usually don't know how, or they don't have a vehicle, or they just don't know where to start. So I help them reverse engineer that and identify those things and then help them bring it to life, and ultimately create an income through that too. So it's fulfilling and it's win-win across the board, and people really step into this place where they're becoming the best version of themselves. I'm currently launching a podcast that I'm really excited about called The Hack, and I'm also director of Spread the Cheer USA, like Rachel mentioned, a nonprofit organization, and we help families in need across the country year round. It started with just the holidays, and now we do a campaign every single month. One of my really close friends is the president and the founder, so I couldn't help but to get started, and every year that goes by, I just become more and more involved. It brings me so much joy. Honestly, I want to do that all day long, every day. So let's see, what inspired me? What was my pivotal moment? So it was setting the standard, right? The pivotal moment was setting the standard, and people are always watching me, but ultimately the most important people that are watching me are my children, right? And we've been through so many things in life together, challenges, hardship. I've had a lot of health challenges. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at a very young age. I've had a lot of roadblocks with that. Just all different types of really, really tough situations with us. I've been a single mom for a very long time. So you can only imagine what that is like. And my health has hit rock bottom. My life has hit rock bottom, or at least that's what it seemed like at the time. And we've been on this journey together. And anytime I want to quit or slow down, I really just remind myself of who's watching, right? There's so many people all over the internet and the world who've come to me and they say, your story is so inspiring and what you do is so inspiring. And that's so important to me. But my kids, ultimately, I want to show them that anything is possible and anybody can get through anything. That's my driving force in that pivotal moment where my kids have said things. There's been multiple little moments, and it all comes together as my kids saying certain things to me where it reminds me that they are watching and they are taking steps every single day based on the things that I have taught them or showed them or persevered through. So I want to show them what's possible. And, not only are the other people depending on me and my kids depending on me, but I'm depending on me, right? I think that a lot of people tend to put themselves aside, and my mission is always to make the biggest impact on the world possible. I am very mission driven. Like I give and pour out, and it brings me so much joy. And also I have to remember me. So I show up for me, that I'm depending on me. And it's ultimately making the impact, showing up for myself, showing up for my kids, and even some of the toughest parts of our life. It gives me hope. It gives other people hope. And that's where it all starts. It's all about how you walk through the fire. I say that all the time. It's all about how you walk through the fire, and what you give, you have forever. And I live by that. It's every obstacle is an opportunity. And I don't look at things as setbacks and things holding me back. It's really just about how every time I overcome something, I'm making an impact on my kid's life. I'm making an impact on my life. It's how I'm walking through the fire. Failure is not an option. I know you said something like that, the woman before me, but what you give, you have forever. So you can only grow something to the extent that you believe it can be grown. And this is what I share with my children. I share with all of my clients. I remind myself. And ultimately, my goal is to breathe life into people and breathe belief into people and help people rise up to become the best version of themselves. And I follow along and do that for me too.
So profound. I absolutely love that. It's super true. You know, the way that we show up in front of our kids and knowing not just them, but everyone else around us, when we're showing up with integrity, knowing that they are watching, we're showing up for ourselves too. And so that's super important. And yes, giving up is just not an option. We're super grateful that you haven't given up because you have overcome a lot. And I love the thing that drew me so much to Samantha is her and I discussed, we both overcome a lot. But you don't hear us talking about that on a consistent, ongoing basis, right? Like if we focus and we're talking about all the things that we've overcome, how can we step into that abundance mindset when we're always focusing on, well, I had to overcome this? That's an excuse. It's a mindset shift that we have to change. We show up as leaders, not using those things that are being thrown at against us. Carly, you know all too well, there's things thrown against us every day when trying to produce, especially on live television on a sport.
Yes.
Right. And we know that, of course, I know Majid and Randy both have had health challenges that have showed up and been thrown against them. And they didn't lay down and focus on that. Instead, they started to move forward and do things to not only help other people, but in the end, it ultimately helps ourselves too. And that's how we've become such leaders in our respected fields. And so I'm so grateful that you guys were able to come on. We look forward to inviting you back again and again to the Los Angeles Tribune. But share with us where we can find you, because my phone has really been saying, where can we find you? So share with us where we can find you, and one message as a respected leader that you would like to leave with the world, because just live right now, we have well over 1,000 people just on one platform. So we're streaming to multiple platforms, and we would love for you to give us one word of encouragement or one thing that people can go and implement today to start making that difference. Go ahead, Samantha.
Yes. So the first thing that comes to mind is success comes from the inside out, whatever success means to you, right? So identifying what it is that you really want to accomplish, and it comes from the inside out. So in order to change what's on the outside, you really have to change what's on the inside. And everybody that spoke before me was really talking about mindset. And I like to say mind power, mastering your mind power. And truly, ultimately, you can only grow something to the extent that you believe it can be grown. So focusing on what you really want, what you believe in, and believing in yourself enough to take forward. I just worked with Jamie Kern-Lima, and she said something that I've never heard before. And she said, in addition to only being able to, believe in yourself, you also have to believe that you're worthy. So making sure you dig within and finding your worth to take action towards what it is you want to create. Yes. And show up with integrity is key. So just figure out what it is that you really want to succeed at and accomplish. Believe that you're worthy, take action, and you can grow it to whatever extent you believe that it can be done.
Love
and
that.
you can find me. Let me share where you can find me. I forgot that question. So I'm on all the platforms, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, all the things. You can find me at Samantha Rose Holdren, and all one word on all the platforms. Usually when you search for Samantha Rose, you will find me, and thesamantharose.com.
Thank you. Carly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple of things. I guess the first thing I want to say is I'm a big believer. I want to be careful how I word this, though. My why is really important to me. And I think that any leader's why is important to them. And I think any individual's why is important to them. And it was very, very clear to me my why was that, you know, I feel that God put me on this earth to serve his people. And I'm serving his people I'm serving him by serving his people. And that is me setting up my team to be successful. And by serving the people, I'm taking, you know, that feels good for me. And my passion is people. And you have to figure out your why. And when you know your why, it's a lot easier to feel good about your why. And when you can feel good about your why, you're fulfilling your passion. And it becomes this really beautiful full circle moment. There's going to be some hard times that people tell you no, and that's part of life. Unfortunately, you could be at your highest high, and someone's going to tell you no, or they're going to tell you something that you don't want to hear, and that's okay. That's okay, and that's part of life, and that's part of growing. Every single person on here has talked about the lows and the highs, and that's because there's no reality where that's not part of your world. And so when you can have that full circle moment, understand that part of the circle is the lows, but you're still going to feel good about them because you're still moving forward. That would kind of be my biggest takeaway for everything is once you figure out your why, it's the beginning of the full circle, and you get to create your own full circle. And that's a really, really beautiful thing about whether you're a leader or you're not. Everybody has a full circle, and just figuring out what the elements of that is. Figuring those out is really beautiful, and then watching them live out is even more beautiful. So just figuring that out, and then you can find me, same thing, kind of on all the platforms, just my first and last name. I do love LinkedIn because I am young, and so I like to see all my friends and like their success at a young age and the cool things that people are doing I really like. And so probably primarily LinkedIn and Instagram.
Great. Thank you so much. Finding your why is super critical, I believe. I know that. And it's okay. The other thing is our why changes, right? Our why grows, it gets bigger, it changes and it shifts as we grow.
Very much.
And I absolutely love that. Focusing in on our why and create your own full circle. Yeah. Thank you so much, Carly. Majid.
Well, I think this is what most of the people already said on the panel, so I know something left behind for me. But, you know, I think every person that comes in this world, they have a certain unique gift, every one of us. And these unique gifts are meant for us to share with the world. And it's so sad when people take this gift and not share with everybody else. I think that's what we're all made of to do. Everyone comes here with something unique, and we're giving to the world to give them ability to what they can do the best. I say, if I save one humanity, if I save one human, I can save the humanity. That's what I think. So as many people we can save, even by doing one small action to help somebody, they'll reflect like a domino effect to help so many people. And like I said, as a hypnotherapist, I take the leaders and change their mindset to some challenges they never had. Some of the things that they think they were born with actually is just an illusion that we created since from young age. I take the curtains off. I'm able to achieve all the things they want to achieve in their life without any barriers. So if I would say something to do something in life, don't ever have small dreams. Dream as big as possible, as much as possible. Just like a kid, God gave us this gift to dream. No other creation has the ability to dream, and we can implement the dream. That's the difference between humanity and other animals around the world. We can dream and make it possible. So just like me, at the age of 13, I saw the TV. I say, I'm going to train with this guy, the best in the world. And 8 years later, I'm in America training the legendary kickboxing world champion, became his protege. If I can dream, we all can dream. And if we all can dream, we can make anything we want in our lives. So please dream as much as possible, because that's what makes us free. We have freedom to do whatever we want to do. And yes, I'm on all different platforms, from Instagram at Mr. Hypnotherapy, or on my YouTube channel, my first name, last name. You can find me on podcast, my Instagram, on the YouTube channel with my name. But then hypnotherapy is Mr. Hypnotherapy. I don't know, am I missing something? Because you guys took everything. I have nothing to share anymore. You girls just took all the platform. Like, my God, I feel so happy. Whenever I see a woman in power, I feel so happy that finally we have some warriors, like, this is what we want. We want warrior female power strength. And I love that because I think they're the leaders because they actually take care of the kids. They are the generational part. The stronger the woman is, the outcome of next generation is stronger. That's why the true warriors would overmarry the true sword warrior woman. Women make they make the whole channel of great warriors. I'm not going too much.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me.
You're welcome. I'll send a personal letter. Thank you for all the things you've done for everybody. And
all the women are going to be calling Majid.
We need the male leaders though too. We gotta have we learn a lot from male leaders as well. We gotta have a good balance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Women learn truly from a great male leader. Women learn just as much from a good male leader as a male does from a good female leader. No doubt.
It takes two to tango.
It does. That's right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Could not agree more. Majid, that was so great. Thank you so much. It's really true. We have to continue to keep dreaming and allow our dreams to grow just like our why grows. I don't know if you guys are believers in the vision board, but I am. And I will put that smack in front of me. I have made my kids grow and build vision boards ever since they were itty bitty, because when you can visualize it and you implement and you make those steps to make it happen, it's like there's nothing more fulfilling than seeing something on your vision board come to fruition. I don't know. One of the most fulfilling things, but it really is dreaming that into reality, dreaming that with action, right? Implementation.
Yeah. And also it's important to make our kids see that they can dream and give them the seed and the feed so they can explore the possibility. I see that most parents don't spend, hey, give them anything possible. I give my son, like, you can do anything you want. Just look at it and it's all yours. And that's why I see all these profound girls on the channel. These are the leaders. These are the leaders. Like, for Samantha, putting all this thing, taking care of her kids. That's a leader. Same thing with Catherine. All of you guys are leaders because it takes a lot of courage to give a hope and live and speak from truth. While you're struggling, you're giving them hopes, and this is what warriorism is. And that's what I'm saying. I feel very little minded in front of all of you guys right now. I'm gonna hide behind it.
I don't know. I've learned a lot in the last 30 minutes.
Yes.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Over there with my whiteboard in front of me.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is you can go back and replay this segment later on the Los Angeles Tribune. So thank you so much, Majid. Randy, super excited to hear from you. Such great points from absolutely everyone. Looking forward to hearing your final remarks as well.
Yeah, I gotta echo what Majid said there. I think females are becoming stronger leaders in this world, and my executive team is all females, and they are just absolute powerhouses and operate in such a different capacity than we've ever seen them before. So I just want to echo what Majid said. It's something I've been very proud of in my organization is that we purposely hire women in executive positions because we think they're just as powerful as a lot of the men on the stage. So I just want to echo that. And my thing that I just want to leave everybody with is that there's a quote out there that says, you're an average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. How lucky am I that I get to hang out with 5 incredible people on this screen that are all influential and leaders and doing incredible stuff. If you could be on this screen with these 5 people, imagine how much your life would change. Well, that's what I want you to do. Audit your circle to see the 5 people around you the most and how influential they are. If you hang out with 4 people that are consistently drinking and at the bar, you're likely going to be the 5th. If you're hanging out with 4 people that are consistently showing leadership, hiring the right people, and growing their businesses in a very respectful manner way, you're going to be the 5th. So audit who you hang out with. It's probably one of the biggest things that you can do. And that leads me to where I'm going in my life, where my dream circle is that when I get to the end of the road or I'm ready to call it quits, I look around my circle and it's just a bunch of people talking about the impact that we're making in the world more than the money we have, the houses we own, or the cars we drive. It was the people's lives that we changed along the way. And that's what I truly want to be when I call it quits, is surrounded by incredible humans that believe in the same thing, that are making impact in the world, demonstrating true leadership, and just role modeling under what I want my kids and my family to learn from. So that's what I would love to leave. And Rachel, you're one of those people. So thank you so much for the invite, for being out here, and to my other panelists. You guys have all inspired me today. I'm leaving more fired up than when I came in, and that's one of the biggest requirements for me.
Awesome. We want to thank you, Rachel, and everyone. I'll give you the final word, Rachel, but you're muted. But we're bringing Sorrel up. He's the next guest. And so we want to thank you and your panel for a marvelous day. Thank you, Randy and Majid and Carly and Samantha and Rachel.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Randy, just let us know where we can. I think it's Go Big, Give Big. I think he dropped off, but thank you all so much. Rex, thank you for popping on and giving us our final words. Appreciate you all. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Muted. Thank you. Now I was muted. Thank you. So I am here. Let's see here what's going on. So I am here with a very fascinating man. I can't say enough good things about Sorrel. I was hoping Alicia would be here too to join us. I don't know where she is at the moment, but if someone backstage can find her, that would be fantastic. And Sorrel.
Rex, my dear friend.
My dear friend.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, but my dogs are going crazy right now. And so I don't want to step on what you're doing. But Sorrel also has, besides being a business leader and doing so many good humanitarian things for so many people around the world, and particularly in Haiti and some of his passions that he has. He also has a show called The Daily Huddle, where he gets together, huddles with other people who have great insights and talents and abilities that they share with others so that we can all be successful. I'm going to mute my mic just a bit, so I'll let you tell you a little bit more about yourself. I'll come back. I just need to control my dogs. And
no worries. We'll include your dogs. You never know. Sometimes woof is a leadership statement. Rex and the LA Tribune, thank you for having me here. It's always a gift for me to be in the company of people, especially you mentioned hundreds of speakers on this platform, and if not thousands or tens of thousands listening. So lightly that today is a gift to me to be in a space where I can say good evening, good afternoon, welcome to the space of leadership. I am that not a single one of us is smarter than all of us, and that I get my life from your listening. So thank you for having me. I am the co-host and co-founder of the Daily Huddle, something that we created in the midst of COVID. We had a leadership session scheduled, my business partner and I, and it turns out that the state closed the very weekend we were to stage that session. And we looked at each other and we said, what shall we do? And an angel came. It was one of our clients who said, you never know how long we're going to be sequestered in our homes. What if you created something virtual that could be a space where people can get a shot in the arm and a shot in the heart every morning? So Giovanni Gonzalez, my business partner, and I chose to create the Daily Huddle. And so there you have it. Rex, are you still here?
I am here. I absolutely am here. And I want to say that was wonderful. This is LA Leadership Week. This has been a week of people describing and sharing their principles and practices for leadership. And you certainly are a leader. And I would love to have you share some of your practices, some of your principles, those things that have made a difference in your life that you use to make a difference in other people's lives.
Absolutely. And stay here with me because I love to look at your face.
I will stay, I promise.
That sounds great. Rex, my favorite principles of leadership, I have 5 of them. And I've lived by them for a long time. Maybe when I was a little boy, I was living by them, but I didn't know how to articulate them. But starting in 1999, I started with the first practice. That first practice, I call it discovering. To discover my innate ways of being as a human being, good, bad, or indifferent, and just be with them just the way they are. That practice is literally saves my life, saves me tons of time, saves me tons of heartache. Imagine discovering about me something that I'm over it, so I'm not ashamed to say it. But there's this thing about me that says, hey, Sorrel, you're really smart. So when you go someplace, you should talk in a way that proves how smart you are. And until I discovered that I had that as an agenda, so to speak, I was serving that as if I was enslaved by it. So discovery is the approach I use in my life and the approach I use with clients that gives them the opportunity to see how they operate automatically as a human being, the seeing of which leaves them in a space where they can choose to operate differently. So that's the first practice, discovery. The second practice is anchored in this statement that I love to make. No one of us is smarter than all of us. So we do two practices together. The first is that we sit for however long it takes, Rex, and we create a common future that we share. And by sharing, I mean to sit down and create a future that's not anchored in what I need to survive, what you need to survive, but what we collectively say we want to have make a difference for the world. That process can take a minute and it can take a year. It takes how long it takes. And leaders like you, leaders like the people listening, I invite you to have for yourself the gift and create the patience of actually working with yourself and others to create a future that leaves you so touched, so inspired, that when you wake up in the morning, that first thing that's in your mind is, what am I going to do now? As an action or as words coming out of my mouth that will in this moment fulfill that future.
Wow, that is awesome. And I want to point out while we're here that I don't know if you've been able to see some of the comments that are going on the screen. So there are a lot of people who love the Daily Huddle. and they love you, and they're talking about how they start their morning with the Daily Huddle. So maybe we ought to tell people, just so they know, others who might not know where it is, how they can participate and join and watch and listen in on the Daily Huddle.
Oh man, absolutely. The Daily Huddle is the love of my life. And every morning you can join in on Zoom. And to register to get the link on Zoom, go to the Daily Huddle Zone book, and the link is the Daily Huddle Live, dailyhuddle.live, and you will be right there with us.
Awesome.
Daily Huddle is also on YouTube, by the way, at the Daily Huddle. So you can follow us there. Every morning we go live. Immediately afterwards, as it's streaming on YouTube, it all stays there in the stream, video stream spot on YouTube. The YouTube channel is the Daily Huddle Live. Go ahead and subscribe there.
So the Daily Huddle, and then you also have the newsletter.
Yeah, I've been trafficking in this world called authentic leadership. And that's
why we have you.
I've been enamored with it. Can't find the depth of it. I keep digging and I find no bottom, right? So I chose to create on LinkedIn a newsletter called The Daily Huddle, not The Daily Huddle, Authentic Leadership. And once a month, I publish something. And once a week, I take one of the practices and I'll do a video on it. So if you follow me on LinkedIn at Sorrel Quetan, that's SAURELQUETTAN all together, you'll find the newsletter and you'll find my postings. I post on a regular basis. I love being in that conversation. And authentic leadership to me, Rex, is the set of 5 practices that I mentioned earlier. The first being discovery. The second being the creation of a shared future. The third being, there is no one leader. There is all of us leading. So it's the creation of collective leadership. The fourth being, if we're together, having created a shared future, and we're now leading collectively, then we're in a position to create an action plan that we share and that we give our lives over to. Imagine that the action plan you create for your business gives you every single time slot on your calendar, and you let that run your life. And that leads us to the fifth and final practice, which is executing with integrity. You pull all that together, it creates a cycle. It's not a sequential set of practices. Rather, it is the cycle of life that it is to be someone who's practicing authentic leadership. That's it in a nutshell.
Wow. Well, I love that. And I was going to ask you, I was going to say, well, you know, as a person who's responsible for others and accountable to your own actions, as the kind of person that you are that's creating good in the world, you know, that all of these principles could be used like for good or bad. I mean, it goes without saying. A hammer can be used to build or destroy. We know that kind of thing. So how do you safeguard against that? And then you came up and said the fifth principle, that everything was done through integrity and with integrity. And, you know, the idea that is built into the five that you say right there. I'm just going to make a confession. I'm just delighted to have you here. I just am thrilled to have you.
I'm delighted to be here. You know, I've had you on the Daily Huddle. You have joined me on the Daily Huddle and blessed our family so many times. And it's not like I was paying it to you, but I'm paying it forward, because I firmly believe, Rex, that whenever any human being opens his or her mouth, a difference is made.
If you don't mind me asking, and I like I said, I wish Alicia was here. She's from Haiti, and you're from Haiti.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, and she's
Alicia's from Haiti.
Yeah, the business manager. Yeah, the business director. So I don't know where she is. She wanted to be here. She was going to be here. She must be busy with some responsibilities. So, but maybe you could say a little bit about that connection that you have with Haiti and what goes on with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Rex, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to say what I'm about to say. I consider myself blessed that the way I run my businesses and the way I run my life and the way I make a contribution to Haiti are all one and the same. So the five practices I just mentioned, I have morphed to create for Haiti, which by any measure, if you look at the news, people would say, Haiti is a rather troubled country. Well, where I see trouble, I, like God, don't traffic in coincidences. I see the opportunity to make a difference, the opportunity to practice leadership. And so we took the tenets of authentic leadership and we built what we called a model, inclusive dialogue in Haiti. Inclusive dialogue being a space where any leader in Haiti, any individual in Haiti, could find the space and practice number one to transform who they are for themselves into someone who's moving beyond the realm of, say, relief, because Haiti's the home of many, many thousands non-governmental organizations. Haiti's the space where people find it easy to say, this is my space where I go do charity. And I'm adamant that Haiti's a developed nation in my lifetime. So we're steadily moving Haiti from a space where people relief to the fulfillment of a promise I made in 1999 that Haiti is a developed nation in my lifetime. And how we see that happening is by implanting at the grassroots level leadership principles, creating an army of people who are on the journey called authentic leadership, and one by one, group by group, institution by institution, they transform. They band together to create a new future, which gives them a new country, anchored in each person having transformed and declared for themselves their own sovereignty. I'm a firm believer, Rex, that only a sovereign being can create a sovereign home, a sovereign neighborhood, a sovereign city, a sovereign nation. So once they create that, they can band together and create a new constitution that gives them a new country. Create collective leadership. There's no longer the haves or the have-nots, the elite or not. There's us. And when we band together that way, we can actually create plans that we share. Not plans for me, not plans for you, but plans for the fulfillment of the shared future we created together. And then, number 5, Rex, execute that plan with integrity. And do that over and over, rinse and repeat it. And I dare say, Haiti is a developed nation in my lifetime.
Wow. Well, I really appreciate that. The comments in the chat are amazing. And if you're getting, other people are getting value from this and you haven't yet chatted, be sure to put something in the chat about how much you're enjoying this. And I also want to be able to get your links into the chat as well. But I'm going to take now to introduce you to Alicia Magnus Lewis.
Alicia!
Hello.
Oh my God. Rex told me you are Haitian as well.
Ouais, haïtien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alicia Magnus Louis.
Oui.
I'm content well.
Moi content well too. Moi content que wap parler d'Haïti kounyen parce que moun bezwen konnen que
Oui.
Haïti c'est un bon
Yeah.
côté.
And
Gen
Alicia's
bon là.
saying that she's happy that I'm speaking about Haiti because the world needs to know. And as you were saying that, the words that rang in my head is that the world needs to know that Haiti is a developed nation.
Yes.
And I say this because people tend to look at the external circumstances, whether or not a country or human being is developed or not. I invite all of us to look inside of the space that says, you know what, regardless of what my circumstances are, I am that I am who I say I am. And when I can live a life given by my say, it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. Haiti's a developed nation is with me and in me. And you can take that and carry it into your business, carry that into your family. Yeah. Your say gives you the life you live. And I say that my say gives me the country I have. Yeah.
It's so beautiful. Haiti is such a beautiful country. The people of Haiti have such beautiful hearts. The treasures that are within Haiti's fabric, the history of Haiti. Haiti is the first independent country, 1804, independence from slavery, and the experiences that Haiti had as a nation had to navigate to gain its independence, to fight for its independence, and to sustain its independence. A lot of people don't know that into the 2000s, Haiti was still paying back France for its independence. And the people of Haiti are so beautiful. And when you said it, I felt it, that in your life, in our lives, we will see Haiti continue to transform. You know, the battles that Haitian people are navigating right now are not battles that they should be fighting, you know, and it's because people see the light and the brightness that is within Haiti, the resources that are within Haiti, that there's always this turmoil. And like you said, what Haitians are navigating, it can be like what people are navigating. Oftentimes it's those that have the brightest light that people try to dampen their spirit, because they know if their light shines so brightly and it radiates so brightly, watch out world, because they are a force in this world of ours. And so it is, you know, my heart goes out to every single Haitian individual in Haiti right now and abroad, because what individuals are experiencing, the fact that children aren't able to go to school, the fact that there isn't a government right now that can advocate for the people, the fact that when there was a government advocating for the people, we saw what happened. But it just goes to show that you have to continue to persevere, continue to move forward, continue to have conversations, and to continue to remember who you are from the inside out, because no one's going to be able to dampen the bright light that is Haiti. And in our lifetimes, we're going to see the country continue to transform, and it's going to take people, it's going to take resources, but it's going to take community coming together. And when people don't want people to work together, they separate them. They turn them against one another. But what happens when people come together in unity for each other, with each other? So many shifts can happen in Haiti and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Alicia, I say, so goes Haiti, so goes the world. Human beings, I do, you do, and others have the tendency to look at the transformation of a spot in the world as transformation that's just for that spot.
Yeah.
I see it differently, and I'm inviting others to see it differently too, that when together as a race, a human race, we can stand for the transformation of one little corner of this planet. That little corner of the planet is a microcosm of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So whatever there in terms of transformation, whatever happens there in terms of the uplifting of individuals and institutions and people declaring themselves as sovereign and honoring themselves that way, guess what? I believe that that happens for the entire planet. So while I am from Haiti, I was born and raised there, didn't leave until I was 18. Parle créole tant qu'on rat. Right? And so there is that aspect of Haiti, the food, the music,
yes,
the people, the mountains, the streams, all of my memories. And by the way, I go to Haiti quite often. In 2013, I took 8 trips to do the leadership programs that I run in Haiti. And the fun thing about all of it is that that's what I love as a human being. But what defines me is where I was born. What defines me are the relationships I have with people like you, Rex, and everyone who's watching now. And what defines me also is the promise I make, which promise I give the permission to run my life. So I'm saying this to the world. If you want a great life, make a promise and then live your life as if your life depended on fulfilling that promise.
Yeah. I mean, that's talk about a mic drop. You know, keep your word, keep your bond. You know, but what you just said, then live your life as if everything depended on keeping that promise, because that is a powerful statement. Wow. But and knowing you, it's a powerful practice that you put into motion all of the time. So I appreciate that with you. I did want to do one thing. I'll let you talk some more, but I wanted to get, it was your name all together with what to get the newsletter. Is that it?
Okay, so I'm going to do a little magic. Go to my LinkedIn page and click on my profile and go to the newsletter now.
And while you're doing that, I have to say, Haitian culture, the food, the music. I was born in the United States. My parents were born in Haiti, but I made it a point to learn Creole and speak it with my grandparents, speak it with my family members, because I feel like our culture is so important. And I love that there are so many Haitian Americans and Haitians in other parts of the world that are committed to community. And what happens when you can create community, preserve history, and preserve legacy. You know, take the time to step forward, to remember, to continue to build that bridge of culture, of history. And, you know, done it with Haitian culture. We were talking about books earlier with Russell Brunson, and, you know, books, the legacy in books, the history of books, the knowledge, right? And knowledge transfer. That's what it's all about. So we can preserve legacy, so we can continue to build legacy, past, present, and future. You know, that is truly what it's all about.
I love that, Alicia. You know, one of the things I really got taken over by is that your greatest contribution, or my greatest contribution, anyone's greatest contribution to humanity, is the fullest expression of myself, just the way I am. Right? So it's as if the planet, the world, the universe is made up of all of us, just like the ocean is made up of all of the drops in the ocean, right? If a drop is missing, the ocean itself is incomplete. So if your expression, my culture, like the Haitian culture, is missing and not expressed, then the world is incomplete. So it's not like it's a duty. It's just what's natural. It's natural for you, for me, for the people of China, the people of Russia, the people of any country, to express and share their culture, because that is what makes the world complete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sharing and expression of culture. And
I
culture
posted the link to the newsletter there.
There we go.
And I'm also posting the link to my LinkedIn profile. And I'd love for people to get in conversation with me and continue to play and have this conversation. I can't hear you, Alicia.
Oh, I know we could continue on this conversation. Would love to have Rex back on as well. Sorrel, it's been such a pleasure and such an honor to speak with you, and for us to collectively share our culture, our history with the world, a beautiful culture, a beautiful history. And also a reminder that don't always think you know something by what you see, because often things are not what they appear to be. And take the time to really get to know a people, a country, whatever you don't know, take time to explore, to learn before you make your opinion, because you might just be surprised about what you find out. And it might just blow your mind in the most beautiful way.
Wow. Yeah, let me again ask, because I want to make sure that we're giving out the right information. I see the LinkedIn link. I think that's great. But you said that it was your name with a dot something. What was that?
That is it right there.
Oh, okay.
My whole name with no dot.
Okay. And then, but then the Daily Huddle. Let's get that one down so we can give.
Yeah, let's put the link.
Well, you don't need to go find it. You just say it, and somebody will type it into the. Okay, go find it.
It's here, and what I'm posting is the link for the Daily Huddle on YouTube.
Okay, cool. It is a beautiful morning panel show. It's a great way to start your day. And yeah, I've been a guest on it a few times with Sorrel. I've always been delighted. We always have wonderful conversations. But even when I'm not a guest, I tune in the Daily Huddle because it's a great way to get inspiration. It's a great way to find your own internal motivation by looking at other people who are leaders and thought leaders in their own right. So it's a great life and business tool. I see Ava.
May I say one more thing about the Daily Huddle?
Please.
I would be remiss if I did not mention the fact that the Daily Huddle is a collective effort. So on Mondays, we have something called Money Monday. I have two wonderful friends, Kimberly and Zach Odie, who are financial advisors and run a team of over 200 people. They made money. They know how to make money. They know how to teach people how to make money. Mondays, because we say if you don't have money in this lifetime, you're probably going to have a hard life. Then we say if you have money, but you do not have someone to share it with, you might not be as fulfilled as you want to be. So on Tuesdays, my friends Catherine and Tara Heaton lead a for communication and relationship. If you have someone to share your money with, but you're not healthy, what good is that? So on Wednesdays, my friend, Mr. Chase Gray, hosts Health Matters. And we wrap all that up and we say, well, God, unless you're connected to something bigger than you, your life may be. So Dr. Monica Ogando hosts Thursdays, Spiritual Matters. And last but not least, myself and Giovanni Gonzalez, the co-founders of the Daily Huddle, we host Business and Leadership on Fridays, because we say if you've got all that and you can't bottle it up in an enterprise to create a legacy for the world, well, what good is it?
Well, what a beautiful model, Sorrel. That's a beautiful model of community. We're doing something together. I wanted to come in. My name is Ava. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. And it was so beautiful to see you and Alicia in conversation about Haiti. You know, like Alicia and I had a lot of heart-to-heart conversations about her heart for Haiti. So it was so beautiful to see it on screen today and have that opportunity for her to share it. And Rex, thank you for inviting Sorrel. You know, I wanted to say all the gratitudes. We're going to get you back in LA Tribune in the future, I'm for sure, but we're going to transition right now to a new panel, you know, so I wanted to thank you, Sorrel, thank you for the time, and Alicia, thank you. You've got your next your next interview, Alicia, waiting for you.
Yes,
Alicia, stay in touch.
Yes.
Eva, stay in touch. Rex, I'll see you on the other side.
Sorrel, and I have to say, Sorrel, your close was also a beautiful introduction to our next guest, our next host that we are about to have join us. Hello, 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 Dame Doria. We are delighted that you are joining us today as part of LA Leadership Week. And what Sorrel was just sharing and mentioning in the end about business principles and money management and being a conscious leader with conscious business, Dame Doria, I know is something that is very near and dear to your heart and to what you teach and through what you experience. So Dame Doria, it is such an honor to have you joining us today. And
until Dame Doria joins us, I know you just finished Money and You, Alicia. So tell us a little bit more about Money and You and your experience. Of course, we're not gonna blurt it all out like Dame Doria. We at the Los Angeles Tribune are graduates of Money and You. And so we are excited to bring the owner and CEO of Money and You. Been for how many years now, Rex? Like over 45 years, right? Over 40 years. So wanted to bring on stage Dame Doria Cordova.
I sound so young when we talk that I've been doing this for 45 years, you know? So I am a happy camper to be here with all of you. And hey, Rex, how are you doing today? You doing good?
I am doing well. Thank you for asking, and thanks for all the love and the behind the scenes messages you passed me. I appreciate it so very much. You know, for those who don't know, Doria and I have been accused of being twins, but she's the good-looking twin, and I I didn't know they were leaving us alone, but also the far better twin, and the experience and the benefit and the way that you have helped change people's lives from long ago to right now and into the future is no small thing. It's amazing. You have been responsible, and your company has been responsible for taking people who now are like superstars, but having given them their beginning or pointed them in the direction for which they could travel. And they still, and the cool part about it is they still love you. That can't be said about everybody. So that means you're doing something right.
Yes, I get along with everyone in the industry. And I was just going to say very quickly that I am so grateful. And for those of you that don't know about Money and You, the teachings are based on the teachings of Buckminster Fuller and 4 other masters that were all curated by a master by the name of Marshall Thurber, who's an off-the-chart genius. So the work, it has been, it talks about us being, each human being is an experiment, right? I mean, we are an experiment. Each one of us, all of you out there, you are an experiment. So whatever your life, whatever you're demonstrating, and this week we have been talking about leadership, it's all about how you are going to show up in the world. And we're creating history every day. And for me to say this when I'm just a little girl from Chile, I grew up in Santiago, Chile, when I was brought to this country when I was 12 years old in 1962. It was 1,000 years ago for some of you. And I had the opportunity to be able to really just kind of create myself. And I wanted to really acknowledge all of you that are watching right now. It's incredible to me the number of people that are hanging out with us and and I'm responsible for the last couple of hours for us to kind of wrap it all together because we have had such amazing masters. And let me tell you what a master is. A master is somebody who is wholeheartedly working on themselves. Do you realize the small number of people that are working on themselves in this world? Sometimes we forget because we're surrounded by all of our friends and we go to this beautiful, beautiful LA Tribune, masterminds, master classes, all of these groups of people that we get together. So we think that the whole world is like this. But just remember that there are 8 billion people out there. And the minute that you decide, and I was watching at different times, we had Money and You in San Diego from last Wednesday until Saturday. And so in between, I was kind of running in to see who was talking. And then I have to say, I am so impressed by so many people. And this morning when we were watching that group of women that were just like, wow, it was just so good. And I have to tell you that it was really interesting too for me to watch Robert Cialdini, because I know that a lot of the people who are masters now learn from him and they kind of like adopted it. And I remember way back in the day, I used to say, wait a minute, did you read the book Influence? And they go, yeah. I say, it sounded like half of your program is from Influence. And they go, yeah. And I go, why don't you give him some credit? The guy is like, absolutely like a trendsetter. And I know, I don't know him personally. I'm just a big fan. The things that he was sharing, all of you have got to read that book, Influence. And I have not read his latest book, so I'm definitely going to go out and get it. But that alone, you have to go back. What I want you to do is I want you to go back to this program and go back and put it in the background. That's what I've been doing. This morning, I was doing a million other little things, and I just had it in my background. So in one room, I have it on my iPad. In another room, I had it on my phone. And then at another time, I had it on my computer. So I'm just listening in the background. Even though I love to also watch movies and news, I had this program on because it was so powerful. The masters, and thank you so much, Mo. Thank you so much. And my beautiful Ava, to see you grow the way that you're growing. And Alicia, you were such a rock star in Money and You. Like people were attracted to you. They knew that you were this magnificent human being that is just like growing. I can't imagine what you're going to be like 20 years from now, right? And so now, I've been around. I'm 74 years old. So yes, I'm supposed to have it together by now. But even if I didn't have it all together, the bottom line is that when I am centered, when my leadership comes from my heart, when I am willing to learn every single day, even from the youngest, even from children, even from animals, even from politics. Are you open? Are you open? See, what I want to do is I want to demonstrate a little bit of leadership right now by sharing with you that what I share with my teams and the people around the world that I work with, which, by the way, I have been with one instructor for almost 37 years. I have been with another instructor over 30 years. I have been with program directors for 25 years, some of them, and I have been with partners for 25 years. So it's like the reason why I am able to hang out with these people for so long is because we have the ability to be able to create a context, and these are behind me is, from over here, is from Money and You, which is to create a fruit bowl, is to create the context, to create a container that can actually put people, that holds people, that holds rules for the game, that holds the policies, that holds the goals, that holds all the things that are going to make an economic engine work for you. So being a leader means, and whether you're just leading a small team, you're leading your family, you're leading your own family, you're leading a community, you're leading a country, you're leading a movement. See, all of us, and the gentleman that was right before me, oh my God, such a beautiful, beautiful human being. And what he was also talking about, he's talking about creating movements. What are the movements that you are going to create for the world? It's like, what is the movement that you're creating? I didn't know when we got started. We didn't know what we were doing. What we were doing is we were using the highest teachings, the highest principles that we could find. We were using that which was available to us so that we could have the ability to be able to prove to ourselves that self-mastery worked, that we were leading each other, we were holding each other responsible, we were telling each other, we were encouraging each other, but at the same time also, and Landmark put these words, actually est, which Landmark came from, put these words on the map, which is to take a stand for you. So I am taking a stand for you when I am supporting you in seeing some of the things, some of the behaviors that you may have that are not the most empowering for you. They are not the best for you. So as I am beginning to, I'm going to give you a few more things here about leadership. And then I have connected with some friends and some people in my life that I wanted to bring to you that were absolutely magnificent, that could really help you out. I have one right now, one of my guests that is actually at the airport getting themselves very quiet. This is a mega entrepreneur. And I said, God, he's so successful. So I wanted him to come and share, how do you create that level of wealth? How do you create that? How do you stay in your heart and allow yourself not only to be a beautiful family man, to be also someone that is so committed to the betterment of humanity, and is also in very traditional businesses, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you some people that are living the dream, but also living the vision. And this is really, really important, because what we want to do is like be outrageous in your visions. Be outrageous. I mean, the bigger the problem, the bigger the vision. So without me realizing it, when I met Buckminster Fuller when I was 27 years old, and I was introduced to him by Werner Erhard, the creator, the founder of EST, which became Landmark Education. And by the way, that is one of the most successful human potential companies in the world. We're in the billions, and with millions and millions of graduates around the world. And many of us that were S graduates, many of us, and put it on the chat if you ever did Landmark or S, just so you know, I love that work. I love that work. It's so different than my work. By the way, there was a part of me that when we were co-creating the logistics of Money and You, what we actually did was we said all the things that weren't working on Landmark Education that we didn't like the no frequent breaks, no refreshments, no music, all these things. We put all that in Money and You. But one of the things that we did when I met Buckminster Fuller, and I want to have a little chat also with Rex here. When I met Buckminster Fuller, it was at a time when I was just beginning to open up. But he talks about this big problem, which is that scarcity was no longer real in the world, that we had enough. In the early 70s, we had not proven that we had enough resources, enough water, enough food, enough everything for the world to work. And we were still not doing it. And we're still not doing it in 2024. That was when the big problem came for me, which I want to solve world hunger. And it was like such a big problem. So within that context that I personally was going to be responsible, along with millions others, to eradicate hunger on planet Earth, the precessional events, the ripple effects became the most magnificent thing that I could ever imagine. So that's why you have to think big. Rex, what say you?
I say you are amazing, and you have instituted and initiated and have been maintaining and sustaining something that has gone on for many, many years, and that will continue to go on after you and I are gone from this planet. And I think that that's fantastic. You know, your leadership has helped so many people worldwide, and is based on principles of Buckminster Fuller and the work of Mr. Thurber and your input. So, I mean, it's a win all the way around.
Yes, it is. And now, what were you doing in 1977, Rex?
1977, I was acting. I was doing movies. I was teaching. I started teaching acting, and I was doing some smaller workshops in personal development, meditation. I was also spending an awful lot of time on personal improvement and self improvement and personal development. And it was a wonderful time. The 70s were a crazy time, coming on the heels of those turbulent and wonderful and weird 60s. So I was devoted to myself, devoted to my craft, devoted to making a difference in the world, and trying to help people find their way, in whatever it was, whether they were actors trying to get a career, and as I was, or whether they were people who wanted to be able to calm themselves through hypnosis and meditation and find peace within and discover their true self. So, you and I have been doing this a long time, and it doesn't seem like a long time. I mean, that's the amazing thing about it, doesn't it? I mean, to me, it seems like yesterday in so many ways. And when we talk other colleagues or people that we knew or that may have passed or that are still around, it seems like, just yesterday we were having tea, and then there are so many people who were not known when you and I were coming up, who are now very known and very prominent, and but they weren't around up until 10 or 20 years ago. So it's great how the world changes and how goodness gets added in, and it's like everything. Is the idea that I'm not going to say that the best are always the shiny objects that are making all the money and that gets the marketing share, because that's just not true. That's just good marketing. But typically, if you're good at what you do and you're really, really dedicated to what you do and you're committed to helping others do what you do, you will be at the top. You may not have the marketplace that somebody else does because they got more money or they got better marketing, but you will be making a difference all around the world by lighting a candle, one candle at a time, and making that spread throughout the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to check in with my guest. Andrew, are you ready? Give me thumbs up. I can see you in the back. All right. So I'm going to bring, and Rex, you may want to hang out for a minute and meet my beautiful friend. And let me just go ahead and, there's beautiful Andrew. Andrew, how are you doing?
I'm really, really good, Doria. How are you?
I'm good. And, thank you so much. You are in between flights. And I know that I made you do this.
and I'm honored. And, what they say, come hell or high water, when you call, I'll be there.
Thank you. Well, let me just tell you very quickly, for those of you that have never met Andrew McDonald, he's a seasoned multi-sector entrepreneur, very successful, real estate developer, sales and marketing professional, business development consultant. He's a public speaker. He has been a TV host. He is a family man and a wellness mentor. And one of the things that I love the most is that he's actually working quite extensively in Hawaii, and he can tell us a little bit about that project. But anything else that we need to know? Because we're just introducing you, Andrew, to this beautiful, the Los Angeles Tribune, you know, to Mo and Ava and Alicia and the team and Rex. So anything else we need to know about you? Because then we want to get into a little conversation about leadership.
Sure.
What say you?
Well, I can certainly say that I was born an altruist and an idealist with a bleeding heart that's worked very hard in my adult life and career to, put my dreams of helping uplift as many people as possible through the filter of a business. And so it's been a nice ride, many businesses, many different industries, and certainly a long path, both in, human development and performance, in wellness, in coaching, and, business coaching, as well as just helping people break through professional plateaus in performance. And after about 12 years in real estate, I'm able to take those ideals and apply them in a way that would also be an example for what we call globally responsible real estate development. We want to take that in the right direction as things are changing rapidly, and the needs of the youth and how they approach real estate are much different than what we've seen in the past. So I'd say that's about it. I'm happily married with 3 children, and we're moving across country right now. So it's a dynamic time, but very, very happy about being with, an education platform that's been around for a long time, and also to be an example in what I call, conscious capitalism and responsible real estate development.
Can you just tell us just a little bit about the project that you have in Hawaii? I love that project so much because you're working so closely with the local people. Go ahead and just tell us a little bit about that. Oh, did you mute yourself? I think you're unmuted now. Okay. I know that you're muted for some reason. There, you're not muted now, but we can hear you. Maybe you got unplugged, your little mic thing. You were doing fine. Okay, so until we get him back, we'll continue with our conversation with Rex. But I was just going to say very quickly, I wanted to bring Andrew McDonald in because he is creating a huge platform, which is called Legacy Alliance. And Legacy Alliance, he's working in partnership with not only his main partner, but also with a whole group of people that are creating a huge educational platform that is kind of like taking over from the old Rich Dad education platform. But they have their own whole other model. But one of the things that they're going into education, there he is. I was just starting to talk about legacy education.
Yeah,
And,
sorry about that.
Maybe you can describe it a little bit more, legacy education. I was just starting to touch on it, and then a little bit about Hawaii.
Of course. So Legacy Education is a 26-year-old, publicly traded company since 2014, and they're known for teaching real estate investments education, financial literacy, and trading. And it's just in the Robert Kiyosaki Rich Dad Education was a massive brand and face and model for it for 16 of those 26 years. And we've been working hard to restructure and relaunch it so we can cover even more of what we call an offering of a broad spectrum of educational pathways. So real estate, trading, entrepreneurship, biohacking, and all of the different verticals within those 4 quadrants, as we say, to reach as many people as possible, so they can follow their passion and learn a specialized education that will help them do better in life financially. And we really believe in that. We'll be moving on to also offer what's called online accredited degree completion programs, which is really a wonderful program that's been around for 20 years that we're integrating that will allow people that are off track, like the single mom working at Walmart who needs to go get that college degree still, we'll help them at $50 a credit get through in 18 months online. And that's a really, really valuable program, like I said, for those that are off track. And so, the military, when someone goes in the military and they have a bachelor's degree, they start out at twice the salary as they would otherwise, as one example. So, we needed to recreate the business, which was all live events based, 230 employees all over the world, doing 8 events in a weekend as a digital marketing powerhouse first, leading back to live events, because we know how potent and important live events are for that direct engagement. And that's what we've done. And so we have faculty partners in all those 4 areas: real estate, trading, entrepreneurship, and biohacking. And we are just about to launch back into live events. It's a very, very exciting time, because we know we'll be able to help millions of people again, and in an even larger way, ultimately, than the company already had, which was tremendous over the years.
Well, I was just going to say, just to make it very clear, you guys, one of the biggest challenge that a person in America has is to be able to have a bachelor's degree. And like he was sharing, if you go into the militaries with a bachelor degree, your income is twice the amount. And there are so many, the way that our system works right now is that if you don't have a bachelor degree, so many doors close. And so Andrew's partner, Barry Costner, has his family education has been a system has been to get people to get their bachelor degrees in just about a year and a half at a very low cost. And I was in tears when I heard about that, because this is one of the biggest challenges to uplift humanity's financial, financial level, if we want to call it, and deservability. So this is so beautiful. And so the Legacy Alliance also has, with Jerry and Jessica Conti, they're leading the Legacy Live programs. And in that one, we're going to be part of that, the Money and You program, our accelerated programs. But they're also going to do biohacking. So those of you that are very interested in health, because health is wealth, stay connected to us, because we want to have an opportunity to be able to have this big umbrella for you. And one of the reasons I'm so excited to bring Andrew was to connect them with Mo and the Los Angeles Tribune team, because you guys both have very different but very on purpose platforms. And then, of course, they have real estate education and investment education, which is all the different quadrants that are necessary, again, to uplift all of the everyone's. It's education. The 2 things are most important in the world are education and energy. Energy, of course, meaning renewables, gas, oil, all that. But also for those of us who are light workers, also the other kind of energy, which of course Andrew also understands very much. So go ahead and tell us a little bit about Hawaii, and then the Hawaii project. And then I want you to tell us what are your leadership secrets that you can share with all of us in creating such a level of success.
Okay, thank you, Doria. Well, in Hawaii, for those of you who don't know, Hawaii has been experiencing a housing crisis for the last 50 years, believe it or not. And now the statistics show that 14,000 or more locals are having to leave the islands because of lack of affordability on housing. And so it's caused a real problem. And of course, Hawaii's always tried to protect from development from, say, mainlanders or people out of the U.S. coming there just to make money. And so what they really want to do is allow responsible development that is good for the land, the locals, and in alignment with policy and the politicians. And it's taken some time, but with the recent tragedy on Maui in Lahaina, some of the largest landholders in Hawaii have really decided to participate in solving this crisis. And they've been looking for teams of proven entities, credible individuals that are local and proven in Hawaii to put Hawaii first, put Hawaiians first, and build the right product mix for this to meet this need. And I've been fortunate enough that I was able to do a very large deal at Hawaii's first resort, the Mauna Kea Resort, which was developed by Rockefeller back in the 50s and 60s, and to do it with the right people, to bring the right locals together who have been involved in Hawaii in a deep way since that time. And because of that, new relationships and my business team that was built, of the the biggest leaders out there, gave me an audience with the largest land holders of their land banks on the islands, primarily the Big Island and Maui, as well as Oahu. And so right now we're focused, for all of you on this phone call I normally don't put this out there, but on an 1,139 acre development in Kona, which is going to be in large part primarily about workforce housing and affordable housing, which are all in the same ballpark. And then, of course, some affordable luxury and then some true luxury. But that is a under 10% portion of the overall development. But there's 3 schools, a hospital, wastewater and sewage treatment plant, a business park, a forest preserve, and it's being done in really the best land area near the airport, below those 6 resorts, and next to, where the Home Depot and the Costco is, and the national park on the coastline. So it's a tremendous blessing. But these are 15 to 20-year commitments, and it takes an extraordinary team and an extraordinary commitment to be able to go after these. And we're fortunate enough to build some workforce and affordable housing on Maui near 2 of the most prominent golf courses, which are very short on housing, and they've been trying to figure this out for 20 to 30 years. And one of the keys is, being so credible and so in alignment with the land, the locals, and the politicians, that you do have support from the whole line. So we have the old Department of Agriculture and head of climate resiliency, as well as the real estate commissioner and the governor, mayor, and so forth, all on board. So it's just been very exciting. But it took me bringing in an old friend of my wife's of 20 years that I developed a deep relationship with over the last 4 years as my main partner, who has done believe it or not, $3.2 trillion of net zero urban planning and design, urban development and design and master planning, primarily in other parts of the world where they have the money to spend on these progressive, giant, colossal projects. But the technologies and the systems and the sustainability programming that has gone into those, including the programming for human wellness, is made it possible for us to then say, let's go take this to places where there is a need and great attention, and let's create a model for other developers and builders to follow. And that's what we're doing. And so there are certainly bigger projects than even those projects, which are multi-billion-dollar projects that have been offered to us, but one thing at a time. We're doing that also in Colorado, even, where we're annexing, large acreage, starting with 1,000 acres, annexing the land into the city, entitling and permitting, and then creating this affordable and workforce housing. And the challenge with affordable and workforce housing and build to rent, as they say, which people can justify because of the trends and demand, is that it can be somewhat Orwellian, I would say. And my concern is that it may pencil and have profit, but we don't want to put our youth in gray boxes, small gray boxes. We want to develop, efficient, sustainable design that is optimal for human wellness and community, and that's what we're doing. And so it's really very exciting because it's the opposite of that Orwellian kind of micro unit gray box approach. And then in regards to leadership, some of the simple tenets that I'm sure all of you are aware of, but we all need these reminders. One of the things that when I think of leadership, I think of there's no success without commitment, and there's no true leadership without authenticity. And one of the things that, I'm always trying to remind myself of is, I was born, as we all were, with God-given gifts and talents, and that those of us who sleep best at night have surrendered and embraced those gifts that we were given from birth. And of course, nature and nurture comes together to kind of optimize and clarify what those really are and what our calling is. And we're just trying to live in our calling. So when you see someone with leadership capabilities that's in full alignment with their calling and being authentic and their God-given gifts, it's very easy to identify true leadership from those people. And that's why sometimes people who have great leadership qualities, they end up doing great things as a quote unquote great leader, but it was who someone told them they should be, or how they were conditioned based on their environment or teachings and upbringing to be. And sometimes we have to unravel that early programming as a child or as an adult, and through meditation and introspection and prayer and asking the question, who am I? We can really be reminded of who we are. And that's where I think every individual will find their leadership potential realized. So that would be my
Wow.
fundamentals there.
Wow. Now listen, you guys, if you have been here for the last 8 days, he just wrapped it all up. Everything. I mean, I swear to God, Andrew, you might as well have been watching every hour because you just wrapped it all up. Thank you so much. I wanted to bring Fred. Fred is going to be our next speaker, but I just want to introduce you to him for 1 minute.
Okay.
And I think I'm able to bring him up. Let me add him to the stage. Oh, I love it when I'm in charge.
Yes, you have the controls.
Woo!
Hello, everyone.
So I wanted you to meet for 1 minute. Andrew literally is on his way to get on a flight to move his whole family to Florida. Another one leaving California for Florida. We won't go into that story. But I was just going to say, Fred is the most interesting human because he's in a similar spectrum like you. So Fred, just tell Andrew a quick overview of what you do.
Yeah, thank you. I specialize in alternative investments, investing in real estate, in mortgage notes, which is the debt side of real estate. And really my mission is to teach people about how to invest in assets and build ownership and own assets and improve the value of that. And I love what you're doing with those development projects, because that is something where there's a huge need in the marketplace, and you and your team are stepping up to fill that need. And so, yes, you can make a profit and do well financially, but also you're making an impact and improving the community and the lives of the people that are living there. And so I love that. I love that mission.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it very much. It's just an honor to be with all of you.
Thank you. So Andrew, these are your last words before you go. Anything else you'd like to share with this huge audience?
Look, I think I did say it, but I would just say God bless you all, and let's be like Doria. Let's bring the light every day. It's too easy to get caught up in the polarized, emotional, politics. We're walking into an interesting second half of the year, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to be the optimists and the solution providers, and not get caught up in the drama. And if we can all do that as a team, that's what makes the world a better place. And so, like I said, just love and respect to all of you. And DC, you're wonderful. So just thank you for having me. I look forward to talking to you soon.
Okay, aloha, Andrew. Let's all say aloha.
Aloha.
Say aloha on the little. Thank you. You have a safe trip. Oh, let's all take a deep breath. Fred, and thank you so much. Another Money and You graduate. I know that you were really amazing when you got to our program. So we probably just tweaked your life just a little bit only.
Oh, quite a lot. Yes.
And we'll talk about that in a minute. But I was just going to say, I am very moved by all these people that the Los Angeles Tribune attracts into sharing their wisdom and their beautiful gifts. So many of these people never have to work a day in their lives. If you knew the level of wealth that they have, the level of success that they have, and yet on their way to catch a plane, they're willing to stop and just share some of the gems. And I know that he's very inspirational because he's helping. Hawaii is, has a special place in my heart. And he is solving one of the biggest problems there is in Hawaii with all the people that have to leave that beautiful home because they can't afford to be there. And he's coming in with the solutions and just so you know, creating an amazing amount of wealth that will be shared with many. So let that be an example for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Fred, so nice to be talking with you directly.
Yeah, great to see you again. Thank you. Yes. Yes, it's wonderful
I'm
to
going to
be
be
here. And I couldn't agree with you more,
Yes, go
Gloria,
ahead.
about just the idea that the Los Angeles Tribune brings together this community, so many amazing individuals, and we are the people we associate with. And so we're able to come together and learn from each other and really create this environment that that makes a positive change. It makes so much impact, and that's wonderful. This is the type of room that I want to be in. I seek that all the time.
Wow. Well, I'm going to be a little bit selfish right now. And I just wanted to ask you, how did money and you impact your life? I know you are very successful and you're such a fun participant and you played and you just went full on in the program.
Yeah.
What would we be able to contribute to your beautiful life?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I've always been of the mind that in investing in workshops and seminars and programs, it's one of the best things we can do. And when you participate in something, you go all out, play all out, because that's how you're going to benefit the most from the experience, and how you bond with the other people that are there with you, and you build relationships that way. And so that's something that was very, very impactful for me. So as far as how it impacted me, the lessons, I was really taken by the major focus and emphasis on the idea and power of leverage, right? As someone that works in the investment space and the financial space, yeah, absolutely. We all know about financial leverage, right? What is that? It's when you borrow money and you put that into an investment, you put that in at risk into a project with the expectation that your rate of return is going to be so much higher because you're putting in your capital that you have, but you're also using borrowed money as well. That's financial leverage, right? But what about all the other types of leverage, all those other flavors, right? You go to the ice cream store, the ice cream shop, you see all the different flavors. With leverage, there's so much, right? And these are some of the things that people maybe forget about, especially in my industry. Like, what about operational leverage, which is all about increasing your profitability and throughputs through systems, right? Systems was something a lot of time was spent on in Money and You. Also leveraging your relationships, your human capital, utilizing the skills and knowledge of your team to maximize your business, your goals, your productivity, everything you're doing. And guess what? Here's a upgrade to that. I always say, if you invest in your team and build their skills, that's like a second a layer of leverage now, because now your team is growing and evolving, it has more skills, and then that makes an even greater contribution. So yeah, in summary, it was all of the concepts that were shared in lessons learned about leverage. It's such a powerful thing, and I feel that it's something that doesn't get enough attention.
Well, I was just going to say, if I make one little correction, they're not concepts. They're actually principles.
Principles, yes.
Principles, yes. Concept is when something is a bit of a theory, is still being proven and all that. Everything in the Money and You program and our accelerated programs has been proven by someone, and it came from, and I don't know if you know this story, but it came from Money and You comes from a real estate company in San Francisco that saved all those beautiful Victorians back in the 70s. You know, they were all going to be torn down and destroyed. And instead, what happened was that Marshall Thurber and his team, they saw a huge niche and they decided to go ahead and invest in that. And they were using human potential principles, human potential tools, along with traditional business tools. And it was absolutely mind blower for them to be able to just create this beautiful work and be able to continue to be able to create wealth and make a difference, right?
No, absolutely. It's again the idea of seeing an opportunity in the marketplace and leveraging your skills, your team, your capabilities, and bringing a solution to the marketplace. And yes, you make money, you make profit, but also there's an impact that's left, right? There's an impact that's made. It benefits the community and creates a lasting impact. Just like what we were talking about with Andrew, or same thing. I love that.
Absolutely. So, I see in the background my friend Freddie, and I want to talk to you a little bit longer, Fred, but then I'm going to bring in Freddie, a second Fred, a little bit, because I want you to meet him, another Rockstar Money and You graduate. And he is absolutely, he has won Grammy Award winner. And, we got to bring in a little bit of Hollywood in here, right? Major, beautiful pianist. But before we move over to include Freddie, what are your secret sauce to leadership? You may have shared it before, but this is a new moment in time, and many people will be watching the replay of this. I know that they will be definitely on my Facebook page. So what would you say?
Yeah, leadership, some of the thoughts I have on this that's really important is it all starts with leading yourself. Right? Are you a good leader? If you look in the mirror, you're going to see your leader there who's guiding you and making the decisions. And so how do you lead yourself? How do you lead your financial life? Let's talk about financial leadership, right? Because as we know, we are the CEO of our own personal economy. And so it's important to be strategic and purposeful about how we handle our finances, our income, our investments, all of our accounts, right? Asking for help when you need it, and working with good experts to help review your progress. As in my work in the investment space, I wanted to share couple of questions I talk to people, because this is something that comes up all the time, like to assess your stewardship with your capital, with your accounts, right? I always like to ask these questions because I'll tell you, I came from computer engineering background, worked a lot in the tech industry, and we moved jobs around a lot in the tech industry. And so what happens? You move jobs, and maybe you left your retirement accounts behind at the last employer. But I always love to ask these three questions. Do you know where all of your retirement accounts are? Because over time it can get scattered, right? Do you know where they are? Do you have a good records of that? The second question is, do you know what investments or what funds your capital is invested in? Do you actually know that you could list that out and talk about it? And the third question, this is the big one, is do you know anyone personally that works at the company where your money is invested? Would you be able to call them up on the phone and talk to them, right? It's an active aspect. If you look at this and evaluate, maybe you're not happy with how you have things, how your stewardship is of your own personal financial leadership, maybe it's time to make some changes. And so I wanted to answer your question from the financial perspective, because I feel that sometimes it's not something that people give a lot of thought to, yet it's so important. It's so important to be a good steward and take care of the capital we have, because when we do that, more opportunities will come to us.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you so much. Let me bring up Freddie. Are you ready to go? Give me a thumbs up if you are. All right. I want you to meet another Freddie Ravel.
Hello,
wow.
Freddie.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
¿Cómo estás, mi amor?
Muy bien, gracias. Gracias
Ah,
por
vamos
el...
a hablar todos en español aquí. Yo no
Hablamos en
sabía de eso.
español.
Oh, goodbye, everyone. You need an interpreter now. We got 3 Latinos.
That's
So
right.
very,
That's right.
Freddie, since I don't think you've been in this platform before. Have you been with the Los Angeles Tribune yet?
I have not had the pleasure, and it's a real honor to be here. I'm a native Angelino, so it feels
Yes.
especially good to be here.
Well, I just want to tell you that I've been wanting to introduce you. I mentioned them to you a few times, and the way that it worked on a meditation was like, Freddie must be there. And let me just introduce you very quickly. Not only are you a transformational keynote speaker, but you are also a Grammy nominated artist. And for those of you that don't know, when you get nominated for a Grammy, you're with the best of the best. Okay. These are the musicians that change the world. And when you go and download Freddie's music, oh my goodness, we play some of it in Money and You, and I'll never forget when you play piano for all of us. Just a master. And I love this, an influencer bringing individuals, organizations, and events in tune to their highest potential. And I am going to open it up in a few minutes after the two of you talk for a few minutes. I want to open it up so that you teach a little bit, Freddie, because the way, even if you just take like 5 minutes, 8 minutes to teach, because I think that once people begin to understand music, and I sent to you a picture of my mama, when she listened to Earth, Wind, and Fire. And it was so interesting because you introduced me. I mean, to have met, oh my God, to have met one of the top guys in Earth, Wind, and Fire in Malaysia and go to the back and do the whole thing. But even in Malaysia, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the same experience that people had in my mama's nursing home. As soon as Earth, Wind, and Fire came on, the whole room lit up. And you actually saw my mother kind of like begin to, move her little shoulders. And next thing you know, she's rocking out to it. And it was such a representation of the power of music. But before we get there, Freddie, just give a little conversation to Fred before he goes about your leadership style, a little bit about you so Fred gets to know you and the whole world.
Well, DC, thank you so much for that gracious intro. It's a lot to live up to, but I'm going to do my best. And Fred, it's good to meet a fellow Fred. Everyone, I've always been amazed that music has been sort of this art form that has been parked in the world of entertainment and primarily entertainment. We tend to think of music as something that, it's on Spotify, it's on iTunes, you go to a concert, you use it to escape, you use it to work out. But I'm here to tell you, everybody, that music is actually a multitasking power tool for daily life, and that all of us can actually access it by understanding certain principles about music. And I've been doing this program called Life in Tune for over 20 years now to the Fortune 500 companies and for a lot of the human potential people. And it's amazing to understand that the world's undisputed international language is actually music. It's been around, we've been using the written word and the spoken word for about 5,000 years. That's it. But music, they found a flute in Germany. It's 40,000 years old. They found it in a cave. It's made from a vulture's bone, and it's a flute. And we know that prehistoric man was trying to get a good sound out of a vulture's bone. That's right. So music is something that we have been chasing, that we have been pursuing, that we have been embracing as human beings from the very beginning of time, since we walked the planet. And I'm very excited to have had these programs that show people how melody, harmony, and rhythm, the three fundamentals of music, are connected to leadership, collaboration, and time management. And I call the whole thing Life in Tune.
Thank you, honey. Well, Fred, anything you would like to ask of Freddie before we let you go? And thank you for having been my guest.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that, Freddie. Those three areas of music, absolutely. I love watching live music, the experience and seeing musicians communicate with each other, both musically as well as non-verbally, the interaction that happens, especially in improvisational styles of music. There is multi layers of communication happening, and it's so powerful. Even if the musicians don't speak the same language, they speak and communicate through the music. And so I love that. I think that it's something that everyone is impacted by, and it conveys a message, it conveys feelings and emotions, and it's so powerful.
Thank you, Fred. Yeah, well, I like to tell people, just by virtue of having a heartbeat, right? We all have a drummer beating inside of us.
Keeping time. Yep.
Keeping time, right? Human heartbeat's an average about 74 beats per minute, right? So we're all walking around with a beat. All of us, all the time, right? And there is a synchronization that can happen with human beings that can make us phenomenal. And that's what I'm here to do. And I guess you're about to leave, Fred, but anybody who wants to learn more about this, it's called lifeintune.com. Check out the site and join us. We're here to launch a movement. We're here to launch a movement about using music to raise human potential beyond entertainment.
Fabulous.
We're here to show, and I'll tell you what the tagline of Life in Tune is. Life in Tune, hear what is not heard. Hear what is not heard. In other words, if you develop these skills, you'll be able to have a level of intuition and power that allows you to walk into a space and hear and feel things that most people don't check out. And that's because you develop the spidey sense that musicians have. And that's what I'm very excited to share with everybody. On a longer level, it will connect you to passion and purpose and prosperity. That's a natural result of understanding how to hear what is not heard. And I believe that if you can hear what is not heard, you're able to be very sensitive and be very connected to everything in life, relationships, between your partner, between your boss, between your employees, between you and your audience, which, by the way, I'm speaking like a musician, but really, when I say your audience, I mean your clients, your colleagues, right? And of course, your family.
Yeah, it's the way you show up in the world. That's
Totally.
what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
It is.
Thank you so much, Fred. And you
Thank
know
you.
what? Just hang for a second. JB Owen, are you ready to come up? Give me a thumbs up. Oh, I got to introduce you to all the rock stars that I'm bringing in. Now I got the power to bring them up. Hold on. How do I get to stage? There we go. I love it that I can bring people to stage.
Hey, gorgeous. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So delighted to be in this amazing, auspicious place on this beautiful time on the planet. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And by the way, Freddie has been knighted too. Yes. Yes. For all his contribution.
Thank
He's
you.
one of the people that I had knighted. But I was just going to say, JB, I just wanted you to meet Fred for a minute. And then we're going to do is I'm going to have you and Freddie have a little conversation, but both of you can be teaching. This is about leadership, but Fred is such a beautiful human being. And of course, another Money and You graduate. I can't help myself.
We love being here.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's great to be here. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure
And,
to meet you also.
And let me very quickly, I just wanted to have oh my goodness, we have Jennifer that has also come in. Hold on just a second. Let me just go ahead and bring up, are you ready? Jennifer, I know you're a little early. Is that okay? Here we are. Woo! All right, here we are. And so Jennifer, look who we have. I don't think you've ever met Freddie Ravel, have you? Okay, she's going to unmute herself. Yes, go ahead. I know it's a little tricky. It's at the very bottom. We're not in Zoom. And see where it says mute, unmute? I think I can do it too. Okay, let me see if I can do it. Okay, hold on. Unmute. I can do it. All right.
Of
Can I
course.
mute yours? Because you chose to mute yourself, to mute themselves. Okay, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. All right. But JB, it's like I just wanted to introduce you very, very quickly. You're the founder and CEO of Ignite Publishing. You have been featured on Forbes and Forbes Women. You are this very beautiful, successful human being with the most gorgeous heart has had the opportunity. Okay, Jennifer's unmuted. Great. And you have had an opportunity to be around the beautiful Dalai Lama. You have this whole spiritual side. You love to empower women and humans. And the way that I hang out with you is by supporting the schools and all your humanitarian endeavor. What say you? What would you like to say to this beautiful panel?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for allowing me to be here. It always touches my heart when I get to be around you, Doria. So thank you. And thank you for the people that you expose me to. I love learning and listening. Thank you, Freddie, for talking about music. I'm never going to think differently now about my heart being my own inner drum. I love that.
There we go.
Absolutely. And of course, as I was sitting listening, I was thinking about leadership and what does leadership really mean? And it's really about leading by example. We all have the opportunity to lead by example, to show people what they're capable of, what's possible, what's allowed, what's able, what can be made, what can be inspired, what can be created. And leaders really have the ability to do that and share that with individuals. And I think I love the word ignite because we can, one person can ignite multiple candles, can ignite multiple people and create this real ripple effect around the world and inspire people to help others and step into what I call the triple win. I win, you win, they win, another person wins. Let's do the 4 win, the 5 win. And when everyone wins and everyone is able to come through with integrity and dignity and the ability to be the best version of themselves, that for me is the power of humanity. And that is how leaders should be showing up. And we see that all the time, from little people to big business owners to solopreneurs. Showing and leading from example is really, I feel, the power in igniting humanity.
Wow. Wow. Woo. Let's all take a deep breath. Rock star. So now we have our beautiful Jennifer Hoff. Jennifer, I'm so glad that you were able to join us. Jennifer, she's so interesting because she has a whole science background, medical background, and I mean, she'll share about herself, and she's an expert in the science of flow and fulfillment. She's an author, she's a speaker, and if I may say, she's also a seer. She sees and feels, but she actually sees things. And the way that we met was so interesting because, I changed my name from DC to Doria, and she only had heard about DC. She wanted to meet DC, but she was sitting next to a Doria. And then when we realized who I was, and we've been sisters ever since. But I like Jennifer because I want to have a conversation with all of us together about leadership. Yeah. But I also want you each to teach a little because each one of you has the most beautiful gifts. And thank you again to the Los Angeles Tribune, to Mo, and to my beautiful Abba and Alicia and the whole team, and Rex and everyone for having us here. And we're so appreciative. But since we're here, and this is going to be on for decades to come, because this is a huge platform and a lot of people watch it. The last summit they had over 1 million people that watched it. So we want to be able to give the gifts of your teachings to them. So Jennifer, what say you about yourself, about leadership a little bit, and then we can go into the conversation.
Well, like JB, I loved what Freddie shared about that we all have this internal drum. We all have this internal rhythm. It's just so magical. And from that place, it's sort of like we actually give off certain frequencies, and metaphysically and really aligned with the laws of physics, we have 75 trillion cells. And they're all giving off photon packages of light about who we are and why we're here. And those photon packages of light are received by everyone else's 75 trillion cells. The information about who we are and why we're here, and even the evolutions we've made internally. That's the important piece for me, Doria, that each of us, as we're having the courage to become who we came here to become, as we're answering the question, what's the greatest thing I could do with the skills I already have to be able to wake up inspired and know that I came here for a reason, going to sleep with a sense of peace in our hearts. If we can answer that question, the way we get to become that person, all of the information that we use to bridge ourselves in our becoming actually comes out of us in the form of photons. So anyone else in the world or anywhere else can actually access the ability to build a bridge for themselves. So the gift of becoming who we really are and the gift of being the leader that we are is that we pay it forward by even the photons that we give off that travel around the earth 7 times in a second. So we evolve each other. Our courage to evolve evolves each other. We receive the information of others' evolutions through our own cells. Yeah, I always laugh when people say, you're given 2 ears and 1 mouth. So what does that say about how much you should be listening? And to what I say to that is, yeah, and you were given 75 trillion cells that are also listening to what's going on in humanity. So for me, this is really about answering that question. What is the greatest thing I can do? I just came off a TED Talk that was all about being a movement of one. But we're billions of people who are individual movements of one, and we're all connected by photons and beyond. So it's a very powerful time to be alive. And thanks for having me, Doria. I love you.
So very quickly, would you explain to those who have never met you before that this is science? This is not. This is not.
Yeah, I'm actually an economist. And then I got really sick. And I started to be able to see that there was more to life than just my 3-dimensional goings on. And I realized that, we're 99.139% multidimensional particles. We're quantum particles. And then I started meeting lots of woo people, and they're like, hey, what you're talking about is exactly like what I see. And I started to be able to marry the laws of physics with those spiritual principles. And before I would probably have made fun of some of the woo-woo people. It's so bad. I hate to say that, but now apparently I am one. So, but it's really science. This is all science. All the way we transform, the way this world transforms can be completely scientifically explained. This is not a woo principle. So, yeah.
Thank you. All right. So, Freddie, we're going to go to you first. So, give us a few minutes of your teachings. Just, related to leadership, to success. I know that all of us are committed to personal, business, and of course, the world working for everyone. So just give us some of your core teachings that are so beautiful. And are you near your piano by any chance?
I was just gonna thank you so much, Doria. I'm gonna switch to this camera because this camera you can probably see. I don't know if you can all see a keyboard.
Yes.
But the thing is, I don't know if you can hear it because I've never been on this platform before. Can you hear this? No.
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 Then I don't know how the audio settings work inside of StreamYard. So otherwise I would use the keyboards. I have a lot of keyboards here and I'd love to share it with you. But I'll do my best to explain things without.
I'm going to see if I can figure it out in the background, okay?
Okay.
So
yeah, in Zoom, I know how to do it. It's very easy in Zoom. But nevertheless, here, I'll switch back to here for now. Basically, I for the last 25 years, ever since I started working with Deepak Chopra and playing with the different bands I've played with, a little background, everybody. Most of my career, I've always worked as a bridge. I've always been connecting one world to another world. And usually it's with cosmic people. So one of the first cosmic people I started working with was Earth, Wind, and Fire. They invited me to be their musical director. And I'm still working with Earth, Wind, and Fire. In fact, I'm producing some music for them right now. And they're still going strong. They're about to go on the road with Lionel Richie this year. a great band from 1971. And here they are, they're still reinventing themselves and transforming the world. The next cosmic person I worked with was Carlos Santana. And I toured the world playing with him. And then in the midst of all that, I also worked with the great Al Jarreau, and I worked with Madonna and Prince and many, many other people in between. And all of these people, I was taking notes. You know, what is it about these iconic artists that have certain lessons that could be a benefit to people on a day-to-day basis? What is it about the way these people treat their audience, the material they sing or play, that is connective tissue that we know about music that connects to people? And I like to tell people that, I mentioned this earlier, we all have a heartbeat, we all have a drummer inside of us. But here's another way to think about it. If you think about music, there are three basic premises of music. You have a melody, you have harmony, and you have rhythm. And basically any song on the planet, no matter what culture you go to, no matter what style you listen to, there's a melody, a harmony, and rhythm in virtually all music. And another truism about this is that the melody is almost all the time in a leadership position. You know, we say if Lady Gaga's singing, she's the lead singer, right? If Carlos Santana is playing the guitar, he's the lead guitar player. So you'll notice that we're already using the word leadership in music to describe people that are singing the melody, right? So think about melody as leadership. The next thing to think about is harmony. Now, I imagine, I don't know how many of you out there play a musical instrument, but if you want to make harmony, you can't do it with one note. It's impossible. You got to have at least two notes or more. Kind of like human beings. You cannot make harmony by yourself, but you can make harmony with another person. And if you have more than two, you could have an entire choir of people making harmony. And ideally, you could even have the entire world making harmony when things are really lined up. We're working on that one, though. So you have melody and harmony, leadership and collaboration. Harmony is an act of collaboration. That's all really good, but if you don't have timing, everything falls apart. You have a great leader, you could have a great team of people working with you, but if people aren't mindful of being in sync with each other, it all falls apart. So you have to put everyone in sync, and that's the rhythm. That's the drummer of life, right? Melody plus harmony plus rhythm will get you to a thing that I call the score. And the score is the results, the proper use of melody, harmony, and rhythm to get you there. And I'll add maybe one, by the way, this is I'm going to call this the 3-minute blaze. I usually take a 1-hour keynote to go through all this. You're on your way to get to a thing called the score. The score is success. The score, by the way, I call success any achievement, big or small. Getting your kid ready for school, making their lunch, that's a score. Getting them out the door safely, that's a score. Getting a little task complete in your house, that's a score. Closing the big deal on a job you're working on, or getting the contract, or securing an achievement that you've been working on, that's a score. The score are little wins and giant wins. And sometimes the little ones are the most important because they ultimately get you to the big one. I think the last thing I'm going to say about this before, if there's any questions, is the idea of dissonance. We can't talk about music without talking about the sour stuff, because there are sour notes in music. And you can't talk about achieving anything in life unless you talk about the challenges of life. And ideally, when you have challenges and you have sour notes and broken strings, or a drum beat that falls apart in your life, it's the greatest opportunity to learn. So I want everyone to embrace and think about dissonance as an opportunity to grow. And when you think about it that way, you'll get to your score a lot faster. There it is.
You're muted, Doria. But that was fantastic, Freddie. I loved it.
Loved it. Awesome.
So many times, and I never, ever get tired of hearing that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Everybody, music is the international language of the world. We all have it inside of us. We're all born with it. Every single one of us have it. So to use music as just something for entertainment is so small. Don't get me wrong. I'm really happy that everyone has iTunes and Spotify and Pandora and Amazon or whatever you do, but we're only using a small percentage of it when we live that way. If you think about melody, harmony, and rhythm as a daily thing in your life, life is a lot more joyful.
Now you have a bunch of albums. There is one that is so rocking. Which one is the one I like the most? It's one of the orange cover one. I wish I had it in front of me. Which one is that one?
That one's called Soul to Soul. S-O-L as in the sun to soul.
Oh, that is so good. Go download it, you guys. Go get Freddie's music. It's so good. All right.
Thank you.
So, Freddie, can you stay with us a little longer, or do you have to go?
I can, and by the way, I know that we have a lot of LA people in this call right now, and I just want to let everyone know, because I'm a native of LA, my band is based in LA, and we play very special concerts in Los Angeles. And I just want to extend an invite. Our next one is on June 9th at Vibrato, which is up in Beverly Hills. June 9th is on a Sunday. It's a beautiful place. And then we're going to play in Orange County at Spaghettini on July 8th, which is a Monday. So I want to share that with everybody in case you are in town. And I have an 8-piece band. It's a serious, everyone in the band's got a Grammy, and everyone does not hold back.
We're talking the best music, you guys, the best music. July 8th, Chris, make sure you note that. We can go see Mama first and then come and see you July 8th. That's a special day. That was the day that I received Money and You as a gift from Marshall Thurber in 1985.
Oh my God.
Yeah, July 8th. And
so
July
when you come to the show, you gotta tell me, and I want to announce that from the stage, because you have been the most incredible. Without that, none of us would be here. Without that moment, none of us would be here. And so, the dominoes trigger many things. And so we're all grateful for that event.
Well, Spirit was talking really loud this morning about you, Freddie. It was very interesting, just so you know. I think that you should go for some even bigger things that may have been holding you back, because there was some loud talking about you this morning. Like to include.
Well, I want to tell you, DC, I'm having the best year ever. And I'm speaking in San Diego to 2,000 people on Monday, and I'm going to be going to Dubai to speak to 9,000 people for the $1 Million Roundtable. And when I do these events, everybody, they're like a TED Talk and a concert at the same time. Yes. There's a piano on stage, and there's storytelling and music performance as you tell the story. And I have to tell you, when you can tell stories and play at the same time, it's a lot of fun. And people learn 5 times faster when they're having fun.
And that's why you love Money and You, because we had so much music, remember? Because music is what drives learning. Oh, there's a whole other conversation, but we hang out if you would like. We'd love, because we have Lady J.B. Owen. Give us your gifts of leadership. I mean, you run so many different businesses and projects, and you are so successful. Tell us some of the distinctions. There's a lot of wonderful people that want to learn from you, JB. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, Freddie, I appreciate everything you said. It was fantastic, because you kept mentioning stories, and you kept mentioning how we go through our trials and our tribulations, and we have these moments, and I call them ignite moments, these moments that wake us up and redefine us and make us step into that next version of ourselves. And we all have ignite moments in many areas of our life. And it's these ignite moments and how we become the hero of them that become so fascinated. And so I've been really blessed to publish over 750 authors telling their ignite moments and talking about how they stepped into that hero's journey. And I think leaders have that ability to have that resilience chip, to have that overcoming, to have that determination. And they show people through leading by example, as I said earlier, how if they can do it, you can do it too. And so I love this power of storytelling. And I think and I've been doing lots of research and speaking to doctors and scientists who prove that the brain actually changes releases chemicals. Different things are happening in the body when you hear somebody's story, when you listen to where they've come through. And so on a physiological level, we're feeling compassion and empathy. We're feeling closeness and connection through storytelling. And so often I think about, we don't need more policies. We don't need more governments. We don't need more politics or politicians. What we really need is the ability for all of us to freely tell our story and share where we've come through, and allow that to be a teaching tool for others. And the truth is, people want to do business with people, not with logos or big, nice websites. They want to connect with others. And when you share your story in a very profound way, you give people the invitation to feel closer and more connected to you. And that really becomes a powerful, powerful way to create your tribe, be surrounded by people like-minded. And I think that's the key really to leadership, is to surround yourself with people like the people here in this event, like everybody at the Los Angeles Tribune, like all of the speakers that have shown up. They're surrounding themselves with like-minded people to help lift them up and inspire them to go forward. I will share something with you that I just recently grokked into a couple of days ago. I'm doing a big event in Las Vegas, May 16th and 17th. Doria is coming to speak. We have 54 other speakers speaking in 2 days on a miraculous stage, all about business, branding, and breakthroughs. And the truth is, when I had the dream to do Gatherama 2024, I didn't realize all the things that it was going to take to do it. So I started something, just sharing with my clients, my legacy clients, the other day, called the Dream Calculator. And I just want to share it with you folks. If you have a dream, you need all the soft skills, you need all the mindset skills, you need all the determination. But here's a hard skill that you can do. Take out your spreadsheet and put your dream at the top of your spreadsheet. And then in column 1, write all the different things you need to do, all the action items that need to happen to make that dream come true. In column 2, I want you to put, can I do it? Can I delegate it, or do I have to hire somebody? And really get clear on which one of those task items you can perform. In column 3, you then want to say, how many hours is it going to take to accomplish this action item? And get really practical. I mean, this is something why people don't fulfill their dreams or go after the things that they want, is because they're not making a proper perspective of what it needs and is required. So column 3 is, how many hours is it going to take me for each one of those action items? And then column 4 is, what is that going to cost? Is it going to be free because I'm going to do it? Is it going to be a trade or a barter because somebody else is going to do it with me? Or am I going to have to hire somebody, and what is that going to cost? And so suddenly this dream calculator comes about to really help you be clear and focused and able to accomplish your dreams in a very tangible way. Because many of us love to talk about mindset and opportunity and optimism and all of those things, which we all have. But if you really want to accomplish your dream, and you really want to go after something big and yummy that's going to make a difference in so many lives, start putting it down on a spreadsheet. And it may take you a while, but action item 7, I have to do this. I can delegate it. This is how many hours it's going to take. This is how much money it's going to cost. And at the end of your beautiful spreadsheet, you can see how quickly you can create your dream by just mapping it out. And so I've been sharing that with people recently. I thought I would share it with you because people ask me all the time, how do you publish so many books? How do you put on so many events? How do you cycle across Canada or do 50 or 60 or 70 days of cycling? How do you build schools? And I really do it because I break it down and put it into tangible, doable pieces that not I have to do everything, but I really can see the dream unfolding. So thank you. I hope that's helpful. I hope that supports all of you, because every single person here has a dream. And when you have a dream, I say go after it. There's no such thing as no. No just means new option. No just means next opportunity. And the universe and the world is just waiting to see you shine, show up, and be the magnificent you.
Wow. Can you hear the applause? Woo! Wow.
Calculator and money in you.
For those of us that love spreadsheets, actually, I'm not crazy about them, but now I am. I am. Oh, wow. What a way to use it. Wow. Excel sheet. Woo! I'm going to create one of those. Wow. Okay, Jennifer, how are you going to top that? But I know you can.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just synergizing with it. I love what Freddie shared and what Lady JB did. It's so in alignment with what I feel to be true in this world right now. And I'm feeling the love and the magic right now. So thank you guys both for what you shared. I think, I was going to share something else, but now that I've heard what both of you had to share, I thought it would bring up something that's a bit of a spreadsheet itself. And it's based on the laws of physics, because we've been talking about dreams. We've been talking about alignment with who we are and the dream that's actually dreaming us. There's actually a dream that's already dreaming you. And the laws of physics say that before you came in, you were already on a trajectory based on the skill sets that you have, the trajectory you've been on in other lifetimes, your natural propensities. My mother was an identical twin, and the two of them could not be more different. It was very clear that they each had their own propensities and they each had their own natural directions. But for me, what I noticed is when they tried to do what they should do or what they thought they ought to do or what society was trying to tell them to do, or really following the shoulds, musts, and have tos of the general public, life wouldn't work for them. Neither of them, even though they had separate paths, they started to try to conform, and there was no magic. As I was looking at their lives, and as I was in life, and I had almost died 5 times, and there was so much struggle, and I lived through migraines, I wanted to know, what is it that has people live in flow? Why? And why is that not happening for me? So I invented this little process called ABCDE. You guys are going to have so much fun with this. ABCDE is basically a way of telling whether you're in alignment with the way that life, the universe, the cosmos work, or whether you're out of alignment. And if you're in alignment, you will feel all of the cosmos, the God creation, whatever you want to call it, line up behind you. But it requires that in your life, you're doing mostly A things. So let me tell you what A things are. This is a second spreadsheet. I think if you do what Lady JB just talked about, and you combine it with what I'm about to share, I'm sure some deep alchemy could happen for most people. So here's how it works. An A thing in your life is something that gives you energy when you do it. You love doing it, and you're really good at it. So the exercise is, in your spreadsheet, to actually list all of the things that you do in a day, all the things that you do in your business, everything that's involved, from emails to grocery shopping to whatever it is. And you basically categorize them as A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus, etc. Now, A things give you energy. Absolutely, you love doing them. And you light up literally when you're doing you're really good at it, right? So a B thing, it might be that it doesn't give you as much energy, or maybe you're not quite as good, you're not adept. And so what you're looking for is only doing A and B things in your life. You can imagine what a C and a D thing is. Just so you know what an E thing is, you have no business doing it. It's like, I have no business building rockets, so I'm not going to do that. What that does, to go back to what Freddie was talking about, is it harmonizes you with your own trajectory and with the cosmos themselves. When you're in alignment with that, what happens is you become a living magnet to all of the resources you need to keep flying forward. So that level of alignment actually allows you, and it's such a straightforward exercise. And to be able to get yourself to do A and B things takes you out of, just imagine what it's like to be in those things. It takes you out of all the resistance. The only thing I wanted to add to this conversation, Doria, is that the laws of physics are being more deeply discovered all the time. It's so powerful what's coming forward from some of the leading edge teachers lately. And one of the ones that guides me in my life, what's being shown right now through some deep research, is that not only are we in the universe, but literally in order for the equation for consciousness for the entire universe to bear out, to equate, to balance, in order for that equation to work, the very equation that Einstein was working on when he passed, in order for that to work, the entire universe would also have to be at the basis of your protons, which means that not only are you in the universe, but there are 75 trillion cells in your body times 100 billion atoms per cell. And those 100 billion atoms have protons at the center. And there lies the actual hologram of the universe itself, not a reasonable facsimile, the actual universe. So I know it's kind of mind-blowing to consider, but if you imagine that, it means that everything we seek and everything we don't have, everything that we think that we don't have power over, we actually can affect all things and receive any information that we need because it's all within the very universe that is within at the same time that we're living in the universe itself. So for me, that is a place I go when I forget that I start feeling small. I'm not small. The universe is within, and I'm made up of the very atoms that birthed this entire universe itself. I'm made up of those atoms. And so I have access. My question is not why I don't feel that way. My question is that I wake up with every morning. How can I feel more of the universe within so that I can do what I came here to this planet to do? And I got to tell you, doing your A and B thing is a very good start about being in harmony with life, really being an instrument in the symphony of life. So, yeah, it's good stuff.
Wow. Boy, I hang around amazing people.
So do we.
Wow. Wow. Well, we have a few minutes. We have about 6 minutes before the rest of the gang comes back in, and then we're going to wrap up 8 days for them. This is we are like the cherry on the top, you know? And so I'm just going to go around. Any other jewels, anything else, any other gems? Freddie, anything else you'd like to say?
What comes to mind right now, it's sort of coming to me, is a quote from Aristotle: where your talents and the needs of the world cross, there lies your vocation.
Wow. Yes, indeed.
I love that quote because I think a lot of people, and this is just kind of coming right off of what Jennifer was saying, you want to be in your A game. You want to find what your A is. What's your A plus? What gets you out of bed and makes you feel really good that you do really well? That's where your talents are. And then you have to intersect that with the needs of the world. And a lot of people miss that part. They do their A game, but they might do it all for money, not necessarily for what it does for their heart. And so the congruency is not there. And I think it's really important that you think about the needs of the world and how you can help the world with your A game. And then, boom, great things will happen.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Miss JB, what say you? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me speak one more time. As many of you know, I'm on a real quest to ignite humanity. And I've had a lot of people say, well, what does that look like? What does it mean to ignite humanity? How can you measure that? How can you decide? And do you really think you can ignite humanity? And I've wrestled with that question internally, and I really have come to the understanding, and God has blessed me to know, that if each and every one of us just do a little bit, we will move the needle. We'll move the needle just a little bit. And maybe it'll be just a little bit in our lifetime, but over time, the trajectory will make a massive change. And so it becomes so much our responsibility for each and every one of us to do and ignite humanity in our own little way. There's 7 Ignite Humanity principles that I started to collect. And the last one I will share is to give first and give all you can. And I think this is a true money in you principle about giving first, because you cannot receive before you give. You must give to get. The more you give, the more you receive. And give all you can versus crumbs and apprehension and worry and concern. Give all you can. And it doesn't have to be money. It can be time. It can be effort. It can be love, understanding, forgiveness, compassion. Just give first and give all you can. And you will be astounded to the amount that you will receive in return. And when we give first and give all we can, we will change humanity. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I love you so dearly and I appreciate you so much.
So that reminds me of the teaching of Buckminster Fuller. Remember the trim tab? Do you remember trim tab?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Who you want to explain it, JB, or should I? Go ahead.
You please. You do it way better than me. I'm still a student.
But so in a ship, there's the rudder that moves the ship. But inside there's a thing called the trim tab. It's a little thing compared to the size of a ship. And so Buckminster Fuller, because he was a military guy, he was a Navy guy, and it was so interesting because he really did not like the military or big business or anything. And he was always in awe that the military used more his models than anything else, like they created more geodesic domes than anybody else on the planet, and but he would use all these analogies. So basically there is the trim tab is this little piece, and it literally moves the whole ship. This little tiny piece moves the whole ship. So he had a whole conversation that we are the trim tab. He used to share with us, never worry about whether you're doing the right thing or whether you're doing, he used to say, just commit yourself to the betterment of humanity and the Great Spirit will take care of you. He also used to say that if you it's always small. It's like even a 1%, if you take off from a port, the ship takes off from a port, and you just move it 1% over, it's going to land in a much different direction than just 1%. And so, it's those little things that really add up. It's just like we're all trim tabs, and so don't be so concerned about how big it's going to be or are you really making a difference. You won't know. I mean, we had no idea. When I started out in our business school, we made up this life purpose for ourselves in the school, which was actually it was profitable business, self-actualization through profitable business. That was our purpose. We just kind of made it up. We spent a couple of days. It was really, really hard work. But we decided to go ahead and create a purpose for the school, and then we decided to adopt it for ourselves. And mine, I think there's some noise somewhere. And mine wasn't really clear. That my purpose wasn't clear until I met Sai Baba in India in January of 1985. And Sai Baba says, I'm about uplifting humanity's consciousness. Well, the man was a guru. I mean, he was Sai Baba. Some people had judgments about him, but he was this grand human. And he actually was called the Man of Miracles. He created, quote unquote, many miracles. And, so he could just stand there and uplift humanity's consciousness. And I love that. I was like, I love that. I want that to be my purpose, except I'm not quite Sai Baba. So I'm going to have to find a vehicle to do it through, right? So it was like, through business. Yeah, all right. And it just, whoa, right? And it was like, and so people would ask me, and I would say, to uplift humanity's consciousness through business. And it was like, it was such a grand vision, and people would just accept it. They would just go, okay, well, looks like you're really doing that, right? And then about 15, 20 years ago, I should keep track of these things because I did that in 1985, that new purpose. And then about 15 years ago, I needed to tweak it a little bit. And that's when it became about socially responsible business. that now, not just business, because, when you really look around, there's a lot of business that are not uplifting humanity's consciousness. But the world was not ready to hear it yet. So many of you, the world is not ready to hear you yet. Not yet, but it will be. It will be.
Mhm.
And we are creating that new reality. We're creating this new AI program, if you may call it that. So when I began to come out of the closet that it was socially responsible business, it was like everybody kind of like, oh, I understand that. And those that didn't understand wanted the clarification, which it allowed for me to be able to explain it. And so the same thing with Buckminster Fuller when we started talking about eradicating hunger on the planet, and it was the whole group, whose time has come. That was the time for hunger to end. Its time has come, right? And it was such a foreign idea for those of you that were not born yet. In 1977, it was totally accepted. It was just like you breathe air and you drink water. People are going to starve and die because there's not enough food for them or water. I mean, it was just so accepted. There's a whole group of people in the world that still accepts that. And I have had friends that have said to me, you should be careful with saying that, because if all these people are going to be fed, there won't be enough for us. That is a very old paradigm. Okay. So either come to money and you read the book Abundance, right? And now we at the time that we started in 1977 with the Hunger Project, they couldn't even measure the number of people that were dying every day, and mostly children. So they were like maybe 45,000 that they had been able to measure, but they couldn't really. I mean, the Chinese government still doesn't know certain areas of China. In Western China, there are many places that the Chinese government will admit they don't know how many people are in there, right? So, and now we're down. When COVID happened, before COVID, we were down to 15,000 a day, which is still horrific, but little by little. And there is going to come a time, and it has more and more, that people are going, what? We have all these people that are hungry. We have all these homeless. I mean, I remember in New York, living in New York in 1986 for 6 months, and having people step over the homeless without even thinking about it. They just knew to take a step over it. Didn't think about it, nothing, right? Well, that was before California, hitting California. So it's so interesting just to see the solution just kind of occurring. So with that, I want to make sure that we go to our Jennifer, because I want to give her the time to spend her, few minutes in kind of wrapping this up, this conversation, with what last words would you like to say?
First of all, I love Buckminster Fuller, so I'm all about it. I think I really resonate with your message, Lady GB. Honestly, there's an interesting thing around that TED Talk that I just did, which is called the movement of one, but it's really a movement of one times 8 billion. And today I was listening to an interesting TED Talk that kind of resonates with what you were talking about, Doria. And it was by a gentleman who's a doctor, and he lived in Liberia, and he realized he got married, and the gift for his wedding was for everyone to donate to a cause, a foundation that he wanted to start. And he started it, and it was for individual people who were jobless in Africa to be trained as, let's say, conduits for medical care, because there is no medical care in the most distant regions of Africa. And so these people not only got jobs, but became outreach arms for clinics and doctors and medicine. And they are saving lives now, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of lives, because this man had a vision that each person was a movement of one, that these people that were looking for some way to contribute, to make a difference, Freddie, in the world, they trained them to be outreachers for the medical community. And that's how Ebola got stopped, through these leaders that he had trained through his movement. And he just enlisted movements of one. And each of us is a movement of one. And Doria and I and Freddie and Lady JB might seem like very, larger than life human beings. But in all honesty, we started as not larger than life human beings. We all have our story. And it took a certain willingness to just walk into the grocery store differently at first, maybe ask questions, maybe just be a better person by the way you park your car, and it evolves. So know that you just being aligned and coming from the harmonic of your heart, that thing that has a drum beat that resonates with all other people. When you come from that place, it resonates with all other hearts all over the world. And when you do that, you not only are one, but for me, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, it equals 11. So it's an exponential shift. We go beyond just that linear result. And it's just been delightful, an honor and a privilege to be here with you guys. And I love what you're up to in the world. I love the exponentiation of being able to make the world work for 100% of people. Doria, thank you for all you do.
Wow, Ava coming up. Come and say hello. This is
hello. What a powerful panel. This panel has been like bringing all the energy. Just talk about wrapping everything with a bow, Dame Doria, isn't it? Like everything from the music to the heartbeat, the resonance, igniting humanity, photons, and our resonance throughout the world. Oh my gosh. Like, I feel like everything that we did in the 8 days just got expanded with this panel. So thank you so much. Thank you for honoring us as the Los Angeles Tribune, our global community who really had a lot of takeaways, in the comment sections. We're just so delighted to have you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And let's bring up Rex for a minute just to connect with them. I don't want to miss Rex to connect from everyone. Just Rex is an OG. OG of OG. Say hello to Rex when you learn more about him and his beautiful book, and just you'll love him. Just one of the many. Thank you, Rex. Anything you'd like to say? I know you've been listening.
You got to be unmuted though.
If some would say I don't need to be unmuted, some would say mute that man. JB, Lady JB, it's so good to see you. She and I know each other. We've done things together, and it's always an honor and a treat and a privilege to be with her. The other two don't know me, I don't think, and I don't know them, and I just really look forward to being able to connect with you both, because what you all did with Doria here today has been absolutely powerful and positive, and it is pervasive. It will last forever, and I'm just really pleased that you all were able to share with not just the audience that's watching, but with us, the hosts and the producers and everybody, because it was really, really wonderful. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you so much, Freddie, Lady JB, Doria, of course, my twin sister. I love saying that. A fraternal twin, so you must understand, right?
Hey, I have many brothers and sisters anyway. You can easily be one of them.
I always say when I grow up, I want to be like Dame Doria, who unites everybody and gets along and and loves on everybody. That's my goal in life.
We just honor you both, Rex and Eva. You guys have done so much work in the background. No one knows your dream calculator. That is how huge it's been with all of the things you put together. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Big hugs to both of you.
And I look forward to your event, JP. What a dream coming together. So excited for Ignite-orama.
Yeah, absolutely. Please,
everybody's invited.
Yes,
sounds
everyone
amazing.
Come. Thank you so much, Rex and Eva. Please come be my guest. I would love it.
Oh, that would be beautiful. Thank you. And Freddie and Jennifer, we've got to connect and continue this, because you add so much value. I'm selfish. I want you to add value to me.
Pleasure. Always.
And Freddie, I want to come and listen to you play. I think that's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Where do we find out more about your events? What's the best way to find out about your events?
And if you're coming to Asheville, North Carolina.
So the Wide Awakening is for Jennifer, and Ignite Humanity Life. You see that, and then Life in Tune, www.lifeintune, right? .com.
Okay, perfect. Then Doria summarized it all.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that you all know we have a reunion, a Money and You reunion on May 21st. May 21st at 5 p.m. And it's going to be the latest Money and You group that we were together. And September 25 to 28th, I swear to God, Rex Sykes, you better be there. September 25 evening to 28th, we found the most beautiful venue in San Diego called Vision Spiritual Center. If you ever want to do an event, it's so beautiful.
Well, you're going there, Doria. I'm so happy.
Yeah, Jennifer introduced us to that venue. But anyway.
How marvelous. But also, I'm going to see you next weekend.
Yes.
Not this weekend, but the following weekend, the 18th and 19th.
Oh, yes. We also have on the 18th, we're going to be with Joe Vitale in Temecula. You guys come along. Joe Vitale is going to be talking all about the law of attraction, but we're also going to be talking Ho'oponopono and doing Ho'oponopono. So come along. Listen, let's all just hang out together. Let's get the band together, right, Freddie?
Yep.
Absolutely. Let's get the band together. Yes, for sure.
Yes. And Freddie, before you go, remember, always tell Carlos Santana that he tried to pick up on me when I was 20 years old. In the right off of Western. He used to his favorite cheesesteak place. This is when I used to eat meat. Used to be on the corner of Western and I think it was Hollywood Boulevard. And he had a white Rolls Royce and he tried to pick up on me. And I turned him down because I had a boyfriend and I was judgmental until I found out who he was and I'd look for him forever.
Darn it.
Darn.
I could have been Carlos Santana's girlfriend and I passed it up. My boyfriend at the time says, "What do you mean you didn't let Carlos Santana pick up on you?" And I said, "Well, I was a little bit judgmental." He goes, "Do you realize how many concerts we could have done?"
You know, it's
We're
really
getting
funny.
all of the secrets here from Dame Doria.
Right?
Exclusive in the Los Angeles Tribune.
Juicy, juicy.
We're going to let you go because we're going to wrap it up. So thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Lady
Thank
JD.
you.
Thank you, Freddie.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you so
we'll
much.
be right back, Rex and I, to introduce another night. It's Baron, Dr. Sir James Dentley, and Baroness Cara Dentley coming right up after this.
So let me just wrap it up real quick. So
Yes,
you guys
sure,
know,
Doria.
yes, I want to make sure that I do. Thank you, everybody. Aloha. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. So thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune. I just wanted to say that I've been listening off and on, and I am so moved to see how many people are now living the principles, teaching the principles. Just so you know, you are a dream come true for me. You are. We made you up. People dreamed us up. We dreamed you up. And thank you to each and every speaker, to every person that participated. And we have Baron Dentley that, oh my God, he's really the cherry on the top. And I just wanted to just let you know, keep practicing, keep going for it. Just take action, just whatever it is. And listen, we all go through fear. We all have to walk through fire. We all have had to overcome so many things. I mean, the stories that I could tell on how fearful I was about so many things. And I just walked through it. It's just fear. They're just thoughts. Take a deep breath. Of course, be careful. You don't want to do things that could kill you. All right. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about things that are really like in your mind, they're stopping you, and do all the work. Take 3 deep breaths and just kind of like, just really choose clearly that you are going for something so big. So remember, create a big purpose, create a mission, create clear rules of the game, find the team that you need to work with, get very clear on your financial goals. What is your financial independence number? What is it, your net that you need in your pocket for you to survive well with your family, with your friends, so that you can live a beautiful life? And then what can you create more to add value to humanity? And I always like to leave with the question that you can find in my Facebook. How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity through spontaneous cooperation in the shortest possible time without any ecological offense or the disadvantage of anyone? You create a product, a service, or a program like many of the people that taught here. If you create that as part of your economic engine, that is like the wind beneath your wings of your economic engine, you will be wealthy, you will be rich, you will have a beautiful life. Many of us were experiments. We're on our way to retire somewhere on Maui in the next 30, 50 years. So we need you. We need you. All right. Aloha. And thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune. Aloha. Thank you.
Thank you, Dame Doria. Thank you so much, Jennifer. So, Dame Doria, I'm going to take the opportunity to just interview you for a little bit. I hope you're not in a hurry. But what comes to mind was how one of your principles changed my perspective. And when our perspective changes, it changes the direction and our trajectory, and it changes our life. And what that principle was your definition of wealth. So would you share us, Dame Doria, your definition of wealth?
Wealth. My new definition of wealth is to have access to cash, access to resources, access to support, access to investment, access to information, access to tools that will help you with self-mastery. So access. And there are many definitions of true wealth, and our beautiful Ken Honda, who we definitely want to have here next time. Ken Honda has written a book. His latest book is called True Wealth. Go pick it up, because his book is called Happy Money. And he came and attended Money and You. I mean, this is Japan's one of the greatest human beings, and so has changed the lives of so many with his book called Happy Money. And it was really interesting. When I saw that, I thought, how come I didn't think of that name? It's such a simple name, Happy Money. And I realized that I had learned all these different things. Robert Kiyosaki, who used to be my business partner for 9 years, he and I made up a word called sushi money. Money that we could, that would make us happy. And sushi in those days used to be very expensive. So sushi money meant that you were getting big amounts of money. And I had learned true wealth also from Buckminster Fuller and other masters. And about 15 years ago, I actually don't remember how many years ago, 15, 13, 18 years ago, I was asking myself, what is true wealth? What is true wealth? True wealth is access. So what the Los Angeles Tribune and the whole team brings us together to have access. Do you realize how much wealthier you are? Wealthier than 8 days ago? I mean, all these people that you have access to, that you can meet, you can connect, you can write to them. You can say, hey, I saw you in the Los Angeles Tribune, Leadership Week. And I'm so interested not only in what you're doing, but I want to connect. I don't have that much money right now. I don't have access to that. Not right now, but can you support me with this? Remember, you'll never be ROKE. Never. You might break a foot, you might break a finger, and somebody may break your heart. But you'll never be ROKE. You're just temporarily out of cash. You're not seeing the access that's available to you. So what the Los Angeles Tribune does, and what all of us do, all of us that come around here to support you, we bring you access. And access is true wealth. So if right now you're just a little bit out of sushi money, of happy money, of just simple cash, you're just temporarily out of it, you have the ability to be able to create it by accessing it through relationships and through friends. And you can always go to accesstocashbook.com. For $10, link, you go into Amazon, download my book, Access to Cash. It's the most beautiful little book, and that was written in a way that is so easy to understand that you have access through credit cards, but not debt, but access all the different ways, and education and relationships and your own assets. So access is key, access as well.
Thank you so much, Dame Doria. That absolutely changed my life, because at that time when I was, when thank you for the scholarship. I'm lifetime grateful to you, for giving both me and my husband the scholarship to attend Money and You. But at that time, I was so worried leaving a financially secure job and stepping into entrepreneurship, because I'm like, why would I give up something so secured and, was financially to something that's not secure? But realizing that wealth isn't just finances. Wealth is access. Wealth is connection. Wealth is relationships. That transformed my life and my ability to let go of just the dollars and really look into the possibility, with connections, relationships, and access. So thank you so much. Dame Doria, there's something else that you have in your website. I'm not sure if it's fridayswithdoria.com or in moneyandyou.com, but there's that exercise, the magical exercise that you do. Would you tell us more about that?
Okay. So by the way, real quickly though, I didn't gift you that. You won in the clubhouse that we were in. You actually won. You won
I
it.
actually did win. Probably in 99th day and 100th day.
Yes, that was something that I contributed to all of us that hang out. The happiest life. You got, thank you, Mo, and that whole team that put together the 1%ers only. Weren't we happy in Clubhouse during COVID? Come on. We spent days in there. Straight. We had
100
so
days
much
all
fun.
straight.
Oh, we just were so happy in there. It saved our lives. We were so scared. And it was like we would get together and build each other up. And that's when you first heard my definition of access. That's when I started realizing in America, and this is where Fridays with Doria was created at the beginning of COVID, right? For my worldwide network. And then there was these magical exercises. So if you go to fridayswithdoria.com and you go under resources, you will see magical recovery exercises. Do those. They have to do with deservability. It has to do with what we have learned from our families, from our schools, from our parents, our brothers and sisters, and even the first job that you probably had, the first bosses that you have had. It's like we are like a combination, a compilation of all these beliefs and all these things that we have learned from those around us. And we learned them very young. And so when you begin to let go and release those beliefs and those thoughts that you may have from way back, what begins to occur is that you begin to have more of the freedom to be able to make your own decisions. So do them, build up your deservability, and you will see that you will begin to see the world a little bit differently. Besides, of course, with the work that our beautiful Rex with his Life in His Own on Your Own Terms book, which I love. And so what you want to do is you want to just fill yourself with good information, with good decisions that you make after you clear that in your heart and souls. And come to my Ho'oponopono. I'm going to do a Ho'oponopono this coming Friday. I am absolutely so excited to be able to share with you that prayer. 5 p.m. California. Just go to fridayswithdoria.com and you'll get the link there.
Okay, Rex, unmute Rex. Yay.
I have lots of fond memories of being with you in different places and online and everywhere else. One of my fondest memories, and I came across it the other day, was we were at an event that the LA Tribune was sponsoring, and we were out in the back on the tennis courts, and so I'm using my phone and I'm going through and I'm videotaping stuff, and Doria's sitting down and she holds up my book so that in the middle of all this event, she's holding my book so I can videotape it. And I was like, wow, that is so cool. That's so generous. It's so giving to even have the presence of mind to do that. And I didn't give you the book. You had brought the book with you. I mean, that's how truly amazing it was. So, you're just a very giving, kind, and a wonderful person. You're supportive. You help people. You uplift and edify everybody. That has been so much of who you are, so much of all of this time, all of these 45 years and beyond. So thank you.
Keeps me young.
And I remember when she won.
Yeah, she won.
Remember that. Yeah.
It was your good luck, Ava. In Asia, we call that good luck.
Well, it was also double a good luck because my husband won 99th day, which also came with money in you. And then I won the 100th day. I don't even know how, but I'm like
meant
just
to be,
grateful.
meant to be.
Yeah, it was actually a raffle. You weren't like being picked. It was a raffle.
I felt like I was picked.
You were.
So I won. My husband always says, "What did I won?"
Yes.
From the 1%ers. So thank you so much. Well, friends, we are having a lot of fun. I'm seeing the comments. We've got Parisa Rose with, when you won as well, full circle. Thank you so much to all of our audience. We will be right back, I promise, because we have upcoming, Dame Doria, would you like to give a little bit of introduction of Baron James Dentley?
Oh, I will hang out.
Well, that gets to be now because when we come back,
he's going to be on. Oh, okay. So, well, I was going to say that talk about leadership and talk about a beautiful human being. Baron Dentley. He has a beautiful heart of gold, but he's also a very savvy businessman, philanthropist, humanitarian, but also very intelligent. So the one thing that I love that he is a representation of is actually creating an economic engine that allows you to be able to be wealthy, to never worry about money again, and be able to do that which is going to serve humanity the most. And I think that's why he has been honored with many titles, and the fact that he allows himself to just give so many beautiful teachings and so many different platforms. You have to understand something about a lot of us OGs that have been around. We don't have to be doing any of this. We don't. But it's very important for us to be able to leave a legacy and to be able to create platforms and to create systems and economic engines for people to step into them and continue with the work. And I really feel that Baron James Dentley is somebody that's really an example of that. So beautiful human being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dame Doria. What an honor. James Dentley and Cara Dentley are just so excited to follow your footsteps with your panel. So really delighted with that. And Rex, thank you for joining me in co-hosting this. We will be teeing up. Oh, I don't know if you all were here during Russell Brunson's time, but it was so exciting how we watched his documentary and the trailer of his upcoming documentary. So we're going to be putting up that trailer one more time before we bring Dr. James Dentley. So thank you, Dame Doria. Aloha.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I cannot believe I literally wasted $500,000.
I've never seen him so mad. Right now, it's not looking good, brother.
This part, I would prefer not to disclose it.
Okay.
I didn't know how to get past that. I was kind of stuck.
What is it that I can help you with?
Right now, we are a little over $10 million invested, 3,000 or 4,000 books.
Brother, I got you.
Justin's like, hey, do you want to go on this top secret mission?
Like, wait, what is that?
The goal was get the rights of outwitting the devil. How are we going to do that?
These are artifacts the world's never seen before. I feel called to get this message out.
This must be priceless.
The only person that had it is the foundation.
I've never seen this ending. We're at the home ground of Pony Hill.
Russell, do you want this book? It's $15,000.
I will buy it from you for whatever cost. This is a story I will never forget.
We're delighted and honored. We're delighted and honored that you all are continuously staying with us as we are on day 8 of LA Leadership Week, which is all about leadership, values, and principles, and how we can all come together as community to uplift the world. And our next guests, they live and breathe these leadership values and principles. So honored to be bringing Sir James Dentley and Dr. Kara Dentley on to have a really insightful conversation about what leadership means for them in their lives, professionally, personally, in their relationships. I could say so much more to introduce them, but I just want to bring them up on stage with us today. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Dr. Kara. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. We're so excited to have you on LA Leadership Week. You both are a big part of the LA Tribune family, and we could not have LA Leadership Week without having the two of you join us because, like I mentioned earlier, you two exemplify what it means to be leaders from the inside out, from an energetic place, from a way you inspire the world. Dr. James, Dr. Kara, would love for you both to introduce yourselves a little bit more for those that may not know who you are.
Well, as you mentioned, thank you so much, Alicia. I almost called you Dr. Alicia.
Receive it.
I am a scientist. I retired from the federal government after being there 9.5, 10 years. And I ventured into leadership and entrepreneurship, and it's been amazing. It really has, on so many different levels, to be able to impact the world in a way that I would say is probably unorthodox. And I say that because I come from a scientific background, and so having that understanding, having that knowledge of how these universal natural laws actually play a role in our lives every single day, I became an example of that. And so when people started to ask, well, how do you operate? How do you bring forth so many different things? Now everybody's using the word manifestation, but it's really just a level of awareness. And that's what I speak about now. That's what I actually tune into when I'm doing my workout classes with the ladies on a regular basis online. And I wrote a book about it, about just how there's a blueprint of intention and how you can use science to govern your greatness. I'm a wife. This is my amazing husband here. And I'm a mom as well. We have an amazing son, Caden. And when I mentioned his name, I just wanted to go and to venture off into a tangent about, now we homeschool. So we are homeschool parents. And that's all that leads into that whole idea of being intentional as well. And we could talk more about that too, but I'll hand it over to my amazing husband, Baron, Dr. James Dentley.
It's so amazing to me. Like you said, now we homeschool. It's been 4 years.
It has.
It's been 4 years. Absolutely. Since COVID, we just never stopped.
Yeah.
Well, I've been speaking, training, and coaching individuals pretty much all my life. I'm the founder of JD3 TV and Media Company, a streaming edutainment platform. I'm the founder of Inspired to Speak, a speaking platform that teaches people how to walk in great, discover their greatness, and leave out even greater. How to find their voice, understand the psychology of the voice, overcome fear and anxiety, and understand the true nature of communication, because 57% of it is really nonverbal. So it's not even when you're speaking, because everything speaks, the universe speaks. So it's about how do you tap in. I'm the author of the 5 Frequencies of High Performance. I'm the author of a book called Spirit, MLM books that I've written, different workbooks that I've had, and I brought out to the market. And I've been training and having empowering events for about over 25 years now, helping people to discover that special something is inside of them, to bring it out to serve the world at a higher level, and to really try to tap into understanding that there's always more. there's always more in you. There's always more for you. And there's an abundance of everything there is, no lack whatsoever. So we own several companies. I'm not going to go into real estate and things of that nature, but I like to stay really, really busy. I love my life. I've been able to retire from my job in January of 1995. So I had a lot of time on my hand, and I learned the power of residual income and the income that gives you the freedom to do the things you really want to do and to keep learning and growing and expanding. So have an amazing family, amazing life. It's so thankful each and every day and just bubbling over with joy.
And we have our nonprofit. Already always amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a nonprofit work.
Yes, and we're Knights of the oldest royal order in the world. We're Baron and Baroness of the royal order as well. It started in 312 AD, and they got around to somebody who looks like me. So here I am with that. But with our nonprofit, we have a big charity royal gala coming up on June 23rd here in Chicago. And the LA Tribune is going to come out, and they're going to be presenting 12 individuals with the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. So we're just excited about that relationship with Mo Rock, with Alva, with you, Alicia's entire team, because you all operate with first class. We're always honored and thrilled to be in the company of greatness.
And we are honored as well. And you all touched upon so many key tenets to living your life and contributing to the world. Dr. Kara, you're a scientist. Geospatial scientist. You work for the federal government. I loved in the past we've spoken and you talked about how you love to learn and you really love being a scientist. But you take your understanding of energy and how that applies to living your own life and how that applies to living healthily and putting a focus on wellness from the inside out. And Dr. James, you empower individuals to believe that they have so much to offer the world from the inside out. And you do that through your speaking, but love that everything both of you do is about upliftment. Like JD3 TV, it's edutainment. Like you actually have individuals teaching about financial literacy, right? About topics that are so important for individuals to be aware of so that they can continue to lead their lives in a way that is beneficial to themselves, to their understanding of self, to their worthiness, to their deservability, but also contributes to the world. How did you both separately, but also collectively together, realize how you wanted to show up in this world, right? Like how you actually wanted to show up with intent, which is a word, Dr. Kara, that you used previously, because you could just be here and then you could be here with intent, with contribution. How did you get to that place? Dr. Kara, would like to start with you.
I think that's a very good question. I think that who we are meant to be is just natural. I think it's within us. And what I'm starting to realize now is that because the word educar means to pull out, right? And that's the root word for educate. And so when you allow individuals, whether it's a child or an adult, to just kind of freely be, their natural abilities will start to flow. And so this is what I'm starting to observe. So for myself, I'm always just I'm very analytical. I'm very methodical because I feel like there's always an underlying root cause or foundation or something. So when I'm looking at the world and looking at individuals, there's always a connection from something going to something. And so when it comes to leadership, when it comes to showing up, I just let my natural of just innate abilities just come forth. And I feel like that's what we're here to do. And if you just allow people to just be, their greatness will naturally and automatically, it's not forced, it will automatically shine through and come forth. So you just let it be, just be. James always says the hardest thing for human beings to do is to be.
Yeah. You try to be everything else but, right? Yeah. Everything you've learned, you try and figure out and do, but when you can allow yourself to just release and let go and be, because everything's within.
And just surrender. Yeah.
What about you, Dr. James?
Well, life can seem complicated, but it's always been really simple. For thousands of years before we had technology and before we had lights, before we had fire. You know, people survived. And I've been studying the laws of attraction for over 2 or 3 decades now. And I really believe in that. But I also, for myself, discovered before the laws of attraction were the laws of awareness. And Dr. Kara mentioned awareness. Because when you're aware, then you realize that everything you've been looking for is always there in front of you anyway. It's always there. Everything that is and everything that exists once upon a time did not exist, but everything needed to create it was already here. So when we're looking at things, we're looking through our experiences. We're looking through the paradigm of the truths that we've adopted in our lives. And those are a series of habits. I was with a group this morning and I was sharing with them that, you know, your beliefs come from your environment, the foundation of them, even in the theta stage in the mother's womb. What you live, you learn. What you learn, you practice. And what you practice, you become. And I am a product of my environment. I was just very fortunate to be an adventurer, to be a seeker, to be someone who wanted to figure out, can I climb that building from the outside 3 stories up at 8 years old? No fear of death, no consciousness of it. Just nothing's there but the business, but climbing the building. And just like anyone who has a great adventure, when they get down, they want to do it again. And they want to do it again. They want to do it faster. And they want to go higher. And just to keep stretching, which people will look at and say, look at that crazy boy up on the top of that building. and I've always just kind of had that type of Peter Pan type of reality where I would challenge things and experience them. So as my wife is very analytical, I can get there, but I operate on my instincts. And I just go at it and I don't stop until I figure it out, you know, and together it makes a great tangent. So I look at leadership is like beauty. It's really hard to define, but you know it when you see it. You know it when you see it. And the leadership begins with setting the example and being a lifelong learner, because great leaders are also great followers. They're great students and they know what to study. And they know when they study how to take the lessons that empower them and move them forward and incorporate them. And then you learn and get that sense of awareness of what doesn't work. And you kind of stop that. And sometimes it takes us a while because, you know, we don't want to give up who we are. We're locked into those habits. You know, I always quote a poem. It goes like this. Who am I? I am your constant companion. I'm your greatest helper or your heaviest burden. I can lift you upward or I can drag you down to failure. If you teach me to do a thing repeatedly, I'll begin to do it automatically. I am easily managed, but you must be firm with me. I'm the first of all those who are great. And the last, those who are failures as well. Those who are great, I have made great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am not a machine, yet I operate with the precision of a machine, yet the intelligence of a human being. But if you teach me and train me, I'll lay the work at your feet. But if you are easy with me, oh, I will destroy you. You can run me for profit or run me for ruin. Makes no difference to me. Who am I? I am called habit. Habit is my name. And we're driven by our habits because 80% of our life is driven by our subconscious, is what's kind of baked in there. And then you got 10%, 15% is in your subconscious, but that magical 5%, the imagination is how we create a new reality for us, how we feel, how we reference things. When things go wrong, we don't have to go wrong with them. So when you talk about leadership, I love that because I started in management when I was 18 years of age, and all of my employees were older than me. And I did it for many years in Chicago, Georgia, and through Texas. And even before that, if I was sneak out of church and buy candy, all the boys would follow me out of church. And I didn't know I was leading. I just knew it was fun to have company. But you know, I learned that the great leader, you can become an even greater servant and create a culture inside of your own life that expands to everything else around you.
There are so many gems that you hit upon that I want to come back to because you said great adventure.
I charge people money for calling.
Yeah, a great adventure. But I want to dive in a little bit further to what you said when you were leaving church to go buy candy and people would follow you. And I think it's such a critical perspective and realization and understanding for people to have, because everyone is a leader because people are always looking at you, right? And you can be aware of that and know that what you are putting out in the world, people are experiencing, and they might want to follow you in whatever it is that you're doing. and to have that intentionality with how you show up each and every day. It doesn't matter what you do for work or what level you are in an organization, that if someone can see you, you might be leading them and you may not understand or even know that you are leading them. But to have that awareness so that you can understand who are you being. And you talked a lot about habits, right? And that was a beautiful poem that you shared, and that oftentimes we are operating from our subconscious and we don't even know. So that awareness that you mentioned earlier is so key. Dr. Kara, you were just featured in the film Beyond Physical Matter, which is about everything that you cannot see, but is there and is impacting your everyday. Can you please talk a little bit more about what your experience was like being in Beyond Physical Matter and kind of what it was important for you to touch upon?
I'm just excited that Sir Don and Lady Melinda had the wherewithal to pull this together and to put so many amazing people from different sectors together to bring forth this information to the masses. Because it's one thing when you have people who are operating in their individual silos and their individual knowledge banks, so to speak, and not being able to really pull the thread between it to make that connection that all of this is connected. There is no separation. There is none, especially when you're talking about energy. There's no boundaries. There are no boundaries with energy. And that's why we're able to sit here remotely and communicate with you, because there are no boundaries.
Yeah.
And once people start to understand that it's all one, it's the spirit of one. And, it's a beautiful thing. So when it came to the film, from the moment they asked me to be a part of it, I was just like delighted, because I was like, finally. And I even made a post, not a post on any social media platform. I made a Post-it note when I was in graduate school, just saying that my goal was to demystify the connection between science and spirituality, because as a believer, I would get the question so often: how do you answer the question, or how do you approach life if you're a scientist and a believer? Do you have believers asking you and questioning you about your beliefs in science? And do you have scientists questioning your belief about spirituality? And I'm like, it's one and the same. Science is only an explanation of. So when you think about science, the root word in Latin is sire, and it's to know. So when you're constantly seeking, it's a constant unfolding of information. So that's what we're doing, and we're pulling together the pieces that we have, because we have been, I would say, granted this information, and we've been privy to this information, and to just show the world that, hey, while you're thinking that everything is separate, while you're thinking that it's you and him, like, him and I, it's all connected.
Yeah.
There is no separation. And when you start to look at other people like that, you start to see their greatness. You start to want the best for them, because you know that if you're in the same vicinity, when the best comes for them, the best is right there in the vicinity with you. And when the best comes for you, is right there in the vicinity for others. And so there's so many laws that actually contribute to this whole idea. There's so many rules and laws that lends itself to this idea. And one of which James and I talk about all the time is Tobler's law. It's a geographic term. It's a law from a geographer that talks about that everything is connected. First of all, that's the first thing. Everything is connected, but those things that are near are more like those things that are near it, rather than those things that are further apart. And so when you start to look at that, it's like there's so much commonality there. You could look in your own neighborhood. You'll see that most of the people shop at the same grocery store. Most of the people probably drive the same type of cars, because there's that commonality. But not only that, I'll go a step further, where there's, Aristotle said that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And most people would think that you're talking about just adding two entities, 1 + 1 = 2. But the reality is what he meant was the whole is greater than, it's beyond just the sum of the parts. It's everything that happens in between it that you can't see, which is what you mentioned. And so when people talk about going into certain places and they're like, the energy was off, that's a real thing. When you talk about, when you meet somebody and you say, oh, I love their vibe, that's a real thing. You're talking about their vibration. We just cut it short and start saying, well, I like your vibe, right? That's your frequency. And so we all operate at a frequency. And so when it came to that film, you know, it goes on to talk about like health, you know, inside, outside, how, you know, your thoughts impact everything, because it's all one and the same, you know, mind, body, spirit, and there's no separation. So thank you for bringing that up. I could go on and on and on about this. You're talking my language, science and quantum, everything is all the same. So just start looking at everything the way that you want it to be, the way you can envision and visualize it to be, and it will become just that, especially when you place the emotion with it. And anything you don't want, don't put too much energy behind it, because it just come true.
Yeah, what you resist persists, right? What you're putting the energy on, even you're like, no, I did not want that. Your brain doesn't hear the want. It says, I want that, you know? And I love that you shared more about what Beyond Physical Matter is all about, and that we are all connected, because it goes back to what Baron Dr. James was sharing about, you know, being in church and going to get candy, right?
Right.
And, you know, it's kind of energy exchange, because people feel what you're doing. And, you know, when you're intentional and have that awareness about what you are doing, you can lead other ways in a way that contributes, or you can potentially lead others in a way that may not contribute and do something else, whatever that may be. And we don't have to categorize or classify that right now. But everything is so connected. What is advice that you could share, or perspective thoughts that you could share with our audience around the fact that whether you're aware or not, you're carrying a vibe. People are gonna feel that vibe. It's gonna, you know, they're gonna interact with that energy that you're bringing forward on ways that people can figure out, like, where am I at right now? And kind of what am I giving off to the world? What do I want to give off to the world? And start to kind of have that conversation that they have with themselves. Because Dr. James, you know, you talk about the light, the gifts that people have within them, but sometimes they don't feel it. They don't see it, because they might be taking on something that was not there, stuff that someone else put on them that they may be feeling that's not there. And it's covering up all that they are, all that they can be in this world. So what is something that you would want to share with those that are tuning in, Dr. James?
Well, first of all, there's so many things outside of you that you cannot control. So we have to really work on controlling what's inside of us, to learn that when things go wrong, number one, don't go wrong with it. You know, a year before Kara was in the movie Beyond Physical Matter, I was in the movie Beyond Limitations. And I live by the creed that when people say, I want to think outside of the box, it's so limiting. It can be, because that just means you have to just get outside of the box, when in reality, there is no box. And if there's no box, there's nothing but possibility and creation.
Yeah.
And if you change the way you look at things, the things that you look at can change and will change in your life. Because in life, you don't get always what you want, but you'll get who you are. And the key element is that know that you're enough. Out of hundreds of billions of people who existed on this earth, not one of them have your same DNA. Not one has your fingerprint. You are valuable. You are unique. You are rare, a part of everything. And things that are rare are valuable. So first of all, believe that there's more value. There's more for you. And there's an abundance of everything. There's no shortage of anything in the universe. There's more than enough for everyone to have more than enough. And then after that, there's still going to be more than enough. So therefore, how do you tap into it? And just ask yourself a question. What if everything that you feel like has avoided you in your life, everything you don't know how to get, all the things you desire, what if it just came down to something you did not know? Because at the end of the day, most of us don't have clarity about what it is we really, really want. We mask it. We want money. We want freedom. We get time, and we get freedom, and now we're bored. We get money, and then we hate it because our friendships change. You get all these things. You get 4 cars, and now you despondent because you only got a 2-car garage. If it's not one thing or another. So to just choose joy every single day. We have a limited time on this earth. Kara mentioned the root word that was sire. Sire was a title that they gave kings and queens. That was a sire. And that means that the universe will bend to sire. But the sire is also there to be the steward of that universe, the steward of the subjects, to take care of, to live in harmony with, because we're never going to be bigger than the universe. We just are very blessed to be in a situation that we can shift and do something about it. We're not a tree. We can move.
Yeah.
But even the trees communicate. Even the water communicates. Everything communicates. So in the quiet moments, learn how to get in harmony with all things and relax. Relax your mind. Live in gratitude. And then just be aware. Be a seeker. Be in tune. And let the universe serve you and draw from that energy each and every day. And then you can flow through the rest. And everything else is about discovery. And that's what living is about experiencing.
Wow. That's so powerful. You know, it's about discovery. It's about letting go, letting flow, the great adventure, right? When you go on an adventure, you don't know what's going to happen, but you go, right? And sometimes you just got to let go, let flow, and see what it is that you encounter along your path. Dr. Carol, what are other ways that people can be open, right, to what they don't know and open to themselves? Because oftentimes the one person you won't be open to is you, right? Because it can be hard. It can be a little bit scary, but everything that you want oftentimes is on the other side of that openness to go on that great adventure of self.
That's it. I think most people, especially now, especially post-COVID, it's like you have, BC and, before COVID, after COVID, BC and AC.
BG before Google.
Before Google. Our son had the nerve to ask us, so wait a minute, you were born before YouTube? I almost dropped my phone. Are you serious? What kind of question is that?
Born for color TV.
Like, wait a minute, before YouTube? He was like, well, what did you all do? I was like, oh, wow. Like,
you real on the conversation.
Everything else but YouTube. But just that whole thing about awareness. I think most people don't want to be seen because they don't want to be judged, because they're thinking, well, what's this other person going to think about me? But when you allow your true nature, just who you are, your tribe will find you, because your vibe will attract your tribe. So you want to be true to that. And you mentioned about the whole thing about awareness. I always look at it like this, and this is for someone who's listening. But everyone who's listening, maybe you're trying to figure it out, but there's something in you that is just burning to come out. You just have this desire. You have information within you. You have experience that you want to share. And I always think about it like in this room, because when I was, in undergrad, I did different internships, and I worked for Siemens Building Technologies, and we had different people to work on projects. So we had people that were electricians, we had people who were contractors, we had people who were fully aware of just like the structure, you had architects, but everybody had their lane and their understanding. So you did not have the architect trying to cross over into what the electrician was doing, but everybody was necessary. Right. So it's getting to the point of knowing what your personal North Star is. That will guide you. If you know anything about the North Star, nothing can deviate from the North Star. Like no matter where you are in the world, the North Star is there, but everybody needs to find out what theirs is. So when you know what that is, then that anything that is not that or does not align with that, then you know that is not your path, and nobody can take you off of that. Right now, everybody, it's like something may seem popular at the moment and everybody's gravitating towards that. It's like the shiny object syndrome, right? And then something else pops up and everybody's gravitating towards that. And it's just everybody's jumping and they have this anxiety because they're like, am I doing it right? Do you right? Figure out what your thing is and everything that you want as a result of that. And you know what it is. It's been in you since the inception of the world, even in the Bible, right? Whether people read the Bible or not. If you don't, that's okay. It's in there. But it says that I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb.
Yeah.
I knew you. So therefore, who you are is already known.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just know what. So and it's already there. And sometimes, like James mentioned about just going into a quiet place, because that thing that you think about, not the worries, not the anxiety, not the things that you feel like, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
It's that thing that just come to mind that you just feel like, if I had nothing to do, this is what I would do.
Yeah.
That thing will guide you. It will take you to your truth. It will flow so effortlessly. You mentioned that, like water. Water, if we're over 70% water, and water takes the path of least resistance, how much more should we? We should just take the path of least resistance, and it will serve you for the rest of your life. And people want to find their joy. Find that. Find your North Star. Find your North Star.
Find your North Star. I love that. It's like the great adventure is a remembrance journey back to self, you know? It's just about going, because it's all within you. It's interesting. Some people will start their day with meditation or end their day with meditation. And that's I've heard, well, I've tried to meditate. It's not working for me. But it's really about just quieting the noise, all the other stuff, and allowing the thoughts to flow to you. And then you can figure out what you do with them. But being intentional about creating this space of that. Love how you made it so clear. Follow your North Star, right? Like, it won't change it. The path that you take may deviate, navigate, but it's always you're guiding. Like I like to think of it, it's kind of silly, but for anyone that bowls is bowling. Like I have the pins in front of me, but I bowl with the bumpers up, right? Like I throw the ball and I might go back and forth, but ultimately I'm getting closer to that direction. And you never know what's going to happen along the way, but having that direction is key. I would be remiss if I did not mention a few experiences, topics that I'm going to dive into. And one of them right now is JD3 TV. You have JD3 TV. It is a streaming platform. It is all about edutainment. So yes, you have entertaining content on there, like your typical movie, but you also have real individuals that are coaches, that are advocates teaching on JD3 TV. How did JD3 TV become what it is today? And why was it important for you both to bring this vision to life of JD3 TV, the limitless experiences that you have, the teaching sessions that you have for individuals that subscribe and are a part of JD3 TV? Dr. James.
I always look at what's next. And I always look at, and Sharon Lecter, who was on the program this week, I know she said it, you solve a problem and you fill a need. And I always look at what's next, what else? If everyone else is doing something, how, and they're in a lane that's similar to mine, or perception is that it's the same lane. How do you separate it? How do you create even greater opportunities? How do you evolve and expand to see things that are not yet there? Because born and created in the image of your creator, from the beginning of time, all we've done in this experience is to create. And the number one rule is that life chooses life. So whatever you give life to, whether, look, even a disease wants to live, it's alive. Even weeds want to live, it's alive. If you don't go in and get them out, they'll take over, because they want to live like everything else wants to live. That's all the function of this. So during COVID, and I've been training speakers now for almost 30 years, but during COVID, speakers had no place to speak. Everything was shut down. Everyone was trying to go to virtual and trying to figure it out. And they couldn't even remember to turn the camera off when they went to the restroom. I mean, it was just a mess. And people were trying to find their way out. Meanwhile, we had built a residual business as well. So it saved us, and it grew exponentially at that time. And it allowed me to look, because I really care about the people that I've mentored, I train, I care about our community, I care about my friends, I care about everyone that entrusts me. And I just love people anyway. So I looked at it and said, what can I do to help them succeed? And how can I do it in a way that would give them a stark advantage, give them an edge, not just to make money to take care of their family, but to get money as an issue out of the way. And then tap that into giving back and create an engine that we can do more good, that we can share the reality that your success is someone else's miracle, because money will only make you more who you already are. So JD3 TV was founded to take speakers and trainers and thought leaders and people who had amazing stories, because beyond that, they had a life, and to take those stories and bring them to the screen and to go into great discovery. First of all, that your story can save somebody else's life. You know, you may be only one person in this world, but you may be the person that will change the life of one person throughout the world because of your story, because of what you do, how you show up, you know, what you're bringing out to the world from your experiences, what you're learning. The second part of it is you come into a discovery that your life has meaning, and it always did. Through everything and all the crap you may feel like you've gone through, and wow, you're still here, and people want to hear your story, and you're not alone, and you never have been. So JD3 TV was founded on that premise to take these amazing stories out, as I'm a storyteller and a speaker and a trainer of speakers, and to give them a bigger brand, to give them a bigger platform, to allow them to be all over the world at one time. And that's how it started. So that we started that and we worked through the technology, because our technology, no one has it in the world. We looked at how do we create a community? So it's not a streaming platform, it's a community. We don't have subscribers, we have members. How do we feed those members? And how do we bring them from the screen, whether it be on Roku, when I just got an email a minute ago, Amazon and Apple's about to come there, whether you go on the app or whether you go on the web, how do you take people from the screen and bring them into our lives with our live events? Where we can touch people and build those relationships, exponentially growing the genius pool that all of us have when we all come together as a collective, to open up the space that everybody has value and worth. And when we put it all in the crock pot, we can come up with an entree that would be so delicious to life itself, that it'd be simply amazing. So that's pretty much how it started. And then it looked at how do we create an opportunity that the content creators can win, the employees can win, they can grow, but have an economic engine that as the completion, as we exit, that they all can have the resources they need to live and create the things they're meant to create and live the life that they dream about. And to put all those things together, and every single day we wake up and just ask ourselves, how can we become better? And Kara helps me become better every day. She wakes up with research, and she comes out of that room with all that smoke. And like a lot of people say, you don't want that smoke. I'm looking for that smoke. I'm not going to even mess with the I love it. Give me more of that. Don't mess it up. I might actually put something out. and take it in and just grow from it, because if you relax and understand you don't know everything and you're allowed to make mistakes, because we're all through a process. And with JD3 TV and with the limitless experience in the events, we can bring people together, bring joy, and create an experience that will distract the person from the things that are holding them back, the things that they're distracted looking at the wrong things instead of looking at what's possible, looking at that North Star. They're looking at the problem, what's wrong, and what you give attention to is what you feed. And what you feed is what is going to grow in your life. So that's number two, to dispute the lie that you're not good enough, that you have to have money to do this, or you have to have everything perfect to do this. You have to wait till the right time. You make the right time. And the time is what you make it. Because whether you're super busy, I'm busy all the time, but I make room to do whatever I want to do. I figure it out, and I can always say it's a bigger reason, and I get to do that. We all get to do that. I don't judge it. I just understand if you want to get things done, it means you get things done. And then you find out who you can become. And there's more inside of you when you have done the impossible, the things that could not be done. Somebody said that it could not be done, yet he with a chuckle replied that maybe it couldn't, but he'd be the one that would not give in till he tried. So he buckled right in with kind of a grin on his face if he worried he hit it. And he started to sing as he tackled the thing that could not be done, yet he did it. Because winning is fun, and winning is more fun than fun is fun. So let's have a lot of fun.
Let's have a lot of fun. I love that you ended the experience that is JD3 TV.
Even when you fall on your butt, laugh. You'll laugh later.
Yeah. And I have a vision board on my phone, and it's not a vision board of things I wanted, but it's feelings I wanted to feel. But something that is on there that the impossible comes true, because what is it to be impossible, right? And it's an expansion of mine. But thank you so much for sharing with our audience more about what JD3 TV is all about. There's a concept that has come up in LA Leadership Week, which is the WWW. Win-win, but for the world, right? And what I love about 3TV is that it is a community. It is a community for those that are members that get to experience all of the content that's on the platform. You have events, you do prizes for your community. There's ways for them to engage with the people that are part of the platform, but then also for the content creators. You educate, right? You create resources, help them understand the production aspect, the marketing aspects of the platform. So it's really individuals coming together to support one another, you know, and it doesn't matter what side or end of the platform you're on. It's a collaborative experience for all. And it truly is a community. It is a family. And so it's jd3tv.com. Check out JD3TV, what you're doing with edutainment and looking ahead and understanding how you can use technology, how you can use the experiences that you've had teaching and training and mentoring individuals that are speakers, but then also bring entertainment into the mix. You know, during Leadership Week, there's been conversations of what is your purpose, and it's continuously take actions and your purpose will find you. And we've heard it that individuals ultimately end up landing or being pulled into or flowing into, like this conversation right now, flowing into all that they were meant to be. And it pulls all of the aspects of their understanding of what their experience have been into what they're doing to contribute to the world. And I said earlier, I'd be remiss if I did not mention something, and there was something else on the list, but it was to say congratulations to the two of you for being the recipients of the President's Lifetime Achievement Award back in March, for all of the service that you do for the world and for your community. That is not just through JD3TV and your other business ventures, but it's really true through the work that you do with nonprofits and to help uplift those in your community. It has been such a delight speaking to both of you today. I'm always honored. I would love to go to you both for closing statements, but you two are amazing. It's always an honor to speak with you. To you, Dr. James.
I would just want to say this before I go any further. I want to thank the LA Tribune and Mo Rock. You know, we met in Dallas, Texas, and we just connected, and we decided at that moment we were going to get together. And I was so honored when Mo Rock, the founder, and your amazing team, you especially leading the charge. I watch you guys and I marvel. And you know so much about what we do because you're a part of everything we do, and you've been very helpful to us. But I'm thankful that Mo Rock has chose to build the LA Tribune Women Empowerment Network on JD3 TV. And he wanted to build that. And he said, James, we have all these incredible women. I want to give them another platform. And just like with the speakers I train, I give them the platform now of the LA Tribune as well. To be in that collaborative space where he wants to just has a vision about doing good. And when you live in that space, you attracted the people that were all around you. It's a perfect fit. And now with Alva and yourself and everyone else in that team, just doing some incredible work. So we're really thankful for you. We're thankful for these events that you're putting on virtually, the content you're putting out, the people you're bringing together, do some amazing things. I salute you and I thank you. And I'm looking forward to the LA Tribune coming to Chicago on June 23rd to our Royal Charity Gala and actually honoring 12 individuals who are definitely worthy of that Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award too. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We appreciate you and we love you.
Thank you. On behalf of our entire team, we received that. We appreciate you and we thank you as well. Thank you. And would love to go to you both for closing thoughts on leadership, on our conversation today. It's always a delight speaking to you both. Thank you. And we can go to Dr. Kara and then close out with you, Dr. James.
Well, you know, I just think that people need to start looking at the imprint that they leave on people, because we always leave an imprint. And we always say that you have an energy signature. And what does that look like? You know, how are you, you know, we always say showing up in the world. And sometimes people want to fit into this mold of what they think they're supposed to be as a woman, as a man, as a mother. And I would just say that one thing we mentioned about the North Star, let love be your guiding light. And love is that thing that you start to look at and say, if I had the choice to treat everybody in some way to give them what freedom looks like, strength, purpose, joy, let that be that thing. There's a thing that I know that there's a quote, you love your quotes and I love your quotes too. But James always says is, if you treat a man as he is, he will remain as he is. But if you treat him as he could be, he will become what he should be. And that goes for men and women. And I say that because as we show up in our relationships, whether it's with your spouse or whether it's with your employee, employer, your business partner, your parents, your children, show up with the understanding that they want to be loved, they want to be adored, they want to be respected, they want to be admired, and give them that. And I promise you, you will start to receive that back. So that's part of leadership, just in your own life, to be that which you want other people to give to you. So show up as love. And in my way of defining it, because I think people define it differently. Love is this, love is that, but just show up as the person that you would want people to be, and treat people the way, old golden rule, treat people the way you want to be treated.
Yeah. There are so many ways to look at leadership. You know, you've got gang leaders, you've got spiritual leaders, you've got leaders in the household. It's an ebb and flow. You have leaders in so many dynamics to be able to lead yourself. And part of leadership is understanding the power of surrender, the power of humility. And a lot of people run away from that word. They look at it as weakness, but I've learned it and found it to be a quiet intensity, something that doesn't have to be proven. It's just there. And you can operate and turn the switch and get somebody out of your yard, but sometimes you can relax and you'll see things a little bit differently, because ultimately your title will not, and your success doesn't make you a leader. Only people do. Right. Because a leader with no one following them is simply out there taking a walk. So to have a vision that can encompass not just what you're looking at, but a vision so big that other people can enroll inside the vision. And when they get in the vision can expand. As a leader, just as I train my speakers, when you're on the stage, even now, I'll never look at myself as a star of the show. As a leader, I'm not the star, I'm the head servant. I am the director. The audience, the people who choose to enroll with me and believe in me, they're the stars. And I got one mission: help them find their Oscar, help them get their Golden Globe, help them get their Emmy for their life, whatever that would be for them, because you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. You know, the true measure of that is the results that you can bring in the lives of other people that live on through you and touch other people because of you. And you draw that from all the people that have been in your life, and even from a cellular level. You know, we look at life, and I was sharing this morning as well at the Entrepreneur Forum, that, you know, when we're born, we're created, we're made with a little DNA from mom, a little DNA from dad, 95% water. We are liquid. There are no teeth. There are no bones. There's no cartilage. There's no toenails. Out of that puddle, here you stand. So don't look at what you cannot do, because you don't even know what you cannot do. You haven't tapped into any part of the infinite, abilities that you have to create something beyond the scope of everything you've ever understood before. But it's really about using the imagination. It's about hanging out with the right people, getting in the right rooms, you know, operating with, she's on a Hulu class, I'll let you go. Operating in a space with people that can help you grow. And it's a lot of fun. And if things go wrong, don't go wrong with it. You know, Benjamin E. Mays said it must be borne in mind that the true tragedy in life does not come in not reaching your goal. He said the true tragedy comes from having no goals to reach for. He said it's not a calamity not to capture your ideals, but it is a calamity to have no ideals to capture. It's not a disaster not to live your dreams, but it is a disaster not to dream. And it's not a disgrace not to reach the stars, but it is a disaster to have no stars to reach for. Nelson Mandela was in jail for 26 years and had imagine a freer Africa when he was incarcerated. No freedom, but he was free in his mind. He came out, became the president. How does that happen? You know, Ray Kroc, 54 years of age, he's selling milkshake machines. And then he ended up buying the McDonald's franchise. They tried to franchise it on 2 occasions and they failed. But he did it from a milkshake machine salesman. And then they made a pivot. Like Jeff Bezos went from a bookstore to fulfillment. He pivoted from hamburgers to real estate. Colonel Sanders had 65 years of age. He had a wonderful recipe. 1,008 people rejected him. 1,008. Madam C.J. Walker, how did she, when they didn't even have the right to drink in the same water fountain as the white counterparts, but she builds a house down the street from the Rockefellers. How do you do that? How do you, the doctors tell you you'll never walk again and you get up and win 3 gold medals. How do you do it? How do you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? History has taught us that there's more, from Oprah Winfrey and her story, but now the world's waiting for your story. The world's looking for your story. And a life worth living is worth recording. So share your story. The world's waiting for you, because no matter all the riches that you can get out of life, when you can impact a life and change a life, that's when you're going to get so much joy from that, so much meaning. And it's so addictive that you just want to do it again and again and again. Who else can I inspire? Because if you help others, you're helping yourself. And when you teach, you're learning and you're growing, you're owning information. You can just bring it out. So just remember to follow your dreams wherever they may lead. Never, ever get distracted by less worthy deeds. Remember to shelter them and nourish them and help them to grow. Let your heart hold them down deep where dreams go. You follow your dreams, pursue them with haste. Remember, your life, the only one you'll get, is too precious and it's too fleeting to waste. So be faithful, be loyal, and all your days through. The dreams that you follow, they'll always come true. That's my story.
And you're sticking to it. The dreams that you follow, they will come true. So beautiful. I want to say thank you, Dr. James, Dr. Kara, for joining us today. And thank you, Dr. Kara, for the extra time. I know that you had another commitment that is calling your name. But as I mentioned when we opened, you two are the epitome of leadership. Understand it comes from the inside out, or it comes in the mind, right? It comes in the spirit, it comes in the heart. And then everything else follows, right? But that's, that's where it begins. It's been such an honor speaking with you both. We appreciate you. We thank you to all that are tuning in. We are about to go on a commercial break, and we will be right back with LA Leadership Week. Thank you so much for tuning in. And share in the comments what you got from this conversation, because there's gems and then there's gems, and then there were gems that were shared. And all of those occurred as part of this discussion with Baron Dr. James and Baroness Dr. Kara Dentley. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And we're back. Oh my God, what a powerful segment by Baron Dr. James Dentley and Baroness Dr. Kara Dentley. First of all, Alicia, thank you so much for that interview. What a powerful interview. I love the questions that you asked and how you pulled out all the gems. You've got so much comments on the comment section, amazing. Lots of thank yous, Alicia. Flowers for you. We love to make our family shine in the Los Angeles Tribune. So thank you for all the loves and all the hearts and all the celebrations. Parisa, what are your thoughts?
One thing that really landed with me so beautifully, and I say this because I'm speaking about the beautiful Kara Dentley, is that she has a background in science, okay? And being that that's not the seemingly traditional path or placement for leadership, she found her way there for what was meaningful and significant to her. And there's so many conversations that I have every single day where people are like, how did you get into this space? Especially with this week that we've had. Like, what led you there? What about it that do you love? And all of these things. And I have a science background as well. And the fact that we can find ourselves in leadership because leadership actually is everywhere. And we can let it be what it is that is 100% authentic to ourselves. Like that is so special. And she does it in her own way and talks about energy and lets it just be her. I feel like it's so much more rich and felt and so honest. And that part I just so loved. So thank you, Ava.
Thank you. Absolutely. I love just the groundedness of them both together. We've got so much compliments about them being a couple too. Alicia, would love to hear your thoughts. But before we give you, this is going to be actually the transition comments that Alicia's giving. Stay in the same page. If you've been here before during this time, you know the drill. We're going to close this stream, but another one will pop up right exactly where you are. And on the next stream, before Alicia gives us her closing thoughts and comments for this segment, we have the Habitude Warriors coming up this evening and another powerful interview as we close. Alicia, who's your powerful interview? Oh, you're muted. Well, we're going to close with Murad Muhammad, another Boxing Legends interview. This is the powerful close of day 8, and you're going to have all of our co-hosts, most of our co-hosts together, throwing out a party around 8:10, 8:20 p.m. But before that, Alicia's going to have another interview. Who's your interview, Alicia?
Annie Papazian. You all are in for a treat when you hear from Annie. I know Parissa's shaking her head. Annie has so much insight to share, but Baron Dr. James Dentley, Baroness Dr. Kara Dentley, yes, I saw Debbie in the comments that they were so grounded together. It every time we speak, you learn so much. I was just sitting there in awe at the gems that they were sharing, and I call them gems on gems on gems, but it's so much. It's a belief that we all are enough on the inside, right? We all have that special place, that special part of us that is for the world to know about, to share your stories and the role that energy plays. And Parissa, I love that you mentioned and brought up that Dr. Kara is a scientist. She is a scientist, geospatial scientist, very, very technical, has always understood how energy works, and love that she's been able to pour her love and understanding for science into how she leads her life. She has a huge healthcare company. She has hula hoops that are designed to get people active, and they really walk what they say, and you feel it. Like when you hear from them, you really feel that they're sharing from their hearts, and they give back so much to their community. I mean, what JD3 TV is doing with edutainment and co-creating a platform for their members, individuals that are tuning in to watch the content, but also for the co-creators, individuals that have shows on the platform, giving them space to teach in a way that can reach a lot of individuals. You know, it's very unique, it's very innovative. Every time we speak with them, I feel like we learn so much. But what I loved about each one of their stories, about their perspectives, is that it starts within and then it comes out. And I think that's so important. So like, yes, Debbie, gems on gems on gems on gems. I'm always amazed when I speak with them, and they have such a calming presence, because you understand they walk it, they feel it, and you feel it too.
That's so awesome. I love that summary. But before we go, we're going to tell you, what's coming right up. And let me bring the man of the hour, who's going to be opening the next stream, Mr. Eric Awesome Swanson. Mr. Swanson, tell us what's coming up with the Habitude Warriors.
Okay. Everyone make a fist. Can you make a fist? Yeah. And everyone go like this. What up? It's going to be the Habitude Warrior time. Oh, I'm so excited. So we have Ava, so excited about this. Thank you, Los Angeles Tribune, and everybody, and Parissa and Alicia and Mo, wherever you are, Mo. So excited about this next panel. So I've assembled some fantastic individuals, and they're all female, and it's a female empowerment on leadership. And we've got 4 or 5 fantastic individuals who are experts in their fields that bring different perspectives of leadership, just like we've been doing for 8 days now. We're only going to go 10 more days, by the way. It's an 18 month No, I'm just kidding. At some point, we all gonna have some water somewhere or something. But it's just an amazing opportunity to learn and grow and use what we call borrowed benefits. So what we do is we mastermind. We interview each other, but we mastermind, because one of my mentors, my main mentor is Brian Tracy, but my other one is Wayne Dyer, Dr. Wayne Dyer. And he used to say this. He'd say, "This is my way. What is your way? The way does not exist." So what are our ways? I want to learn from Ava and from Alicia and from Parisa to learn what their leadership skills are, so I can take those borrowed benefits and expand my life so that I'm expanding the world's life. I'm so excited about this. I'm ready. They're ready too. They're getting ready, guys. They're in the green room right now. Ava, I'm really excited. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Remember the drill. This is gonna close, but right where you are, same page, don't go away. You'll have another live pop up just within a few seconds, and you will see the Habitude Warriors female edition. Look forward to it.
We'll see you soon.